You damn fatty, you dare threaten me? Duan Lingtan's eyes flashed with a cold light, causing the little fatty to take a step back in fear. Be boss, I'm in the wrong, I'm in the wrong. Enough. Frowning, Duan Lingtan didn't bother to continue arguing with the little fatty. While smoothly removing the bronze ring from his finger, he looked toward the little fatty and said, take this ring with you, and give me the ring on your hand. The little fatty was struck dumb. He glanced at the bronze ring in Duan Lingtan's hand and then looked at the gold ring on his thumb. His chubby face had a painful expression. Boss, this is the birthday present from my grandfather last year. Are you exchanging with me or not? If you're not exchanging, then scram. Duan Lingtan, he shouted in a low voice. He then turned around like he was about to leave. The little fatty was a shrewd person, so he instantly noticed the hidden clues. He hurriedly spread open his hands and moved to block Duan Lingtan. He slyly smiled as he said, Boss, does the ring in your hand have some secrets? Duan Lingtan responded, HMPH. If you take this ring, defeating Li Ming will just be a matter of seconds. But since you're unwilling to give up the ring your grandfather gave you, then it doesn't matter anymore. Duan Lingtan was about to return to the courtyard as soon as he finished speaking. Boss, I'm in the wrong, I admit that I'm in the wrong. Isn't that enough? The little fatty became anxious. While quickly walking forward, he looked at Duan Lingtan eagerly and said, Boss, this ring in your hand, don't tell me it's inscribed with an inscription. You even know about inscriptions? Duan Lingtan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Xuan would know about inscriptions. Hee. The little fatty laughed complacently. When I was at my grandfather's house, I saw some records about inscriptions in an ancient book. Allegedly, inscriptions are typically inscribed on personal belongings and enable an individual to control unbelievable powers. Fortune really does favor the fool. Duan Lingtan shook his head as he passed the bronze ring in his hand to the little fatty. Take it. If you're unwilling to give up the gold ring on your hand, once you've used up the inscription on the bronze ring, return it to me. The little fatty extended his chubby hand to receive the ring. His little eyes stared at it intensely before he exclaimed, Boss, I was just casually making a remark. Does this ring of yours really have an inscription on it? Nonsense. Duan Lingtan made a low HMPH sound. The inscription on this ring was inscribed using the materials he had bought the other day. He originally intended to keep it just in case he needs to use it against the Fang family's manager. But who could have known that Fang Qian would break through at this critical juncture? This type of inscription was only effective against body-tempering martial artists. It was useless against core formation martial artists. Therefore, he made use of the opportunity and gave it to the little fatty. With his current strength, he wouldn't need the power of inscriptions to defeat a body-tempering martial artist. Boss, you're even acquainted with an inscription master? The little fatty's small eyes started to glare brightly in a manner that seemed as if he would never be satisfied until he knew everything. Enough. Hurry up and scram. Remember what I said. If you dare to spread the word that Fang Qian has broken through, especially if it spreads to my mother, I'll knead you into a ball and kick you around. Duan Lingtan walked into the courtyard after giving the little fatty a stare. However, the little fatty followed him into the courtyard. Boss. Duan Lingtan frowned. What now? The little fatty smiled embarrassedly. Boss, how do you activate the inscription on this ring? Didn't you read an ancient book about inscriptions? What? You need me to teach you such a simple thing? Duan Lingtan angrily gave the little fatty a disdainful gaze, then he taught him how to activate the inscription before kicking him out. After the little fatty left, Duan Lingtan's expression turned grim. Fang Qian breaking through to the core formation stage was undoubtedly bad news to him. The inscription technique may be miraculous, but it also had its limits. The inscriptions that Duan Lingtan was capable of inscribing at the moment were only effective against martial artists that had not developed their origin energy. Inscriptions that could affect core formation martial artists required the combination of origin energy with materials in order to be engraved successfully. He thought about asking his mother for help, but inscribing was an extensive and profound art. Someone who lacked the slightest knowledge of inscriptions would require years of bitter research into the Tao of inscription before being able to inscribe their first inscription successfully. The only reason he was able to inscribe inscriptions so easily was thanks to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor that he possessed. When he inscribed an inscription, it was as if Rebirth Martial Emperor was doing it, so he didn't feel any pressure. Looks like if I want to kill Fang Qian, I can't rely on any external forces, I can only rely on myself. Duan Lingtan's eyes flashed as he returned to the courtyard. Maybe the spirit serpent movement technique will become a turning point for him. He didn't allow Li Xuan to spread the news that Fang Qie had broken through to the core formation stage, because he didn't want his mother to know. He knew that the moment his mother found out about Fang Qie breaking through, never in a million years would she allow him to pay the Fang family a visit half a month from now. Whereas the Fang family concealed this news because they were worried that he wouldn't dare pay them a visit once he heard of it. The Fang family was obviously trying to use this opportunity to get rid of him. Fang family, you're really looking down on me. Duan Lingtan's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the Li family martial arts practice hall, the little fatty Li Xuan had both his hands in his pockets. He was standing there putting on airs. His surroundings were filled with Li family disciples. Each one of them was looking at Li Xuan while pointing at him and discussing. Is he high? He actually dared to challenge Li Ming. Does he feel the pitiful state Li Ming left him in the last time wasn't enough? I don't know. Maybe because he's covered in thick skin and flesh, he can't feel any pain. Fifth Elder is handsome and unrestrained with an imposing appearance. But besides Li Xuan's eyebrows, there isn't a single part of him that's similar to Fifth Elder. Even if he does have a similar appearance, it's been blocked out by his fat. Many of the discussions were filled with ridicule. They felt like Li Xuan was overestimating himself. Damn fat pig, I heard that you want to challenge me. After a short time, a youth walked in from afar and stopped in front of Li Xuan. His face had a mocking expression while looking at Li Xuan. He was looking down on him. He was Li Ming, the son of the Li family's second elder. Li Ming, let's settle the score between us today. The little fatty shouted loudly, then all the fat on his entire body trembled as he flew out like a ball. His chubby fists blasted towards Li Ming. You're overestimating yourself. Li Ming smiled in disdain. He didn't even bother to move. His fists struck out to intercept the little fatty. As far as he was concerned, as long as his fist strikes the little fatty, then the little fatty will be blasted away rolling like a ball. The surrounding Li family disciples had the exactly same thought. In their opinion, Li Xuan was far from being a match for Li Ming. Ping! Their fists collided. But at the instant of collision, the little fatty's eyes narrowed into slits. He instantly activated the inscription on the ring on his pinky. Hiss! Immediately, Li Ming felt as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body was feeling powerless. Besides that, he felt an aching pain from being struck by thunder and flames throughout his entire body. This feeling was extremely familiar to him. It was exactly the same thing he always felt after consuming the Thunder Flame pill. Before he could even begin wondering why the symptoms of Thunder Flame pill consumption would arise at this moment, the powerless Li Ming was blasted backwards by Li Xuan's punch. Subsequently, Li Xuan followed up with another fist strike, hitting the side of Li Ming's face and knocking him down. Following that was a hurricane of attacks. A completely one-sided mauling. Are you kidding me? The surrounding Li family disciples' mouths gaped wide open. Some even ruthlessly pinched their thighs, which made them emit shrill cries before realizing it wasn't a dream. They were all dumbstruck. When did Li Xuan become so formidable? Didn't Li Ming just break through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago? Stop it. When the aching pain in his body finally dissipated, Li Ming wanted to retaliate, but he felt pain in his muscles whenever he tried to slightly exert strength. He was obviously severely injured by Li Xuan. Forced by the circumstances, he hurriedly started to beg for mercy. Will you continue calling me damn fat pig? Li Xuan was merciless. Even when his opponent was down, he stepped on Li Ming's thigh, causing Li Ming to scream in pain before putting his hand on his hips and mouthing off. I won't, Li Ming said, in a slightly hysterical tone. Next time you see me, call me Brother Fatty. Do you understand? The little fatty gave him a fierce and malicious stare before threatening him. Yes, Brother Fatty, Li Ming hurriedly said, afraid that if he was too slow, the little fatty's fist would once more descend upon him. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Since his entire body was filled with injuries and he had no chance of defeating Li Xuan, he chose to endure. As far as he was concerned, once he recovers, he will be able to wash away the shame he endured today. Of course, he was puzzled in his heart as to why the symptoms of Thunder Flame pill's medicinal properties taking effect spread throughout his body the moment he collided fists with Li Xuan. Could it be a side effect from Thunderflame pill consumption? I never noticed that you were such a contemptible wretch. Only obedient after taking a beating. After making a HMPH sound, Li Xuan left Li Ming and left the martial arts practice hall under gazes of disbelief. After teaching Li Ming a lesson, Li Xuan's mood was elated. The Thunderflame inscription boss gave me is really great. I bet Li Ming is still wondering why his body was suddenly affected by the symptoms of Thunderflame pill's medicinal properties taking effect. I bet he thinks it's the side effects of the Thunderflame pill. Haha. In the courtyard, a slim, graceful, and beautiful young girl with a violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand was unceasingly drawing and sheathing her sword. She was cultivating the drawing sword arts. Beside her was a handsome youth with delicate features. He was patiently explaining to her the minute details of the sword drawing arts and answering all her questions like a tireless teacher. Boss, boss. Suddenly, the sound of someone calling out came from outside the courtyard, causing the youth to frown. This damn fatty is such a nuisance. I'm going out for a second. Cultivate by yourself for a while. Yes, young master. The young girl obediently nodded. The youth walked out of the courtyard with large strides. When he spotted the little fatty that was walking over, he frowned and asked, "What now?" The little fatty laughed slyly. Then he took off the bronze ring from his pinky as well as the gold ring on his thumb before passing them both to the youth. Boss, your ring. The youth didn't move to receive the rings but instead looked at the gold ring in the fatty's hand. What is the meaning of this? The fatty smiled embarrassedly. Boss, I brutally beat up Li Ming today. I'm sure he'll come get even with me once he has recovered, so I want to ask you to get that inscription master to inscribe a Thunderflame inscription for me. Giving the little fatty a stare, Duan Lingtan angrily said, "Damn fatty, do you think inscriptions are worthless, and that you can get one whenever you please? I still haven't even asked you for compensation. Do you know that just this Thunderflame inscription costs 30 silver worth of materials? The inscription technique is an art that burns through money. Inscriptions like the Thunderflame inscription are still considered low-grade inscriptions. Inscriptions that are of a slightly higher grade would easily cost thousands, 10,000, or even more silver." Duan Lingtan originally expected the little fatty to back out after he heard of the expenses. After all, even the little fatty's dad, fifth elder Li Ting, only received not even 20 silver coins a month, so it would be impossible to allow him to pour money down the drain like this. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Duan Lingtan said, the little fatty abruptly started laughing. He put his hand into his pocket and withdrew a stack of silver bills. Each of the bills was of the 100 silver denomination. He passed them over to Duan Lingtan. "Boss, isn't it only silver? Anything that can be solved by silver is not a problem at all. There should be around 7 or either 100 silver here. Take it all and get that inscription master to make me some inscriptions." Duan Lingtan was struck dumb. He was absolutely sure that the silver bills in the little fatty's hands were not from fifth elder Li Ting. Li Ting earned 500 silver the other day by betting on him. But even then, Li Ting's entire net worth wasn't more than 1,500 silver. Otherwise, during that time when he battled with Li Ji, Li Ting would have been able to use 500 more silver to bet with Li Kun. Duan Lingtan received the silver bills from the fatty and quickly weighed them before asking, "Li Xuan, where did you get all this money from?" The little fatty smiled widely and his little eyes narrowed. "My grandfather gave it to me before I returned to the Li family estate." "Boss, please don't tell my dad, or else I won't even be able to keep the balance of my money. Besides these silver bills, you still have more?" Duan Lingtan was stupefied and his eyes started to glow. He didn't expect the little fatty to be this loaded. Hee, I still have some. The little fatty had an carefree expression on his face. "My grandfather told me that I can send him a letter whenever I've used up all of this silver and he will send me more." The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth twitched. It would seem that the little fatty's grandfather was no ordinary person, though he had never heard of him before. In the memories of the past Duan Lingtan, he only knew that the little fatty's mother died of an illness around 7 or 8 years ago. After that, the little fatty went away with his grandfather. With silver coins, anything can be discussed. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed and he started patting the little fatty on the shoulder. "How about this? I'll write down the materials needed for the Thunderflame inscription and you go buy them yourself. We'll consider the money here as my compensation. From now on, I will inscribe as many Thunderflame inscriptions as you can supply the materials for. What say you?" "Boss, You said that you will inscribe it for me. Don't tell me the thunder flame inscription was inscribed by you. The little fatty was dumbfounded when he understood the meaning behind what Duan Lingtan said. What's with all the nonsense? As long the inscriptions are good, why do you care about who inscribed them? Duan Lingtan casually put away the silver bills in his pocket, turned around, and returned to the courtyard to write down the materials needed for the thunder flame inscription. Look at the materials written on this list. Each set can be used to inscribe one thunder flame inscription. Right, you have to prepare some accessories, and each accessory can only contain one inscription. Duan Lingtan said as he passed the list over to the little fatty. Okay. The little fatty took the list as if it was a precious treasure, then he looked eagerly at Duan Lingtan, hesitating to speak what was on his mind. If you have something to say, then say it and scram. Duan Lingtan said angrily. For the past few months, he'd been totally annoyed by the little fatty. Boss, can I learn the inscription technique from you? The little fatty's chubby face trembled with an expression full of anticipation. Noticing Duan Lingtan frowning, the little fatty hurriedly added, Boss, I can pay you tuition fees, I won't learn for free. Tuition fees? Duan Lingtan's frown eased up and his eyes shone brightly. What he lacked the most was money. Even though he had 30,000 silver with him, he knew that the moment he stepped into the core formation stage, it wouldn't be very long before it would all be used up. No amount of silver would be sufficient for him, especially since he was capable in so many professions. He had medicine refining, weapon crafting, as well as inscriptions. Okay, since you're so sincere, even though it's difficult, I will still take out half an hour's time to teach you. How much you can learn will be entirely up to you. Only an idiot wouldn't take money that was sitting on the table. Duan Lingtan patted the little fatty on his shoulder again and said, out of respect for Fifth Elder, I'll only ask for 1,000 silver coins a month. Any problems with that? After hearing what he said, the little fatty was dumbstruck. Noticing the little fatty's expression, Duan Lingtan thought that he felt that it was too expensive, so he embarrassedly coughed as he slowly said, if you think it's too expensive, we can still negotiate slightly. It's so cheap. Boss, thank you. The little fatty excitedly interrupted Duan Lingtan. This caused Duan Lingtan, who kept quiet, to feel regret at the same time. Did he really set the price too low? Seeing the little fatty holding the list in his hand and walking out, Duan Lingtan stopped him and said, with a heavy expression, no matter what, never let anyone know the fact that I know the inscription technique, or else you can forget about learning it from me. Don't worry, boss, I wouldn't tell anyone even if they beat me to death. The little fatty pledged sincerely, jubilantly walking out. Imagining how Li Ming would continuously be thwarted by him in the future, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. He decided that he would at least get another 10 to 20 Thunder Flame inscriptions to keep as backup. Li Xuan, have such good foresight, taking such a formidable person as my boss, not to mention his heaven-defying strength. He even knows the inscription technique. I gained big time. The little fatty muttered to himself in a low voice while excitedly walking home to get his money. He had already given all the money he had on him to Duan Lingtan. After little fatty left, Duan Lingtan returned to the courtyard and continued to stand behind Kerr. Their bodies were close together as he guided her in the sword-drawing arts. After 2 months of cultivation, Kerr had nearly grasped the quintessence of the sword-drawing arts. She was only lacking a little bit of practice. Smelling the delicate fragrance coming off the young girl's hair and feeling the warmth of her body, Duan Lingtan's gaze became slightly dazed. He took in a deep breath in enjoyment. What are the two of you doing? A voice that had a hint of laughter in it followed by the sound of footsteps abruptly came from behind them. When he heard the voice, Duan Lingtan embarrassedly took a step back, distancing himself from the young girl. The young girl had an embarrassed expression. Her face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out at any time. Madam, it was exactly Lyra who had just returned from the marketplace. Ka, stop cultivating for a while and help me. I bought plenty of things today to nourish you both up. Lyra shook the vegetable basket in her hand as she smiled. Yes. The young girl hurriedly put away her sword. Mom, do you need my help? Duan Lingtan asked with a smile on his face. Go away. Go and cultivate properly. Although you've broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, Fang Qian is a 9th level body tempering martial artist. If he somehow has luck on his side and dodges your sword drawing arts, then you'll be done for. Lyra gave Duan Lingtan a contemptuous glance, absolutely ignoring him. Young master, you broke through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage. The young girl looked at Duan Lingtan with a pleasantly surprised expression. Duan Lingtan laughed loudly. My cur is already at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. If I hadn't broken through, then I would have lost face. The young girl's gaze dimmed as she slowly said, young master, I'll try to cultivate slower. Liru smiled. Ka, ignore him, just work hard and cultivate. We women need to be stronger than men so we can suppress them. If you don't want to be bullied by him in the future, then you have to hurry up and surpass him. After hearing what Liru said, the young girl blushed. She took the vegetable basket off Liru's hands before running into the kitchen, leaving the mother and son to look at her embarrassed figure. Kid, don't get lazy. Lyra gave Duan Lingtan a stare before following Kerr into the kitchen. Duan Lingtan shook his head and smiled, continuing his cultivation. His flexible body seemed as if it had transformed into a spirit serpent as it flashed swiftly across the courtyard. Swift as wind and lightning, his speed grew faster by the moment. The natural talent Kerr revealed in the past 2 months amazed even Duan Lingtan. Just like him, Kerr's cultivation circumstances exceeded that of the Li family disciples. But Kerr was a girl after all. Having this level of natural talent was indeed rare. According to his mother, Kerr's natural talent even exceeded hers. Nevertheless, Kerr having such good natural talent and fast cultivation speeds made Duan Lingtan happy. At least when he leaves Fresh Breeze Town to wander the world, he can bring Kerr along. If he didn't have Kerr by his side, he would feel unaccustomed. After a short while, the two beauties finished cooking a sumptuous feast with a strong aroma. The family sat down to enjoy the meal together. As they put food on each other's plates, the atmosphere was filled with happiness and warmth. At the same time, in the courtyard of second elder Li Sheng stand at the door and looking at his son, Li Ming, who was lying there on a bed. His expression was filled with disappointment. Look at you. If it was Duan Lingtan that did this to you, I wouldn't say a single word. But you actually got beaten up to this sorry state by Li Xuan. Don't you feel ashamed? I know I do, Dad. I already told you 800 times, it was the side effects of the Thunder Flame pill that abruptly affected me, or else I would have pummeled Li Xuan until he was unrecognizable. Li Ming sat up on the bed with his head resting against the wall. He had an expression of helplessness and he was unable to vindicate himself. Look at you, still looking for excuses. Your brother consumed the Thunder Flame pill as well. Why didn't I see him be affected by any side effects? Li Sheng shook his head. He obviously didn't believe Li Ming. If you can't beat him now, go cultivate hard and beat him later on. Stop trying to find excuses. That's what cowards do. Li Sheng turned around and left as soon as he finished. Li Ming lied there on the bed. Even slightly stretching his body made him feel pain. He gnashed his teeth as he fiercely said, damn fatty, once I've recovered, I will properly teach you a lesson. I don't believe your luck will always be that good. In Li Ming's opinion, Li Xuan being able to defeat him was all thanks to good luck. If it wasn't for him being affected by the Thunder Flame pill's side effects, it would be impossible for Li Xuan to defeat him. When he recalled how his father and brother didn't believe him, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Why don't they believe me? Didn't they even think about it? That damn fatty, how could he even be a match for me? Are you sure you want me to inscribe 20 Thunder Flame inscriptions? Duan Lingtan frowned when he saw the pile of materials the little fatty had prepared. He felt it to be slightly too much. Yes, boss. The little fatty's head nodded like a chick pecking on rice, subsequently asking, boss, are there any problems? No problems. Duan Lingtan shook his head. He then said, I just want to tell you that you can't use the Thunder Flame inscription on anyone besides Li Ming, or else it won't take long for everyone to realize that you used an inscription on him. If you only use it on Li Ming, even if it happens repeatedly, he will be unable to explain it because no one will believe him. Yeah, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? The little fatty hit himself on the head, then he regretfully said, I bet once I use the Thunder Flame inscription on Li Ming a few times more, he won't dare to offend me again. Boss, won't the remaining materials go to waste? Duan Lingtan indifferently said, keep the remaining materials, you will need them. The first inscription I'll be teaching you is the Thunder Flame inscription. Thanks, boss. Thanks a lot. A wide smile burst forth on the little fatty's face. Suddenly, he noticed Duan Lingtan opening his hand towards him. Feeling puzzled, the fatty asked, boss, What do you mean by that? Tuition fee. Duan Lingtan gave the little fatty a stare as he said angrily this. Yes, I nearly forgot. The little fatty laughed slyly as he reached into his pocket, withdrew a stack of silver bills, and passed them to Duan Lingtan. Boss, I had it ready a long time ago. Here's 1,000 silver. It's the tuition fee for the next month. Duan Lingtan extended his hand and took it from him, then he nodded his head. Starting from tomorrow, I'll come find you at your place after lunch. For half an hour daily, I'll teach you to the best of my ability. What you can learn will be entirely up to you. Thanks, boss. Then I won't disturb you any longer. The little fatty had a wide smile as he turned around and jubilantly left. After quickly weighing the 1,000 silver in bills in his hand, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Every penny counts. I need to collect as much as I can, because in the future, no matter whether it's medicine refining, weapon crafting, or inscriptions, they are all bottomless pits. Starting the following day, Duan Lingtan would dedicate half an hour out of his schedule to go to Li Xuan's house after lunch. At the beginning, 5th Elder Li Ting felt it to be odd, but after seeing his son and Duan Lingtan becoming good friends, he was happy for it to happen. Although, in the past few days, he would always hear weird sounds coming from his son's room. Clap. Abruptly, the noise sounded again. Li Ting shook his head and walked out of the courtyard. In the room, the handsome youth with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes slapped the little fatty on his head. How can you be so stupid? I told you that violet gold sand and scorching grass powder can't be mixed directly, but you still can't remember. Boss, don't hit me anymore. If you continue, I'll become even more stupid. The little fatty rubbed his head. His face had a wronged expression. Why did I ever agree to teach you the inscription technique? You're a blockhead. I'm telling you right now, if you don't achieve any improvement in this month, no matter how much silver you give me, I won't teach you any more next month because I don't want to waste my time. The youth had an expression of disappointment. The little fatty bitterly smiled. Boss, don't worry, I'll work hard and not let you down. I hope you can do as you say. Half an hour is up, so it's time for me to leave. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you can improve a little. With a frown, the youth walked out of the room and left. Half a month later, dawn. The Li family's martial arts practice hall was bustling with noise and excitement. The gathered Li family disciples were all youths and young girls. Their discussions all revolved around 2nd Elder's youngest son, Li Ming, and 5th Elder's son, Li Xuan. This time Li Ming took the initiative to challenge Li Xuan. Looks like he's finished recovering. Li Ming said that he only lost to Li Xuan because he was sick. I wonder if it's true. If he loses to Li Xuan again, then it must be a lie. Yeah, I think so too. He can't always be coincidentally sick, right? Li Ming had arrived long ago and was standing in the middle of the martial arts practice hall. As he heard the surrounding discussions, his face grew uglier by the moment. His father didn't allow him to spread the matter regarding the Thunder Flame pill, so he could only use the excuse of being sick. But he didn't expect that so many people would doubt him. Did they really think he wasn't a match for Li Xuan? Li Xuan, this time I'm going to make you lie on your bed for half a month too, Li Ming angrily said as he gnashed his teeth. Li Xuan has arrived. Suddenly, the youths and young girls surrounding the martial arts practice hall all turned around to look in the distance. In the distance, a perfect couple walked in front, while a slightly wretched little fatty followed behind them like a little lackey. The little lackey was exactly the main protagonist of today, Li Xuan. I heard Li Xuan acknowledged Duan Lingtan as his boss. Acknowledging a disciple with another surname as his boss, such a disgrace to the Li family. So what if he's a disciple with another surname? If you've got the balls, repeat what you just said loudly. Do you dare? You don't dare, right? If you don't dare, then don't talk big. That's right. Even though Duan Lingtan is a disciple with another surname, he brought honor to our Li family. The Fang family was put in embarrassing situations many times by him. The 3 months period will be up tomorrow. I wonder if Duan Lingtan will really pay a visit to the Fang family. As Duan Lingtan held Ka's hand, he could hear the discussion about him from afar. Towards all of this, he just laughed it off. He then looked at the little fatty behind him. Don't injure him too severely today. Let him withdraw after he understands that he won't win, or else 2nd Elder will go argue with your dad even though he's extremely magnanimous. Don't make it difficult for your dad. Do you understand? The little fatty hurriedly nodded. In this world, the person he admired the most was Duan Lingtan. When they noticed the three of them arriving, the Li family disciples opened up a path. Duan Lingtan held Ka's hand as they stood in the front. The little fatty, on the other hand, walked out and entered the arena. He was grinning broadly as he looked towards Li Ming. Li Ming, have you recovered well? You recovered so quickly. Li Xuan, today I will wash away the shame you gave me half a month ago. Li Ming's face was bright red. The rage that he had suppressed for half a month was finally bursting forth. Don't worry, my boss told me not to injure you so severely this time. Li Xuan laughed slyly. His expression seemed annoying and extremely despicable. You're courting death. Li Ming's gaze turned cold, his legs, which had already been accumulating energy for some time, shook, and he flew out like a fierce tiger towards Li Xuan. The mastered middle-grade yellow-rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist was executed, blasting towards Li Xuan. Fierce Tiger Fist. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed. He remembered that 7th Elder's youngest son, Li Xin, also used Fierce Tiger Fist. However, Li Xin's Fierce Tiger Fist was inferior to Li Ming's. They were on completely different levels. This was the difference between the initial stage and mastery. Martial skills were only able to exert their true might when cultivated to mastery. Li Xuan moved, directly moving to intercept the strike. He didn't even use any martial arts. He only casually struck out his fist towards Li Ming's fist. In an instant, the corners of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile and he activated the Thunder Flame inscription. Instantly, the scene from half a month ago appeared once again. Li Ming's whole body froze as if struck by lightning. The strength in his fists dissipated, only leaving behind a slight inertia. He was completely unable to stop Li Xuan. Ping! Li Xuan's fist struck out and struck Li Ming down, putting him in such a painful state that he started sweating profusely. A flurry of fists and kicks followed that. The Li family martial arts practice hall was deathly silent. To the people who saw their fight half a month ago, this scene was so similar. Half a month ago, Li Ming was beaten up by Li Xuan in the same way. No, impossible. How could this be possible? After Li Xuan stopped, Li Ming noticed that the aching pain of thunder and flames striking his body had vanished. He seemed to be in a daze, unable to believe that what had happened was real. If half a month ago Li Xuan's luck was good, could it be that his luck was good again this time? How could there be such a coincidence? Don't offend me anymore from now on, or else I won't mind making you lie on a bed for half a month again. Li Xuan's chubby face trembled as he boasted. Under the revering gazes of the surrounding people, he returned to Duan Lingtan's side. Li Xuan had a flattering smile on his face. He seemed like a completely different person. Boss, I listened to you and showed mercy. This time he will be bedridden for a few days at most. Duan Lingtan nodded indifferently. Sister-in-law, I'm formidable, right? Li Xuan looked towards Ke as he smiled slyly. Hearing how Li Xuan addressed her, Ke's face instantly blushed. Stop being complacent. With the assistance of Thunder Flame Pill and the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, you're only at the 5th level of the body tempering stage now. Don't you feel ashamed? Duan Lingtan gave Li Xuan a disdainful glance. Since he was forced to tacitly approve of Li Xuan as his lackey, he added materials into the fatty's 6 treasures body tempering liquid, changing it into the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Of course, this was a secret between him and Li Xuan. Even 5th Elder Li Ting didn't know. Only then did Li Xuan find out that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was actually made by his boss, and this made him start admiring Duan Lingtan from the bottom of his heart. Li Xuan embarrassedly scratched the back of his head while laughing bitterly. Boss, do you think everyone is abnormal like you and sister-in-law? Yesterday, Ke's cultivation followed behind Duan Lingtan's. She stepped into the 7th level of the body tempering stage, causing Li Xuan to be speechless. He had no choice but to admire them. Scram! You're the abnormal one. Duan Lingtan gave the little fatty a stare. While holding Ke's hand, he turned around and walked away. As the crowd automatically opened up a path for them, all of the gazes that gathered on him were filled with respect. The Duan Lingtan of 4 months ago was considered to be someone that everyone looked down upon. But now, unknowingly, Duan Lingtan had become someone that they could only look up to. Some of them even regretted not getting on good terms with him when he was still weak. If they had, they would be able to follow beside him like Li Xuan. How prestigious. Boss, wait for me. Dragging along his body that was covered in fat, Li Xuan followed along jubilantly. When the shadow of their figures disappeared from everyone's sight, only then did everyone look towards the person lying in the middle of the arena. Li Ming, who had a stupefied expression, was looking up towards the sky. The crowd started mocking him. Is Li Ming going to say he lost again because he got sick again? In my opinion, when he said he was sick last month, it was totally an excuse. Look now, he disgraced himself. Such a disgrace. The corners of Li Ming's mouth emitted a helpless and bitter laugh as he heard the ridicule that came from the surrounding Li family disciples. He could not understand why such a bizarre thing would happen to him. Boss, tomorrow is the day you said you would visit the Fang family. Are you really going? On the way back from the martial arts practice hall, the little fatty had a serious expression as he looked towards the youth beside him. The youth smiled indifferently. Of course I'm going. For over 20 years in his past life, he always kept his promises. He never had the habit of taking back anything he said. This was one of his rules when he dealt with his affairs. If he changed it, then he wouldn't be the Lingtan whose name once shook the planet Earth and its various countries. The little fatty was silent for a bit. After a short moment he asked, Boss, are you confident? The youth shrugged his shoulders. The corners of his mouth contained a smile as he answered, do you want the truth or a lie? Of course I want the truth, the little fatty said in all seriousness. I'm not 200% confident. The youth's pupils flickered as he lightly shook his head. Boss, if you're not confident, then don't go tomorrow. You're only 15, the same age as Fang Qian's son. If you back out of the fight with Fang Qian, no one would really ridicule you. An expression of worry emerged on the little fatty's face as he said this sincerely. Li Xuan, the youth abruptly said. Yes, boss, the little fatty hurriedly replied. Remember this, as a man, you must be responsible. Once you've promised something, there is no reason for you to break it. If I don't go, I would be going against my heart, and I might end up stuck in this pit for the rest of my lifetime because I was a coward and I was scared. So, even if I don't have 100% confidence, I will still go. The youth had a serious expression as he slowly said this. The young girl beside the youth had eyes that were clear like water. As she looked at him sentimentally, she noticed that at this moment, there was an indescribable charisma emanating from the youth. It was touching the strings in the deepest part of her heart. It caused her to be deeply trapped within the grasps of his charismatic persona, and she was unable to break free from the cage that it imposed onto her. Boss, I can't defeat you in an argument. Everything you say always sounds logical. The little fatty had a bitter smile. But just this once, you must listen to me. Please don't act arbitrarily. It's not as if you don't know that Fang Qian is not at the body. Where is all this nonsense coming from? You should first take care of yourself. You don't have to bother about my business. The youth cut the fatty off. His sword-shaped eyebrows slightly twitched as he shot the little fatty a glare. This guy is a real big mouth. Only now did the little fatty realize that young girl was present. He embarrassedly smiled at her. After driving the little fatty away, the youth brought the young girl back to their home's courtyard. At this moment, the young girl's immature and delicate face had a hint of worry. Her warm and gentle gaze fell upon the youth as she asked, Young master, do you really not have confidence? The youth lightly smiled, gently touching the young girl's cheek, which was smooth as jade. Silly girl, I only said that I don't have 100% confidence. Don't worry, no matter what, nothing will happen to me. Even if I can't defeat him, I will still come out in one piece. I'm unwilling to leave my cur, after all. The young girl's willow-shaped eyebrows twitched and her clear eyes showed signs of tearing up. She flew into the youth's embrace and with a voice that slightly sounded like she was in tears, she said, Young master, if anything happens to you, Kerr will not live on alone. The young girl's words were like heavy hammers striking Juan Lingtan's heart. His heart could not help but shiver in fear. Because he had experienced 2 lifetimes, he was able to tell that what she said was true without the slightest bit of falseness. In this moment, the strong-willed Juan Lingtan, who would bleed but never cry, actually could not stop his eyes from becoming slightly wet. As his hands tightly embraced the young girl, he gently said, Silly girl, don't you believe me? The young girl nodded like a weeping beauty. Kerr is scared. Scared that young master will leave Kerr. If young master isn't here anymore, Kerr's life will have no meaning. Since the time Juan Lingtan brought her back home and took care of her like family, she had already made a promise in her heart. This lifetime, She lived it only for the young master. Even if the young master marries and settles down one day and has his own wife and kids, she would still silently be by the young master's side, willing to be a servant or slave, serving him until she was old. Until the day she takes in her last breath of air. Her life would be for this man, and she would live it without any regrets. All right, look at you. You look like a little panda. Helping the young girl wipe her tears, Duan Lingtan smiled lightly as he said, if my mom comes home and sees you like this, she will surely think I bullied you. It's not as if you don't know that in her heart, since you're her soon-to-be daughter-in-law, you have a higher status than me, her son. Young master, you're so bad. Making fun of Kerr again. The young girl embarrassedly left the youth's embrace, ran into her room, and closed the door behind her. That girl is feeling shy. Duan Lingtan shook his head and smiled, then his pupils emitted a never-before-seen staunchness. For Kerr, for his mother, and for himself, he would never let anything happen to himself. Fang Qiang, you will certainly die. Duan Lingtan's pupils flickered with a cold light, emitting an unending coldness. Li family estate, 5th Elder Li Ting's residence's courtyard. Li Ting entered his house with a weird expression. When he noticed his son, who was sitting there in a daze, he couldn't stop himself from jokingly scolding him. How did you do it, kid? Li Ming actually fell twice by your hands. He was aware that Li Ming was injured by his son half a month ago, and he was curious about how it happened. When he went to apologize to the second elder, he heard Li Ming shouting, saying something about the side effects of the thunder flame pill abruptly arising. He, who was absolutely clear of his son's capabilities, naturally believed it to be true. But this time Li Ming took the initiative to challenge his son and actually got injured by his son again, causing him to feel astounded. He had just returned from second elder's residence. In the end, Li Ming once again said that it was the side effects of the thunder flame pill again and got scolded by second elder. On the way home, the more he thought about it, the more he felt like something was wrong. Although his son being able to consecutively defeat Li Ming brought honor to him, he had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as how it seemed on the surface. Xuan, what's wrong? He quickly noticed that his son had a troubled expression, completely different from the complacent him back when he defeated Li Ming for this first time half a month ago. Why is he so weird today? Shouldn't he be happy that he defeated Li Ming? Li Ting couldn't stop himself from asking, Xuan, do you have a problem in your mind? Why do you keep frowning? When Li Xuan came back to his senses, he gritted his teeth as if he had finally made a huge decision. Then he lifted up his head to look towards Li Ting before saying, with a serious expression, Dad, I have something I want to tell you. But, you can't let ninth elder know about this, or else boss will surely not acknowledge me as a brother anymore. Li Ting frowned. What is it? Tell me. Li Xuan hurriedly told him about what he overheard from the Fang family half a month ago. After laughing bitterly, he said, Boss didn't want me to tell anyone, so I kept it a secret all this time, but boss will be going to the Fang family tomorrow. Although he has already broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, how could he possibly be a match for Fang Qiang, who has stepped into the core formation stage? Fang Qiang is at the core formation stage. When he heard his son's story, Li Ting's face changed greatly as he loudly exclaimed, Kid, you even dared to conceal such an important matter. You really are extremely audacious. After I tell the patriarch, I'll come home and teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ting made haste to see the patriarch. After his dad left, Li Xuan lowered his chubby head and muttered to himself, Boss, don't blame me. I'm just worried that something might go wrong. Even if you resent or hate me after this, I'll take it. At dusk, Patriarch Li Nanfeng ordered someone to come get Duan Lingtan. This came as a surprise to him. In the Li family's audience hall, besides Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Huo and 5th Elder Li Ting were there. His heart jerked as he understood what was going on. That damn fatty opened his mouth for sure. Greetings Patriarch, Grand Elder, and 5th Elder. Duan Lingtan bowed to the three of them. Duan Lingtan, do you know why we called you here? Li Nanfeng's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked this. Patriarch called me here for the matter regarding Fang Qiang stepping into the core formation stage, right? Duan Lingtan went straight to the point. Kid, you have good natural talent and you're intelligent. But, on this matter, don't you think you're being reckless? Li Nanfeng heaved a sigh. Duan Lingtan was the treasure of the Li family. As long as he was here, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid supply would not end. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid's importance to the Lee family was too high. Combined with the Thunder Flame pill, the cultivation of the children of all the Lee family elders were advancing leaps and bounds. They were pulling far ahead of the younger generations of the Fang and Chen families. Duan Lingtan smiled as he said, "Patriarch, as a real man living in this world, there are things I should do and some things I shouldn't do. Tomorrow's matter is something I, Duan Lingtan, promised upon in front of all of you. Just like the saying, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold coins. If Patriarch wants to persuade me to break my promise, I'm afraid I will be disappointing you." Li Nanfeng had a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtan's words were incisive, without any openings in his argument, causing Li Nanfeng to really not know how to persuade him. "Kid, you can't joke around with a matter like this. With your current cultivation and relying upon your swift sword, killing a 9th level body tempering martial artist is quite possible. But a 1st level Calformation martial artist who possesses the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is far too much for you to handle." Grand Elder Li Huo was hoping Duan Lingtan would give up on the idea of going to the Fang family estate tomorrow. "Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder." Gratitude emerged on Duan Lingtan's face. However, his eyes remained as staunch as before, without a bit of change. Forget it, forget it." After staring at Duan Lingtan for a moment, Li Huo sighed. "Patriarch, since this kid is determined, just let him go." Grand Elder Li Nanfeng and Li Ting were both stupefied. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Duan Lingtan had a smile on his face and gratefully glanced at Li Huo, then he looked towards Li Nanfeng and Li Ting. "Patriarch, 5th Elder, before I go to the Fang family tomorrow, I hope you don't tell my mother about this. Duan Lingtan is indebted to you." As soon as he finished speaking and saying his farewells, Duan Lingtan turned around and left, unrestrained and free. "Grand Elder, how could you agree to let him go?" Li Ting had a bitter expression. He didn't know why Grand Elder would make such a decision. Li Nanfeng also looked towards Li Huo. He had the same question. "Li Ting, you've seen this kid's attitude. Do you think we can actually stop him? Don't tell me you want to put him under house arrest." This is the path he chose, and everyone must be responsible for their own choices. Even he is not excluded. Li Huo stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he added, "Tomorrow, I will go with him. I will hide in the shadows for the sake of the Li family. So what if this old face of mine is put at risk?" Dawn of the next day. The morning sun ascended into the eastern sky as all life in the world woke up. The youth was picked out some violet clothes and put on the sword sheath that was shaped like a belt. He grasped the violet meteorite flexible sword and pushed it into its sheath. It would be impossible for anyone who didn't know to realize with just a glance that his belt had a secret. The room door opened and the rays of sunlight entered. The youth narrowed his eyes as he stretched and yawned. "Young master." A pleasing voice entered his ears. The youth's gaze fell upon the slim and graceful young girl in front of him. The young girl was wearing light green clothes, matched with the violet leather belt on her waist. The colors didn't seem like they conflicted each other. The young girl's belt was the same as the youth's but even more exquisite. It was inclined towards women. Noticing Duan Lingtan's burning gaze, the young girl's delicate cheeks blushed. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Duan Lingtan pretended to have a perverted expression. "Of course it's my little beauty, Kerr." "Young master, you're making fun of Kerr again." The young girl's face flushed from embarrassment. Then she asked, "Young master, Madam and I have prepared breakfast for you. Hurry up and come have some." After saying this, she brought Duan Lingtan to the dining table, which was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. "Where's my mother?" Duan Lingtan inquired. "Madam was summoned by the patriarch early in the morning." The young girl said, "Ka, I reckon my mom won't be back anytime soon. We can eat first." Duan Lingdian nodded as he informed Kerr. His mother leaving was not a surprise to him. After eating their fill, they walked out of the house. "Ka, when we get to the Fang family estate, go stand beside my mother. Do you understand?" "Yes, young master." Kerr obediently nodded. On the way, the perfect couple attracted a long tail everywhere they passed. After leaving the Li family estate, they passed through the Li family marketplace and entered the Fang family marketplace before finally walking towards the Fang family estate. Today's marketplace was exceptionally bustling with noise and excitement. The streets were filled with a stream of people even at dawn, and even more people were standing on the sides as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, these people, as if noticing something. All looked towards the distance. It's the Li family's Duan Lingtan. I didn't think he would really dare to visit the Fang family. I told you this long ago. If Duan Lingtan dared to kill Fang Quain, he would surely not be afraid of the Fang family and would definitely go. The Fang family's manager, Fang Qiang, is not someone Fang Quain can compare to. The gap in strength between the two is over 1,000 miles long. Duan Lingtan is too rash. As the couple made their way through the town, people from all three marketplaces of Fresh Breeze Town trailed behind them. The line went on from one end of the Fang family marketplace to its other end. It could be said to be a large movement. In addition, the number of people was still increasing. Finally, the youth and young girl arrived in front of the Fang family estate's main entrance. When they finally got there, the area outside of the Fang family estate was already swarming with people. After a moment, the crowd consciously opened up a path. The Li family members walked over. Everyone from the patriarch to all the elders, except for 7th elderly Kun, had come. Patriarch, elders. Duan Lingtan didn't feel one bit surprised that Li Nanfeng and the elders had come. He walked up with the young girl beside him and he bowed to them. The surrounding crowd could not help themselves from discussing in whispers. Looks like the Li family really values Duan Lingtan. Even the patriarch came in person. Yeah, the Li family's patriarch came in person, and the Li family's elders are nearly all gathered. Even though this Duan Lingtan is only a disciple with another surname, his status in the Li family is obviously extraordinary. Looks like the matter between Duan Lingtan and Fang Qiang today isn't purely a personal grievance anymore but a fight between the Li family and the Fang family. After sending Kerr off to be by his mother's side, Duan Lingtan went alone to the front of the Fang family estate's main entrance. His voice sounded like dull lightning as he said, "The 3 months period is over." Fang family manager Fang Qiang, do you dare to come out? Duan Lingtan shouted this in a loud voice at the main entrance of the Fang family estate. His imposing manner seemed to pierce through the sky. He was like an undefeatable war god. Why would I not dare? A group of people walked out from the Fang family estate. The person who followed at the back was the one that replied to Duan Lingtan. It was none other than Fang Qiang. In front of Fang Qiang was the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, and all the Fang family elders. There was an old man walking shoulder to shoulder with Fang Yi. Even Fang Yi emitted a heartfelt sense of respect towards the old man. It's the Fang family's grand elder. Who would have thought that from the Fang family's patriarch to all the elders, they're coming out at full strength. If the Li family's grand elder comes as well, it will be even livelier. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Duan Lingtan glanced at the old man. The Fang family's grand elder looked at him with a seemingly tranquil gaze, but behind that tranquility was actually a hidden killing intent. As a strong-willed weapons specialist from the battlefield, he saw through it with just a glance. The Fang family members greeted the Li family members as soon as they walked out. Then the Li family members went to stand near the Li family crowd. Suddenly, the Fang family's grand elder looked off into the distance and indifferently said, "Li Huo, since you've come, why are you hiding in a corner? Giza Fang, looks like your cultivation has improved again." Just when everyone was puzzled, an aged figure walked out from within the crowd. It was indeed the Li family's grand elder, Li Huo, grand elder. The Li family members hurriedly bowed to Li Huo, grand elder. Seeing Li Huo here was slightly unexpected even to Duan Lingtan. The surrounding spectators' gazes all lit up. Such a scene was something they would not forget in their entire lives. They all felt coming here was worth it as they would be able to brag about it once they got home. Haha. I didn't expect both grand elders to come personally. Chen Li brought his daughter here to join in as well. Just at this moment, the crowd split apart to form a path. The Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li, and Chen Mer slowly walked over. They moved to stand at the side once they bowed to the Li families and the Fang family's grand elders. Duan Lingtan noticed that Chen Mer had a hint of concern in her eyes when she looked at him. He couldn't help but be stupefied by this. This girl couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Fang Qiang. Standing on the empty space in front of the Fang family estate main door, Duan Lingtan gazed fixedly at Fang Qiang from afar. His voice was cold and indifferent. Fang Qiang walked out and stood facing Duan Lingtan. First level of the core formation stage. Fang Qiang actually broke through to the core formation stage, exclaimed the Li family's second elder when his gaze fell upon Fang Qiang. Everyone besides the Fang family members, Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Huo, and Fifth Elder Li Ting couldn't help but be moved. The Li family members' expressions changed greatly, while the other people had expressions of astonishment. The information that was unveiled before their eyes was something that completely exceeded their expectations. The Fang family's manager broke through to the core formation stage. The Fang family concealed it so well. Such shocking news was actually wrapped up so tightly. The Fang family intentionally concealed the news of Fang Qiang breaking through. They were probably waiting for this moment. The surrounding crowd discussed in succession. They all looked at Duan Lingtan with eyes filled with pity. Li Ru's expression also changed greatly. Never would she have thought that Fang Qiang would have reached the core formation stage. She immediately walked out and said to Duan Lingtan in a low voice, "Dan, come back home with Mom. We'll just leave today's matter as it is." Before Duan Lingtan could even reply, the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, laughed loudly. "Ninth Elder, it was your son who spoke such heroic words that day. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word." A Li family member wouldn't run before a battle, right? Li Ru ignored Fang Yi. She was preparing to take Duan Lingtan home. As far as she was concerned, her son still had a chance at victory against a 9th level body tempering stage Fang Qiang. But against a 1st level Cal formation Fang Qiang, her son had no chance at all. "Ninth Elder, please don't make it hard on me." An elder of the Fang family walked out and stood between Li Ru and Duan Lingtan, preventing her from proceeding further. The other elders of the Fang family also looked fiercely at the Li family elders, causing them to be unable to interfere in the matter. The Fang family was prepared. "Let me see who can stop me." Li Ru grasped her sheathed fine steel sword tightly. As long as she executed her sword drawing arts, she was confident in her ability to kill the Fang family elder in front of her with a singular strike. But once she performs this strike, it would mean war between the Fang family and the Li family, and it wouldn't stop until one side was completely wiped out. "Mom." Just at this moment, Duan Lingtan finally spoke. He gave his mother gaze that said be at ease. Li Ru understood the meaning of her son's gaze. After hesitating for a moment, she took in a deep breath and her hand that was gripping the sword sheath slightly loosened. But in her heart, she had already made a decision. If her son wasn't a match for Fang Qiang and his life was in danger, even if it meant spilling the blood of the Fang family, she would still protect her son. For her son, she was willing to be enemies with the entire world. "Dad, what should we do?" Fang Qiang actually broke through to the core formation stage. It's impossible for Duan Lingtan to be his match. Shen Me had an expression of worry as she looked towards her father. "Dad, please help him." Chen Li had a bitter smile. "Me, I'm bound to only be a spectator for today's matter. Dad is powerless." Chen Me's expression slightly changed. Lightly biting her lips, she looked at Duan Lingtan from afar with an expression full of worry. In her heart, she said to herself, "You bad guy, nothing better happened to you. I still haven't taken revenge yet." Young Master Ka's face was pale. She never would have thought that the young master's opponent had stepped into the core formation stage. Her delicate, jade-like hands were already upon the violet meteorite flexible sword on her waist. She was prepared to draw her sword at any moment. "Boss, good luck." The little fatty was in the crowd looking at Duan Lingtan from afar. His expression extremely was serious. Fang Qiang gazed at Duan Lingtan with a slightly shocked expression. "Duan Lingtan, I didn't think you would reach the 7th level of the body tempering stage in only 3 months. But you will certainly die by my hand today, and I will take revenge for my son with my own 2 hands." Duan Lingtan smiled indifferently. "Talking big, huh? Aren't you afraid you'll hurt your tongue?" Fang Qiang smiled coldly. "Duan Lingtan, isn't your sword your most formidable weapon? Why didn't you bring it with you today? Don't tell me you think that I, Fang Qiang, am not worthy of you using your sword." "I didn't expect you to be such an understanding person." Duan Lingtan smiled widely. His smile was as bright as the sun. "You're courting death." Fang Qiang's gaze turned cold, the veins in his forehead started bulging, and the fingers of each of his hands came together as origin energy suffused between them. At the same time, above his head, the forces of heaven and earth trembled and slowly emerged into 2 balls of white mist. They would develop into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes at any moment. Duan Lingtan is actually not using a sword. When Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Huo, and all the other Li family members looked at the empty-handed Duan Lingtan facing up against Fang Qiang, they were all struck dumb. Is this kid mad? The reason Duan Lingtan was able to kill a 6th level body tempering Fang Qing when he was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage was because of his sword. He had killed him with a swift sword strike. In their opinion, if Duan Lingtan didn't have a sword, it would be impossible for him to be a match against Fang Qing. Although Duan Lingtan reaching the 7th level of the body tempering stage was a shocking feat, he was now facing a 1st level Cal-formation martial artist empty-handed. Everyone felt a bit of dread. The surrounding spectators were equally dumbstruck. Duan Lingtan is going to fight Fang Qing barehanded. Has he gone mad? Maybe he knows that regardless of whether he has a sword in his hand, he will not be a match for Fang Qing, so he gave up any resistance altogether. It's possible. Duan Lingtan, catch my sword. Just at this moment, Chen Me raised her hand and tossed her fine steel sword over to Duan Lingtan. Since the day she saw Duan Lingtan's elegant demeanor when he drew his sword, she became attracted to swords. Ever since then, her sword had never left her. She never expected that she would be able to help Duan Lingtan today. But just when she was expecting Duan Lingtan to catch it and thank her, he did something that exceeded her expectations. He actually raised his hand and tossed the sword back to her. Glang! The sword tumbled in front of her. Chen Me's face turned slightly green and she stomped her feet in a graceful manner. She was so angry that she could not speak. This Duan Lingtan is really mad. Miss Chen actually kindly passed her sword over, but he rejected it. Does he really think he can contend with Fang Qing without a sword? At this moment, the people on the scene, besides the Fang family members, who had cold smiles on their faces, and Li Ru and Kurt, who looked like they had thought of something, were struck dumb. They were unable to understand Duan Lingtan's actions. What is this kid trying to do? Li Huo's expression was ugly. The appearance of the Fang family's grand elder destroyed his earlier plans. With that geezer here, even if Duan Lingtan were to face danger, it would be extremely difficult for him to save Duan Lingtan. As for the remaining Li family members, each one of them was being watched by a member of the Fang family, and they were unable to extricate themselves. The Fang family had obviously come prepared. They wanted Fang Qing to kill Duan Lingtan as a show of force. Even Li Huo couldn't help but burn with anxiety. If he knew that Duan Lingtan would be so overconfident that he wouldn't even use his sword today, he would have surely put Duan Lingtan under house arrest yesterday, disallowing him from appearing here. But it was all too late now. Boss. The little fatty stood at the edge of the surrounding crowd. His chubby face lowered and his small eyes filled up with worry. Duan Lingtan, looks like you understand that whether you have a sword or not, you will surely be killed by me today. Since you know your own limitations, I'll give you a fast death. Fang Qing had a mocking expression on his face. The origin energy that he had accumulated for some time suffused on his palms. He was ready to attack at any time. Anyone can talk big. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the capability. Duan Lingtan smiled coldly. Stop trying to be mystifying and die. Fang Qing's gaze turned cold. After letting out the origin energy in his legs, he flew out like an arrow leaving a bowstring. The origin energy in his palms seemed as if it were pushing the clouds forward as it flew towards Duan Lingtan. High-grade yellow-ranked martial skill, flowing clouds palm. Instantly, the two balls of white mist above Fang Qing's head finally developed into two clear ancient mammoth silhouettes. At this instant, the hearts of everyone present jumped to their throats. The hand Li Ru grasped her sword sheath with tightened. She was prepared to kill the Fang family elder, blocking her path at any moment in order to save her son. Seeing Fang Qing violently approaching, Duan Lingtan was unexpectedly dazed. He noticed that something was wrong. So that's how it is. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth abruptly curled into a sneer, seeming as if he thought of something. When Fang Qing was a fraction of a second away from hitting him, Duan Lingtan finally moved. His upper body inclined in a tricky angle, a difficult maneuver that ordinary people were incapable of, dodging Fang Qing's violently approaching palm strike. The palm strike caused Duan Lingtan's violet clothes to flutter in the wind. Die! Fang Qing abruptly shouted loudly in response, then his palms changed directions, slapping towards Duan Lingtan's exposed back, which became exposed after he bent down to dodge his strike. Just at this moment, under gazes of disbelief, Duan Lingtan's legs started trembling and his entire body became like a spirit serpent. Borrowing strength from Fang Qing's body, he flashed behind Fang Qing. He had once again dodged Fang Qing's fierce palm strike. Movement technique. Li Huo and the Fang family's grand elder said at the same time. Their voices contained a trace of shock. After their voices spread out, even more people had expressions of disbelief. Before everyone's astounded expressions could ease up, the scene that took place in front of their eyes caused their gazes to freeze. They saw Duan Lingtan moving behind Fang Qiang, and at the moment Fang Qiang turned around, the hand he had pressed against his waist moved. Whoosh! People with a higher cultivation level could barely see a violet sword shine as it flashed by. It was so fast that even they could not see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, the sword shine had disappeared as Duan Lingtan completed his attack. Cough. Fang Qiang's body trembled as he coughed dryly. A line of blood on his throat slowly widened. No matter how tightly he clasped his throat, he had no way of stopping the stream of blood that was pouring out of his throat. His hands very quickly became dyed red with blood. As his body was on the verge of collapse, he looked towards the youth with an expression of unwillingness. But he was now powerless to attack the youth. So what if you're at the core formation stage? Killing you only requires one sword strike, said Duan Lingtan in cold and indifferent voice. Fang Qiang stared at him with eyes full of despair and his body was about to drop to the ground. This shocked the hearts of everyone present. Killing you only requires one sword strike. What a straightforward saying. Most importantly, this was something that a 7th level body tempering martial artist had said to a 1st level Cal formation martial artist. 10. Young master, boss. 3 figures reacted first and came to Duan Lingtan's side. The young girl seemed to have forgotten to be embarrassment as she tightly embraced Duan Lingtan. Her extremely beautiful face had a faint smile that was drop-dead gorgeous. Li Ru and Li Xuan both looked at each other when they saw this and shook their heads while smiling. Unexpectedly, they didn't tease the two of them. Ha 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 ha. Giza Fang, I'm afraid you came here for nothing today. Fang Huo looked towards the Fang family's grand elder and laughed loudly. His voice contained a hint of pleasure as he mocked his old adversary to his heart's content. Humphrey. The Fang family's grand elder coldly grunted. His icy cold gaze swept over Duan Lingtan as he quickly walked into the Fang family estate. From the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, to all the other Fang family elders, they all had ugly expressions as they followed their grand elder into the Fang family estate. They originally expected to crush the Li family's spirit, but instead everything happened the other way around. At the same time, traces of coldness slowly aroused in their hearts. Unknowingly, such a monster had appeared in the Li family, and most importantly, he was only 15. There was still ample space for him to grow. His extraordinary movement technique and that unpredictable and mysterious sword skill struck terror in their hearts. This kid couldn't be left alive. This was the thought that abruptly entered their hearts. Cough cough. Li Huo abruptly coughed twice, causing Ka, who was happily enjoying Duan Lingtan's embrace, to be embarrassed. This made her immediately back up. Only now did she realize that most of the crowd was looking at them. Her delicate cheeks blushed a bright red and she hid behind Li Ru in embarrassment. The people at the scene could not help but laugh with good intentions. One of the spectators sighed and said, only this kind of girl would be a match for young Master Lingtan. The continuous voices of agreement caused the young girl to be afraid to even raise her head. Dad, let's go home. After witnessing this scene, Chen Me's face was pale. While biting her lips, she notified Chen Li that she wanted to leave. Chen Li, of course, knew what his daughter was thinking about. He shook his head and heaved a sigh. If Duan Lingtan had any feelings towards his daughter, he would be willing to bring them together. But unfortunately, his daughter's love was one-sided. Enough. This isn't the place to speak. We can speak once we get home, Li Huo said. When they noticing the Li family members leaving while clustered around Duan Lingtan, the surrounding spectators slowly dispersed. They urgently wanted to go home and share what they had seen today with their friends and families. This piece of news was definitely explosive. He really is shocking. In the crowd, a figure quietly left. It was none other than the Agarwood restaurant's manager Ma. Li family estate, in the audience hall. As always, Duan Lingtan was the center of attention. Grand Elder looked at Duan Lingtan with a faint smile. Kid, you really made us suffer by concealing all of that. Li Nanfeng and the others all nodded as they deeply felt the same. No matter whether it was the movement technique Duan Lingtan executed or the flexible sword concealed in his waist, they all felt that it was too much for their eyes to take in. Duan Lingtan smiled embarrassedly. It's because I wanted to take him by surprise and not give Fang Qiang time to defend himself. If all of my trump cards were known by Fang Qiang, he would surely not be as careless as he was today. If I hadn't been secretive, the person who died today wouldn't be him but me. It was true that out of all the factors that contributed to Juan Lingtan killing Fang Qiang today, luck played a very important role. Firstly, when he saw that Juan Lingtan had no sword in his hand, Fang Qiang let his guard down. Secondly, Fang Qiang didn't expect that Juan Lingtan would be capable of such a profound movement technique. Movement techniques were currently extremely rare in the Cloud Continent. This point was something that Juan Lingtan only realized, due to the old Juan Lingtan's memories. This information only surfaced at the moment Fang Qiang moved to attack him. This was because at the time that Fang Qiang attacked in full force, his speed, in the old Juan Lingtan's opinion, was far above fully utilizing the strength of two ancient mammoths. After obtaining Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Juan Lingtan could be considered to have great experience and knowledge. But in those two eras that Rebirth Martial Emperor experienced, movement techniques were common, they were not nearly as rare as they were in the current era. According to Juan Lingtan's memories, during the 10,000 years that Rebirth Martial Emperor was in deep slumber, movement techniques started to become rare. Kid, can you let me see your sword? Li Huo asked Juan Lingtan. Of course. Juan Lingtan nodded, then he casually removed the violet meteorite flexible sword from his waist before passing it over to Li Huo. What a good sword. The moment the sword entered his hands, Li Huo could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Sizing up the sword in his hand, he quickly noticed that it was forged from the violet meteorite from the other day. To forget this sword. It was Manager Long, Juan Lingtan truthfully said. No wonder. I was right to think that in the entire Fresh Breeze town, there shouldn't be anyone else with such superb skill in forging besides him. The entire sword looks like it was shaped by nature. There are no man-made marks or traces on it. Li Huo complimented the sword before casually returning it to Juan Lingtan. The little fatty's eyes shined brilliantly as he loudly shouted, "Boss, your sword is forged from violet ore, right? I'll go get Manager Long to forge me one later." This is the absolute best weapon for deceit. Violet ore. Juan Lingtan shook his head. This guy loved to pretend he knew about things he didn't. At this moment, Fifth Elder Liting gave the little fatty a smack on the back of his head. Kid, don't come here and pretend you know about things you don't. How could Violet ore have such strong malleability? Little fatty pouted as he felt wronged. How would I know? Everyone was amused by him and started laughing. Abruptly, Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked towards Juan Lingtan and asked, "Your movement technique was passed down to you by your teacher?" Towards Li Nanfeng's inquiry, Juan Lingtan was prepared. Yes. For a moment, including Li Nanfeng and Li Huo, all of the Li family elders besides Li Ru looked at Juan Lingtan with envious gazes. In their opinion, Juan Lingtan being able to be the disciple of a grade 7 alchemist was extremely good fortune. Juan Lingtan was quiet for a moment before slowly saying, "Patriarch, at that time, my teacher gave me 2 sets of movement techniques and asked me to thoroughly memorize them. Only then did he let me return. The movement technique that I cultivate requires an extremely strong flexibility of the body to be cultivated. The other movement technique is suitable for anyone to cultivate. I'll share it with the Li family. How about it?" What? Juan Lingtan's words caused the atmosphere in the audience hall to freeze up. Heavy sounds of breathing could be heard one after another. Li Nanfeng drew in a deep breath as he asked hunchily, You really mean it?" "Yes." "Give me half a month's time so I can write it out." Juan Lingtan nodded, then he said, "This movement technique is a middle-grade profound rank movement technique named Swift Wind Steps." "A middle-grade profound rank movement technique?" The Li family members started breathing rapidly. Looking at everyone's serious expressions, Juan Lingtan smiled embarrassedly. "Of course, if the family is willing to give me some silver coins as repayment, I wouldn't mind." What Juan Lingtan said caused the atmosphere in the room to ease up. Li Nanfeng readily said, "No problem. How about I give you another 100,000 silver coins?" "Thank you, Patriarch." Juan Lingtan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The movement technique he mentioned was just the lowest ranked movement technique he could find in Rebirth Martial Emperor's entire memory, so he didn't expect it to be sold for 100,000 silver coins. Li Nanfeng continued, "Of course, this movement technique is absolutely not only worth these few silver coins, but our Li family's liquid funds are insufficient, so we'll just give you 100,000 in advance. In the future, if you need anything, the Li family will help you without a doubt. I believe that all the fellow elders will agree with my decision. The Li family elders hurriedly nodded. As far as they were concerned, the temptation of the movement technique was just too big. Then I'll go home and start writing down the movement technique and pass it to Patriarch as soon as possible. Duan Lingtan said his farewells and then left the audience hall together with Kerr and his mother. Today's matter will be considered a family secret. No one is allowed to spread it. After Duan Lingtan and his family left, Li Nanfeng's expression was extremely serious as he put down the gag order. Yes, the elders nodded. They all knew the weight of the matter. Spreading the news at this moment would only disadvantage the Li family. Fifth elder Li Ting gave a stare to the little fatty who was eagerly looking out. Stinking kid, did you hear him? Yes, I did. Little fatty nodded. His expression had a sense of loss. What's wrong with you now? Li Ting frowned as he asked this. Father, did you notice that boss was ignoring me? It must be because I told you about Fang Qian breaking through. Boss is angry now. Sigh, if I knew this would happen earlier, I wouldn't have told you. Little fatty said in all seriousness. Pa. Li Ting slapped the little fatty on the head again. What did you say just now? Say it again. Nothing, nothing. A wise man knows when to retreat. The little fatty hurriedly shook his head. The Li family disciple with a different surname, Duan Lingtan, who was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage, killed the Fang family's manager, Fang Qian, who was a 1st level formation martial artist, with only one sword strike. News of this quickly spread throughout the entire Fresh Breeze town. This made Fresh Breeze town once again see Duan Lingtan in a new light. Only 15 but so monstrous. Once he grows up, will Fresh Breeze town still be able to hold him? Forget about Fresh Breeze town. With his natural talent, even in the large cities outside, how many of those large clans' genius disciples will be able to compete with him? With only his 7th level body tempering cultivation and one sword strike, he killed a 1st level core formation martial artist. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I heard he even used a movement technique. Even in our Fresh Breeze town's 3 families, I've never heard of any family having a movement technique. I wonder where he learned his movement technique from. The news that spread across Fresh Breeze town and gave rise to much discussion naturally spread to the Li family and every Li family member. Little G. In a spacious courtyard, a shrill and sorrowful cry sounded. With it came a trace of endless pain. Big brother. Following the first cry was a second slightly immature sorrowful cry. In the room, a youth whose body seemed as if it didn't have any bones lied on a bed. One of his hands was tightly grasping a bloodied dagger while the other hand's wrist had been cut open. The blood was still wet, so it was obviously cut open recently. At this moment, the youth breathed his last breath. No, no. Little G. Little G. This middle-aged man was in his prime, but now he looked like he had aged over 10 years. His sideburns had become completely white thanks to the recent events. His face was filled with melancholy, but that quickly changed into a sinister expression. Duan Lingtan, Duan Lingtan. I want you dead, I want you dead. This person was indeed the Li family's 7th elder, Li Kun. He didn't expect that his son would feel so much despair that he'd commit suicide when he heard the news about Duan Lingtan killing Fang Qian instead of being killed. He knew that during these past few months, the only thing that made his son want to continue living was his desire to see Duan Lingtan killed by Fang Qian. But who would have known that Duan Lingtan wouldn't be killed and was even living happily? He had even become the Li family's hero. Dad, let's not fight with Duan Lingtan anymore. Now even the Grand Elder stands at his side. We can't defeat him, we can't. Li Xin was drenched in tears as he persuaded his father. Duan Lingtan's dominating demeanor caused him to feel despair. Pa. Li Kun's face distorted as he raised his hand and slapped Li Xin on the head while coldly saying, "You useless thing, that's the person who caused your brother's death. He is our mortal enemy. I can't believe you're actually talking like this. Are you worthy of your brother?" Li Xin stood there in the side full of grievance. His eyes were red, but he did not dare to even breathe loudly. "Help your brother change his clothes. Once Dad gets back, we'll bury him properly," Li Kun said to Li Xin before quickly walking out of the house without even turning back. "Dad, what are you going to do?" Li Xin hurriedly asked, but Li Kun completely ignored him. Li Kun exited the courtyard, left the Li family estate, and walked straight toward the Fang family estate. A sinister expression filled his face. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourselves for standing by a disciple with a different surname and giving up on my son." He had a plan in his heart. He planned to tell the Fang family about the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid's medicinal formula that was in Duan Lingtan's possession. He was confident that the Fang family would surely be interested in the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. At that time, when the Fang family and the Li family starts disputing over the matter, combined with the Fang families and Duan Lingtan's grievances, the Fang family will surely not let Duan Lingtan off. Seeing the Fang family estate in front of his eyes, the corner of Li Kun's mouth curled into a cold smile. For the sake of taking revenge for his son, he chose to betray his family. But just when he was about to reach the main door of the Fang family estate, he felt his eyes go black and he lost consciousness. When he dizzily awoke, he noticed that he was in a sealed, secret chamber. In the chamber were 2 people looking at him calmly. When he recognized them, his expression couldn't help but change. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, why are you 2 here?" "Li Kun, we gave you a chance." Li Nanfeng gazed at him with a complicated expression as he sighed. "Patriarch," as if he realized something, Li Kun's expression changed greatly. Then he kneeled on the floor and started crying. I'm wrong, Patriarch, forgive me. I still want to keep my life to watch my son grow up." "Take wrong one step, and every step after will also be wrong." "Li Kun, you have been blinded by hatred. Have you ever truly thought about it? The conflict between your family and the 9th Elder's family, where did it actually start from?" "Don't tell me it's only the fault of the 9th Elder's family," Li Huo said indifferently. In his palm was a white flame that was slowly burning, emitting a trace of a terrifying aura. When Li Kun saw this, he instantly guessed what was going to happen next. His face distorted as he pleaded, "Grand Elder, don't." Whoosh! The white flame in Li Huo's hand jumped out and instantly expanded, enveloping Li Kun. Instantly, Li Kun wasn't even able to emit a shrill cry before he was completely vaporized, only leaving behind a pile of residue. An alchemist's pill fire was one of the hottest fires on Cloud Continent. Only a weapons craftsman's weapon flame could be compared to it. Li Ji committed suicide. Duan Lingtan was slightly shocked when he heard of this, but he didn't feel any pity. At that time, if Li Ji hadn't proclaimed that he would cripple him, due to the fact they were both of the same family, he would not have been so merciless towards Li Ji. It could be said that what happened to Li Ji was all his own doing. What Duan Lingtan was worried about now was the reaction of 7th Elder Li Kun. 7th Elder Li Kun was a 3rd-level core formation martial artist. If he really wanted to attack Duan Lingtan, he could find a chance at any moment as they were both in the Li family estate. But Duan Lingtan quickly heard that 7th Elder Li Kun had gone missing. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Outside Fresh Breeze Town, 2 figures that were fatigued from their journey rode their horses into Fresh Breeze Town. One of them was a middle-aged man and the other a 20-something-year-old young man. The young man's expression had a lofty arrogance as he said disdainfully, "Fourth uncle, this broken-down town isn't even as big as our Duan family estate." Crackle. The youth stood up inside the bath barrel and slowly stretched his body. His bones made clear and melodious sounds as they rubbed against each other, gripping his hands into fists. The corners of the youth's mouth curled up into a smile. 3 more 7 treasures body tempering liquid baths and I should be able to break through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Once I break through, my strength will more than double. Because his cultivation level was going up once again, the youth's mood was superb. After putting on some clothes, Duan Lingtan walked out of his room with narrow eyes. He looked at the young girl who was drenched in sweat and swinging the violet meteorite flexible sword. His expression emitted a feeling of tender love. He had observed the painstaking cultivation that the young girl had gone through in these past few months, and his heart ached. "Young master." When the young girl noticed Duan Lingtan, she put her violet meteorite flexible sword in the sheath on her waist and smiled sweetly as she went to greet him. "Are you tired?" Duan Lingtan asked. He extended his hand and slightly dominatingly took the young girl's handkerchief from her. Then he proceeded to wipe the sweat off the young girl's face with an expression of gentleness. There was only tenderness in his eyes. The young girl lightly shook her head. Her delicate and exquisite face had a smile of happiness. As far as she was concerned, for the sake of the young master, no matter how tired she was, it was worth it. "Boss, boss. Just when the youth and young girl were like a couple gazing at each other, two abrupt shouts from outside the courtyard broke the happy atmosphere. Duan Lingtan's face couldn't help but become grim. This damn fatty really knows how to choose his timing. The young girl smiled lightly and considerately said, "Young master, he's looking for you so urgently. Maybe there's an important matter." Duan Lingtan nodded and replied, "Get in here." The little fatty walked in from outside and said to Duan Lingtan, "Boss, you have guests at my house." Duan Lingtan was dazed. He didn't understand what little fatty meant. "Yeah. It's some people from the Duan clan. There were two of them. I heard from outside the audience hall that ninth elder referred to a middle-aged man as fourth brother, and he addressed ninth elder as third sister-in-law," the little fatty said. He had a look of wanting to seek credit. Third sister-in-law. Don't tell me. Duan Lingtan's heart skipped a beat. Even in the past Duan Lingtan's memories, there were none about his father. Obviously, ever since he was old enough to understand things, he had never seen his father, not even once. Towards that mysterious father of his, although Duan Lingtan didn't miss him, he was still curious in his heart. He wanted to know what kind of man would be so merciless as to leave his wife and son. Let's go take a look." Holding the young girl's hand, Duan Lingtan walked quickly out of his house. "Boss, wait for me. You can't be ungrateful." Seeing Duan Lingtan and Kerr walking out in the blink of an eye, the little fatty started shouting loudly as he hurriedly followed behind them. The Li family's audience hall was close at hand. Suddenly, Duan Lingtan's gaze fixed upon a figure walking towards him from the direction of the audience hall. It was a 20-something-year-old young man with an expression of arrogance. It was as if the whole world owed him money. "Boss, he is one of the Duan clan members that arrived, and he's really arrogant. He was even looking down upon the patriarch and ninth elder," the little fatty said to Duan Lingtan in a light voice when he noticed the young man walking over. Duan clan. Duan Lingtan gave him another glance. At this moment, the young man noticed the three of them. When his gaze fell upon the young girl beside Duan Lingtan, his gaze couldn't move away. He stared at her with a burning gaze mixed with a trace of greed and lust. The young girl's willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. Just as she revealed a displeased expression, a figure stepped forward and like a mountain stood in front of her, blocking the person's gaze. It's like he was there to keep out the wind and rain, causing her heart to feel incomparable warmth. The young man frowned and his expression turned grim. But when he noticed the facial features of the youth that blocked in front of the young girl, his pupils constricted, even his tone became more hurried. "You're Duan Lingtan? You know me?" Duan Lingtan was dazed. After searching through the memories in his head, he couldn't find anything about the person in front of him. But why would the young man know him? "Humphrey, you grew up to have the same moral conscience as your short-lived father." The young man grunted. His eyes started emitting a cold killing intent. Even Duan Lingtan didn't know why someone who he hadn't met before would emit such a killing intent towards him. His heart jerked as he remembered how the young man mentioned his father. Don't tell me this young man has an irreconcilable enmity and hatred towards that father that I have never met. If I'm not remembering wrongly, you're 15 this year. 15 years old and at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. You must have inherited your short-lived father's natural talent. But with only this amount of strength, in the eyes of Duan Lingxing, you are no different from an ant. As Duan Lingxing spoke, he took a step forward. His body moved like a flash of lightning straight towards Duan Lingtan. At the same time, a vast amount of origin energy gathered in his right hand, causing it to start shaking abruptly, striking out a palm with immense force. Instantly, the forces of heaven unshook and 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes developed above him. The strength behind this palm strike was actually equal to the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingxing was clearly a 6th level Cal formation martial artist. Only a 6th level core formation martial artist at full strength would be capable of drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop into 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Never would Duan Lingtan have expected that the young man would suddenly come for his life. His face distorted as his body abruptly inclined backwards. Before he could fully dodge the attack, Duan Lingxing's palm strike was already upon his chest. Instantly, he felt as if he was sent flying by a 10,000-pound stone. He was blasted out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. As he was in the air, Duan Lingtan's throat had a sweet taste. After lightly coughing, Blood dyed the ground. It was unpleasant to the eye yet attention-drawing. Young master, boss. The young girl and the little fatty's faces changed greatly as they flew towards Duan Lingtan and supported him up. Their expressions were filled with rage as they looked at Duan Ling crossing. Duan Lingtan took in a deep breath. If he hadn't used his spirit serpent movement technique to incline his body backwards earlier, Duan Lingxing's palm strike could have easily taken his life. At the instant, the proximity of death caused a lingering fear in his heart. But after his heart stopped palpitating with fear, all he was left with was a belly full of rage. Duan Lingtan's expression was grim as he stared at Duan Ling crossing. In an extremely low and deep voice, he said, "I don't think there are any ill feelings between us, so why did you suddenly want to kill me?" From the time the young man proclaimed his name, Duan Lingtan was aware that the relationship between them wouldn't be simple, since their names were only different by one word. But he couldn't understand why the young man would be so merciless towards him, going straight for his life. "I didn't think that you could actually dodge 80% of my palm's strength. I take back what I said earlier, you can compare to an ant." Duan Lingxing took a step forward and looking condescendingly at Duan Lingtan as a sneer appeared on his face. "As for what you said about no ill feelings, then you're extremely wrong. Your short-lived father didn't take the relationship between brothers into consideration that year, crippling my father's danshan and causing him to live a lifetime of pain. Now, can you still say we have no ill feelings between each other?" Duan Lingtan drew in a deep breath. "So that's how it was." Following which, he coldly glanced at Duan Lingxing as he mocked, "If you're really capable, you can go ahead and find the person that crippled your dad and take revenge. Taking it out on me only means that you're incapable. The son pays the debts of the father." Duan Lingxing coldly laughed and waved his hand. As his body shot out, the same palm strike from earlier struck out once more. "I want to see how you dodge my palm strike this time." Whoosh! At this moment, the young girl beside Duan Lingtan moved. Sword drawing arts. An extremely swift violet sword flashed by, moving to intercept Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Duan Lingxing's smile became even colder as his hands closed together and caught the young girl's sword. Origin energy bursting forth, he struck the sword with his palm. Immediately, the young girl's delicate figure started trembling, then she spat out a mouthful of blood and her sword was sent flying. The young girl used the sword to support herself as she managed to stand up with great effort. Her face was as pale as paper. The young girl being injured caused Duan Lingtan's face to change greatly and his eyes emitted strong killing intent. Using spirit serpent movement technique, he instantly appeared in front of Duan Ling crossing, with his right hand touching his waist. Sword drawing technique. "Humphrey, you're overestimating yourself." Duan Lingxing snorted coldly as his hands grabbed out once again. Immediately, Duan Lingtan was blasted away just like the young girl was. Duan Lingtan, who was already heavily injured, once again fiercely fell to the ground. It was difficult for him to even stand up. "Young master." Ke cried out sorrowfully. Her delicate body trembled and she fell to the ground due to the sword in her hand being unable to support her any longer. Although she fell to the ground, Ka, whose clear eyes were filled with tears, still crawled workingly towards Duan Lingtan. When he saw this, an incomparable jealousy surged within Duan Lingxing's eyes. His legs shook as he flew out towards Duan Lingtan. Killing intent started emitting from his eyes as he sent out a palm strike with immense force. Above Duan Lingxing were 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes. "Boss!" Just at this moment, accompanied by a loud exclamation, a figure that was like a ball blocked Duan Lingxing's path, taking his palm strike head-on. He flew back more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. He didn't make a single sound after. "Li Xuan." Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted and his expression changed greatly. His voice sounded wretched and cold, and his slightly immature face started to tremble. He never expected that Li Xuan would take Duan Lingxing's palm strike for him. At this moment, infinite regret surged in his heart. He hated himself for being incapable. He hated himself for not treating Li Xuan better. "Is it painful?" Seeing this, Duan Lingxing laughed while looking at Duan Lingtan with a mocking expression. Duan Lingtan didn't say anything, but the gaze with which he looked at Duan Lingxing was filled with a bloodthirsty coldness, and his body emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. This killing intent suffused itself into the air, causing Duan Lingxing's expression to change. He subconsciously moved a step backwards, Duan Linxing was, after all, only a 20-something-year-old young man. How could he all of a sudden be able to withstand Duan Lingtan's bloody thirsty killing intent from his infinite massacres in his previous life? Trash. Duan Lingtan's mouth curled up coldly, as if ridiculing Duan Linxing's cowardice. Duan Linxing's expression turned grim. Never had he expected that he would be forced to step backwards by the imposing manner of a 15-year-old. The embarrassment made him angry. Then 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. A merciless palm strike was going straight towards Duan Lingtan. Young master. Kerr emitted a shrill and sorrowful cry. Stop. Seeing Duan Lingtan about to lose his life to Duan Linxing, a loud shout came from afar. A giant palm made of origin energy appeared out of thin air, flew forward, and grabbed Duan Ling crossing. Instantly, Duan Linxing's palm strike towards Duan Lingtan hit an empty space. The person who lent a hand was the person leading the 3 people who had flown out of the Li family's audience hall, a middle-aged man whose face was filled with stubble. At this moment, the middle-aged man was frowning. Nascent soul stage. Li Nanfeng's pupils constricted as he followed from behind. Origin energy discharge, something only nascent soul and above martial artists were capable of it. 10. A gentle and graceful figure flew out to Duan Lingtan's side. After examining her son's injuries, Li Ru's icy cold gaze fell upon Duan Ling crossing. Duan Linxing, no matter what, my son is still your cousin, and you actually attacked so mercilessly. Duan Linxing sneered as he said, in a sarcastic voice, my good third aunt, don't you forget, third uncle crippled my father's dungeon that year, causing my dad's life to be painful beyond death. I just wanted to let my cousin repay some interest on that debt. Enough. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble frowned and coldly shouted, Linxing, if you want to act in such an unrestrained manner, you can scram back to the clan right now. Duan Linxing laughed dryly. Fourth uncle, I won't say any more. Duan Lingtan looked at Li Nanfeng, gritted his teeth, and said, Patriarch, hurry and take Li Xuan to see Grand Elder. Only now did Li Nanfeng notice Li Xuan lying not too far from them. His face changed greatly as he carried Li Xuan and flew towards Grand Elder's residence. Subsequently, Duan Lingtan came back to his senses and painfully crawled over to Kerr, who was also crawling over to him. When he got close enough, he grabbed her hand and asked, Ka, are you alright? Young master, I am fine. The young girl firmly shook her head. Liru helped Duan Lingtan and Kerr up. Then she took in a deep breath and looked towards the middle-aged man with the face full of stubble. This is your fourth uncle. Mom, I don't know him and I don't want to know him. Duan Lingtan gazed coldly at the middle-aged man, his face full of disdain. Don't be disrespectful. Liru's willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. Mom, respect is something that is given to a senior who is worthy of it. A person who doesn't treat their juniors fairly, on what grounds would I respect him on? Duan Lingtan swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze. Ever since he appeared, the middle-aged man had not once reprimanded Duan Ling crossing. A person who wasn't impartial was unworthy of being his senior. Fourth brother, I'm sorry, I've spoiled. Liru looked at the middle-aged man apologetically. Third sister-in-law, I understand, I don't blame Lingtan. The middle-aged man sighed before saying, what happened today was my fault. If only I hadn't suddenly felt the urge to come see third sister-in-law while I passed by Fresh Breeze Town. It wouldn't have. Never mind, I'll take my leave now. The middle-aged man looked apologetically at Duan Lingtan as he finished speaking. Then he took Duan Linxing and left. Before Duan Linxing left, he shot a cold and indifferent gaze at Duan Lingtan. The corners of his mouth had a trace of a mocking smile of ridicule. Crack. Duan Lingtan clenched his fist tightly. The sound of his bones rubbing against each other sounded constantly and his eyes were emitting a bloody thirsty killing intent. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had encountered such humiliation. This enmity and hatred was irreconcilable. Sooner or later, he will make Duan Linxing pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. No matter who Duan Linxing was, no matter his identity, status, or the relationship between them. Abruptly, as if he remembered something, Duan Lingtan looked up towards his mother with an impatient expression. Mom, I'll be going to Grand Elder's residence. I want to go see how Li Xuan is doing. Mum will support you and Kerr back home to rest first, Liru said with concern. Mom, I'm aware of my injuries. I just need to get a grade 9 gold injury pill from Grand Elder and I'll be fine. You carry Kerr back while I go see Li Xuan and bring Kerr a grade 9 gold injury pill as well. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtan released Liru's hand and gritted his teeth as he slowly walked away. Young master, I'll go with you, the young girl stubbornly said. Ka, be obedient and go home. Duan Lingtan looked at the young girl with a serious expression. Only then did the young girl nod. She went home with the support of Liru. Only after Duan Lingtan arrived at the Grand Elder's residence and got a grade 9 gold injury pill from Li Huo did his injuries finally recover slightly. But he quickly noticed that Li Huo's face was getting uglier by the second, which made his heart jerk. Grand Elder, how's Li Xuan's injuries? Xuan. Just when Li Huo was about to respond to Duan Lingtan, a figure flashed into the room like the wind. When he noticed the blacked-out Li Xuan, his expression became ugly. He looked towards Li Huo and said, Grand Elder, my son Luckily, this kid has thick skin and thick flesh. His internal organs aren't injured, but his chest bone is almost completely shattered, so I'm afraid he won't last much longer. Li Huo sighed. What? Duan Lingtan and 5th Elder Li Ting's faces both changed greatly. Grand Elder, is there any way to save him? Li Ting looked towards Li Huo. His heart was burning with anxiety. He would survive if we gave him a bone formation pill, but this pill went extinct years ago. I've only seen it recorded in some ancient books. Li Huo shook his head with an expression of helplessness. Bone formation pill. When he heard this, Duan Lingtan immediately searched through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Eventually, he found the medicinal formula for the bone formation pill. Duan Lingtan looked toward Li Huo and said, Grand Elder, I have the bone formation pill's medicinal formula. Splendid. Li Ting excitedly said. But don't get happy too early. The bone formation pill is a grade 8 medicinal pill, so only a grade 8 alchemist or above is capable of refining it. Even if I have the medicinal formula, I'm incapable of refining it. Li Huo sighed. The difference between a grade 8 alchemist and a grade 9 alchemist was like the difference between heaven and earth. Subsequently, Li Huo looked at Duan Lingtan. Kid, in 3 days, can you get in contact with your teacher? Teacher? Duan Lingtan was dazed. That grade 7 alchemist teacher of his was made up. There was no such person on this world. He could only laugh bitterly. Grand Elder, my teacher is secretive about his whereabouts. After passing on the medicinal formulas to me, he left Fresh Breeze Town and I have no way of finding him. Then I can't do anything. Li Huo shook his head and sighed. Grand Elder, how long can my son hold on for? Li Ting asked. 3 days at most. Li Huo replied. 3 days? Li Ting's face changed greatly. 3 days is too short. That's not enough time to notify his grandfather. Grand Elder, is there any way to prolong his life? I'm powerless. Li Huo shook his head. I might have a way, Duan Lingtan said before looking at Li Ting. 5th Elder, I can endeavor to lengthen Li Xuan's remaining time by a month, but can Li Xuan's grandfather find a grade 8 alchemist in such a short amount of time? Duan Lingtan had long ago realized that Li Xuan's grandfather was no ordinary person. It wouldn't be surprising if he could invite a grade 8 alchemist over. I don't even need a month, half a month should be enough. Lingtan, it's up to you. Li Ting turned around and walked out, only leaving behind his last sentence. He obviously trusted Duan Lingtan without even a shred of doubt. The more he was like this, the more guilty Duan Lingtan felt. Kid, do you really have a way? Li Huo asked. Grand Elder, I have the medicinal formula for a type of medicinal liquid. As long as Li Xuan's body soaks in the liquid, it will be able to prolong his bones' vitality for another month, Duan Lingtan said. What materials are needed? I'll get someone to buy them. Li Huo's gaze shone. Duan Lingtan wrote down the medicinal formula without further ado, including the medicinal material proportions. At this moment, he didn't care about concealing anything, and it was only a low-grade medicinal formula anyway. Li Huo looked through the medicinal formula and couldn't help himself from gasping in admiration. Miraculous. Miraculous. Grand Elder, it's up to you. After finishing what he said, Duan Lingtan got another grade 9 gold injury pill from Li Huo before leaving. Only after bringing the grade 9 gold injury pill home and confirming that Kerr's injuries were not serious did he breathe a breath of relief. If anything had happened to Kerr, he would never have forgiven himself. With Li Ru's origin energy assisting her to dissolve the pill, Kerr's injuries were almost recovered by dusk. Duan Lingtan's injuries were more serious, so he needed to rest for a few more days. Then, is Li Xuan alright? When she found out from Kerr that Li Xuan also got injured, Li Ru was worried about Li Xuan's injuries. If it wasn't for Li Xuan, she might not have been able to see her son anymore in this lifetime. Mom, he will be fine, Duan Lingtan said seriously. Mom believes you. Li Ru nodded. Mom. Suddenly, Duan Lingtan looked towards his mother but hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask about the father he had never met, but he didn't know how to ask. Then, go back and rest. Mum will tell you about what you want to know tomorrow. Li Ru saw through Duan Lingtan's thoughts. Okay. Duan Lingtan nodded before returning to his room to rest. Lying on his bed, Duan Lingtan looked towards the ceiling. His eyes flashed coldly. I originally thought that with my current cultivation progress and my current natural talent, not even mentioning Fresh Breeze Town, even in the cities outside, there would not be many who could compete against me. That Duan Lingxing is only 20-something years old, but his cultivation has already stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. When he uses his full power, he is able to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Today, if I hadn't used the spirit serpent movement technique to incline my body backwards in time, his first palm strike would have certainly killed me. At this moment, only Duan Lingtan realized how weak he was. Although he was able to kill a first-level Cal formation martial artist out of luck, he was powerless against a 6th-level core formation Duan Ling crossing. Even when he had attacked with drawing sword arts at full strength, it was have easily been stopped by Duan Ling crossing. The difference in cultivation between him and Duan Lingxing was like a chasm. Duan Lingxing. Whenever he thought of this name from now on, Duan Lingtan would not be able to stop himself from having a flame burn in his heart and emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent. For the first time ever, he strongly desired to kill a person. This desire was something he didn't experience even in his past life. After a moment, he thought about Li Xuan. To be honest, since the beginning, although he had accepted Li Xuan as a little brother on the surface, he was still a little distant from him in his heart. After all, in his previous life, he was betrayed by his best brother, causing him to be unable to easily trust a so-called brother. But this time, Li Xuan, with no regard for his own life, used his own body to help him block that lethal attack. This truly touched Duan Lingtan's heartstrings. At this moment, he really thought of Li Xuan as his brother. 2 days later, Duan Lingtan's cultivation finally broke through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. 3 days after he broke through, Kerr's breakthrough followed. Duan Lingtan's was once again shocked by Kerr's natural talent. In his opinion, at Kerr's current cultivation speed, she could very possibly surpass him in the future. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. 5th Elder Liting returned. He was worn out from his journey. Following him was an old man in fine clothes. The old man had a face that reflected his experience in the vicissitudes of life, but in the middle of his brows, traces of worry could be seen. Under Li Ting's introduction, Duan Lingtan found out that the old man was actually Li Xuan's grandfather, and a grade 8 alchemist. Now Duan Lingtan finally understood why Li Xuan was so rich. A grade 8 alchemist, someone who represented a huge amount of wealth. But the old man wasn't too amicable to Duan Lingtan. His expression was grim as he said, "You're Duan Lingtan? I heard about how the only reason Li Xuan was injured is because of you. If anything happens to Li Xuan, I will not let you off." Duan Lingtan smiled bitterly. He was powerless to retort. Li Xuan was indeed injured because of him, and because of this he deeply felt guilty. After that, he took out the medicinal formula he had prepared earlier and passed it to the old man. "Senior, this is the bone formation pills medicinal formula. We've already prepared the medicinal materials, so you can start refining at any moment." The old man took the medicinal formula. As he roughly looked through it, his murky eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Then Grand Elder Li Huo led him to a silent chamber. Starting pill refinement. Lingtan, Xuan's grandfather has always been straightforward. What he said just now, don't take it to heart. 5th Elder gave Duan Lingtan regretful smile. He never once blamed Duan Lingtan for Li Xuan's injuries. He knew that it was his son's choice, and he would honor his son's choice. He even felt proud of his son. From this incident, he noticed that his son had finally truly grown up and was able to take on responsibilities. Fifth elder, if you put it like that, I feel even guiltier. All of this only happened because of me. Duan Lingtan shook his head, then his eyes flashed with a cold light. But Li Xuan's enmity, one day, I will take revenge for him with my own two hands. That I believe. Li Ting nodded. He didn't have a shred of doubt. 3 hours later, the old man finally walked out of the silent chamber. He fed the bone formation pill to the fatty inside the medicinal bath. After he did so, he pressed his hand on Li Xuan's stanchion, causing vast amounts of origin energy to burst forth. This helped Li Xuan process the bone formation pill. The people who were present could clearly see that Li Xuan's originally slightly sunken chest was slowly moving upwards, recovering to its normal state. After seeing this, the old man lightly slapped Li Xuan's chubby face, waking him up. For this period of time, to prevent Li Xuan from feeling pain, Grand Elder Li Hua gave him a type of medicinal pill which made him go into a deep sleep for half a month. For this past half month, Li Xuan's vitality was sustained only by relying upon the medicinal liquid. Suddenly, the little fatty woke up. After opening up his small eyes, he sat up with a perplexed expression. The first thing he saw was the familiar old man, so his eyes flashed with shock. Grandfather, how did you die too? The little fatty's first words on waking up caused the old man to be at a loss on whether to cry or laugh, so he then jokingly scolded, "Kid, you haven't seen your grandfather in so long, but you curse me the moment you see me. I'm not dead." The little fatty had an expression of disbelief as he pinched his arm and thigh. Only now did he realize that he really wasn't dead. He couldn't help but be shocked. "I'm really not dead." "Grandfather, what's going on? Don't tell me what happened earlier was only a dream." "You stinking kid, you're not dreaming," Li Ting jokingly scolded. When he saw his son wake up, his heart, which was in his throat, finally eased up. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtan, who was standing at the door, let out a breath of relief, then the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He didn't want to disturb Li Xuan's family reunion, so he went home alone and entered his room. While lying there on the bed, his eyes flickered and Duan Lingtan's gaze became slightly misted. Thinking back to what his mother told him half a month ago, he still felt it to be unbelievable. It turned out that his father was a member of the Duan clan in the Imperial City. Out of the direct line of disciples of the same generation, he was ranked number 3, and he was one of the Duan clan's rare martial Dao geniuses. At the age of 16, he broke through to the core formation stage. At age 20, he broke through to the origin core stage. At age 27, he succeeded in stepping into the nascent soul stage. When his father broke through to the nascent soul stage, his mother got pregnant with him. But just at this time, a piece of grievous news reached the Duan clan, overturning everything that was happy. His father had brought along a few Duan clan disciples and entered a mysterious place, but he never came out. The only reason his father went to that place was to find a type of medicinal catalyst called Soaring epithylium for his mother. He was going to invite an alchemist to refine it into a breath of life pill for Li Ru to consume. With Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Lingtan naturally knew what a breath of life pill was. It was an extremely rare medicinal pill. If consumed by a pregnant woman, it would not only allow the fetus to be impervious to diseases, it would even be able to use the fetus's congenital chi to help the mother alter her constitution and even increase her natural talent in the martial Dao. This proved that everything his father did was for his mother and him. But unfortunately, his father paid the price of his life for his efforts. At least, all of the Duan clan people thought of it that way. His father was the backbone of their family. With his father being missing, it meant that the backbone of their family had crumbled. Some of the people who used to be envious of his father started use any means possible to create difficulties for his mother. His mother was worried about the safety of Duan Lingtan, who was still inside her belly, so in the end, she chose to return to her family, which was Fresh Breeze Townsley family. As for Duan Lingxing, Duan Lingxing's father was his father's second brother. Although both were direct line disciples, but they didn't have any blood relations. Duan Lingxing's father was always arrogant and conceited, and he was always envious of his father. Once in a just and honorable sparring match, Duan Lingxing's father continued to be overbearing even when he was losing. In the end, Duan Lingtan's father accidentally crippled Duan Lingxing's father's dungeon. Like father like son, equally arrogant and conceited. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curled up in a sneer, his eyes emitting killing intent. At the same time, when he realized how difficult it must have been for his mother all those years ago, he felt even more heartache for her. Even though he was actually the weapons specialist Lingtan from Earth, after merging with the old Duan Lingtan's memories, he had long ago become the real Duan Lingtan. There was now no distinction between the two, so he felt all of this as if it happened to himself. I never thought that I had such a great father. If only he was still alive. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh. His father has been missing without a trace for a full 16 years. The chances of him being alive were extremely tiny. 16 years of time. If his father was still alive, he should have long ago come to look for his mother and him. Duan Rufeng. He deeply remembered this name in his heart. This was the name of his father. Boss. Boss. While Duan Lingtan was still pondering, a familiar cry sounded from outside. In the past, when he heard this voice, he would feel annoyed. But now his face had a warm smile. As he walked out of his room, Duan Lingtan saw the little fatty who looked as if nothing had happened to him. You just recovered and need to rest properly. If you want anything, you can wait until after you've recovered. Boss, I heard everything from my dad. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't be alive anymore. Little fatty rubbed the back of his head as he smiled slyly. Don't talk like that. You only got injured to save me. What I did was only to make amends. Duan Lingtan shook his head, recalling the scene from half a month ago. His eyes could not help but flash with a trace of being moved. That day, why did you block that palm strike for me? Duan Lingtan asked the little fatty. Even I don't know. The little fatty smiled embarrassedly. I didn't think too much at that time. All I thought was that if boss dies, then no one would teach me the inscription technique in the future. Grandfather said that I don't have the talent to be an alchemist, so if I want to earn big money, then I can only become an inscription master. You scoundrel. So the reason you learned the inscription technique was to earn big money? Duan Lingtan couldn't help but jokingly scold. Boss, I told you the truth. You won't stop teaching me the inscription technique, right? The little fatty asked worriedly. Don't worry, as long as you want to learn, even if you're as dumb as a log, I'll make you enlightened. Duan Lingtan said. He quickly noticed the little fatty walking towards him, extending his hand, and touching him on the forehead. Damn fatty. What are you doing? Duan Lingtan frowned. Boss, you don't have a fever. Little fatty blinked his small eyes with an expression of disbelief. After hearing what he said, Duan Lingtan shot him an angry stare. This damn fatty was really a contemptible wretch. He couldn't endure others being nice to him. Oh right, boss, my grandfather asked me to pass these silver bills to you. The little fatty took out a stack of silver bills. There were at least a few hundred of them, each being a 1,000 denomination. My grandfather said that you can take it as payment for your bone formation pill medicinal formula. There's a total of 100,000, boss. You can count it. Little fatty passed over the silver bills to Duan Lingtan, but he noticed that Duan Lingtan didn't intend on receiving them. Boss, what's wrong? Duan Lingtan shook his head. Although he lacked money, he knew what money he should take and what money he shouldn't. Li Xuan saved his life. This was more than enough for him to expend everything to repay Li Xuan, so it would be impossible for him to take Li Xuan's money. Boss, you should keep it, the little fatty said again. He guessed the reason why the usually money-loving Duan Lingtan would reject it. What? You've made so much progress that you don't have to listen to what your boss says anymore. Duan Lingtan gave the little fatty a stare and started acting like he was angry. When little fatty saw this, he instantly waned. He put the silver bills back in his pocket. Enough, hurry up and scram back home to rest. In a few days, I'll come by your house and teach you inscriptions. Duan Lingtan drove the little fatty out of the courtyard and let out a breath of relief. Luckily, Li Xuan was alright. If he wasn't, Duan Lingtan would have blamed himself for his entire life. The coming-of-age ceremony, a once-in-a-lifetime experience that is especially important. According to the past rules, the Li family's coming-of-age ceremony is held along with the Fang and Chen families, and this year was no exception. This year, it was the Chen family's turn to host the ceremony. In a few days, you will be adults. Liru said to the couple beside her. Her beautiful face was filled with tender love. Ka, did you hear? We are going to be adults soon, so we can give birth to a grandson for Mom to play with, the youth said to the young girl beside him. Her face instantly blushed bright red as she embarrassedly lowered her head. She was speechless. Stinking brat, you really have a wild imagination. Lyra gave the youth a stare and then continued saying, a granddaughter isn't bad either. She will be as beautiful as Kerr in the future. When Duan Lingtan saw his mother with a serious face, he stopped making fun of her, but once he heard the second half of what she said, he was thoroughly speechless. Could it be that it was hereditary? Did you hear that? Ninth Elder is going to hold her grandchildren soon. If you don't lose weight after the coming of age ceremony, I'll break your legs. With your current figure, what girl would dare to marry you? Nearby, Fifth Elder Li Ting chided little Fatty, who was beside him. The latter had an innocent expression as he looked at the instigator with resentment. Duan Lingtan turned his head away, ignoring him. The coming-of-age ceremony was held by Fresh Breeze Town's 3 families once a year. The people who took part were all those youths and young girls who had recently turned 16. After today, Duan Lingtan, Ka, and Li Xuan would be 16. In the Chen family's estate, Chen family disciples were surrounding the spacious martial arts practice hall. The Chen families, the Li families, and the Fang family's patriarchs were all standing on the high stage. They were responsible for presiding over today's coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony was no more than a simple ceremony. The most important part of it was the friendly battle after the ceremony. The so-called friendly battle was a martial arts spar between the youths and young girls of Fresh Breeze Town's 3 families that attended the coming-of-age ceremony. At the end, the top 10, top 3, and top 1 youths would be decided. They would receive prizes that were prepared respectively by the 3 families. Isn't that Duan Lingtan? Just when over 100 youths and young girls were gathered in the martial arts practice hall, some Hawkeye Chen family disciples recognized one of the youths standing inside. Right, Duan Lingtan happens to be participating in this year's coming-of-age ceremony. Looks like there isn't any suspense in this year's friendly battle. Duan Lingtan will undoubtedly take first place. That is certain. I'm afraid no one would even dare fight him. The Chen family disciples started discussing. He's Duan Lingtan. One of the Chen family disciples looked at the youth from afar and was stupefied. Wasn't this youth the one that came to their Chen family weapon store to buy materials the other day? Wasn't he the one with the possibility of being backed by a weapon craftsman? The coming-of-age ceremony officially started. After the simple ceremony were the speeches from the 3 families' patriarchs. They were no more than some words of encouragement. So boring. Duan Lingtan frowned. He nearly fell asleep from hearing the speeches, causing the young girl beside him to be unable to contain herself and laugh while covering her mouth. The little fatty standing on the other side of Duan Lingtan asked, in a low voice, Boss, can I use inscriptions in the friendly battle after the coming-of-age ceremony? Besides our Li family members, using it on anyone else is up to you, Duan Lingtan lazily said. Boss, if it's not the Li family members, there's no reason for me to use inscriptions. The little fatty was so anxious that he seemed like he was about to cry. He could easily win against the youths and young girls of the Chen and Fang families, but the problem was that a few of the Li family's eldest children were also participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. Towards these few people, he was not confident. Who asked you to be lazy? Giving the little fatty a stare, Duan Lingtan felt fairly helpless. Although he concocted the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid for Li Xuan had an untamed disposition. He was completely unable to calm himself down and cultivate, which was why he was still only at the 4th level of the body-tempering stage. The other elders' children that participated in the coming-of-age ceremony, although they only had the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, they had all stepped into the 5th level of the body-tempering stage now. Forget it. I have no chance of getting into the top 3, but I should be able to get in the top 10. The little fatty was quickly able to accept his fate. Gaining a place in the top 3 to him was just a matter of gaining face. He did not care about the extra prizes in the least. Finally, as the speeches of the 3 patriarchs ended, The friendly battle finally officially began. The youths and young girls of the three families that participated in the coming-of-age ceremony amounted to a total of 121 people. They were divided into two divisions with 60 groups per division. This was to carry out the first round of the elimination battles. But this year's friendly battle had Yuan Lingtan, so it was bound to different. After the three families' patriarchs had a discussion, even though the Fang family's patriarch wasn't extremely willing, he had to acknowledge Yuan Lingtan's strength. They decided to directly award Yuan Lingtan this year's friendly battle's first place position. The youths and young girls present had no objections to this decision. What a joke. Yuan Lingtan had only just recently killed a first-level Cal-formation martial artist, so if he really participated in the friendly battle and they encountered Yuan Lingtan as their opponent, they would unconditionally concede. Fighting with an abnormal person like Yuan Lingtan was absolutely asking to be abused. Yuan Lingtan had surpassed the people of the same age in Fresh Breeze Town a long time ago. Boss, it must be so enjoyable for you. You don't even have to fight in the arena and can directly go to the top at get first place. The little fatty, with his number 32 tag in hand, looked at Yuan Lingtan with an expression of jealousy and admiration. Ignoring the little fatty, Yuan Lingtan looked towards the young girl beside him and asked, "Ka, what number are you?" "Number 7. The young girl lightly smiled. After a short while, the friendly battle began. Seeing the youths and young girls throwing kicks and punches towards each other, Yuan Lingtan started to feel drowsy again. Only when it was Ker's turn did he slightly regain some spirit. The moment Ker went into the arena, she stood there gracefully. Due to her elegant and refined figure with a face like an angel, she quickly drew the attention of everyone. So beautiful. If I could marry a wife like her, I would be willing to have my life shortened by 10 years. Stop daydreaming. Don't you know your own limitations? That is Yuan Lingtan's woman. The surrounding Chen family youths' eyes were shining, greedily staring at the young girl in the arena. 8th level of the body tempering stage. On the high stage, including the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, all three family patriarchs were dumbstruck as they saw through the young girl's cultivation with a glance. Ka's opponent was a slightly timid youth whose cultivation was at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. The youth's attacks were straight and normal, and after being knocked back with a casual palm strike from Ka, he conceded. From start to finish, Ka never used a martial skill. Of course, the main reason was that Ka didn't know any martial skills. It wasn't because Yuan Lingtan was stingy. He gave her such a top-ranked cultivation method like Frost God's sword technique after all. He just didn't care about other ordinary martial skills, and he didn't want Ka to split her focus. At this moment, one of the Chen family's elders fixedly stared at the young girl who was walking down the arena and exclaimed, 8th level of the body tempering stage. Hearing what he said, the surrounding Chen family disciples were instantly petrified. This young girl who had only recently turned 16 was an 8th level body tempering martial artist. The entire martial arts practice hall quickly found out about the young girl's cultivation level, and everyone who heard about it became petrified. Only regaining their senses after a long time, everyone was looking towards the beautiful young girl who was embarrassedly chatting with Yuan Lingtan. She is an 8th level body tempering martial artist. You're kidding, right? It was 3rd elder who said so. Do you think he would be joking? FK. Not only is this Yuan Lingtan himself a freak, even the people beside him are freaks. The friendly battle progressed like a raging fire. When dusk arrived later that day, the final result was out. First, Yuan Lingtan. Second, Ke. Third, Li Sheng. Fourth, Li. Fifth, Li Ku. Sixth, Li Xuan. Out of the top 10, the first 6 were all Li family members. The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, had a face full of smiles. It was not one bit unexpected to him. The Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li, had an astonished expression. Never had he thought that there would be such a result. The Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, had a gloomy expression. In the top 10, the Fang family only took one spot. Next was the award ceremony. For first place, Yuan Lingtan received 300 silver coins and 2 body tempering pills. For second and third place, Ke and Li Sheng received 200 silver coins and 1 body tempering pill each. The other 7 people only received 100 silver coins. Stingy, too stingy. Yuan Lingtan received the first prize, which many people were jealous of, but he had an unsatisfied expression as he casually put the money in his pocket. young master. Meanwhile, Ke cutely gave her prize to Duan Lingtan. For a moment, the surrounding fiery gazes looked like they were going to burn Duan Lingtan. At a corner of the martial arts practice hall, Shen Me, who was like the bright moon surrounded by stars, looked at the nearby couple while lightly biting her lips. When she looked at the young girl, her clear eyes flashed with a trace of jealousy and envy. As night fell, the coming-of-age ceremony came to an end. Both the Fang and Chen families' patriarchs called for an emergency meeting that night. The purpose of the meeting was naturally to discuss the performance of the Li family's youths and young girls today. Out of the top 10 spots of the friendly battle, 6 were taken by one family. In the history of Fresh Breeze Town, this was something that had never happened before. When something unusual happened, there was surely something strange going on. For a period of time after this, the two families started to investigate the ins and outs of the Li family in secret. But in the end, all their efforts were for naught. They did not succeed in finding out anything. Li family estate. Inside the audience hall, Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked at the youth and young girl in front of him as he said, Lingtan, Ka, the reason I called you here today is because I have a matter to discuss with you too. Patriarch, go ahead. Duan Lingtan's eyebrows raised. Li Nanfeng slowly said, with the current accomplishments of you two, there are things which I can tell you now. Actually, our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is only the branch family of Aurora City's Li clan. Duan Lingtan was slightly shocked. He had heard about Aurora City and he knew that there was a Li family there. He also knew that it was one of the big clans in Aurora City. Compared to Fresh Breeze Town's Li family, they were undoubtedly a colossus. But he never would have thought that Fresh Breeze Town's Li family and Aurora City's Li family had a relationship, nor that they were their branch family. Li Nanfeng continued. The main clan has a rule for branch family disciples. Any disciples who are alchemists, weapons craftsmen, inscription masters, or are able to step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage before the age of 18 are eligible to enter the main clan and make a place for themselves in the main clan. Outside of Fresh Breeze Town, a horse carriage set out and sped away. He didn't know when he would return after this departure. Recalling how the little fatty looked as he cried like it was raining while they said their farewells, he didn't quite feel well in his heart either. Young master, are you thinking of young Master Xuan? The beautiful young girl beside him asked with a considerate expression. All good things must come to an end. There will always be a chance to meet again in the future. Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh. Then, Aurora City isn't far from Fresh Breeze. When you're free, you can come visit any time. Liru gently smiled as she consoled him. Okay. Duan Lingtan nodded. A few days ago, Patriarch Li Nanfeng called him and Ke to see him because he wanted to recommend them to the main clan. Only at the main clan would they have a better future. Fresh Breeze Town was too small. The beginning of the journey was quite calm. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town for an afternoon's time, Liru's willow-shaped eyebrows slightly twitched as she said, in a low voice, looks like some people don't want to let us go to Aurora City. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed. Mom, is it the Fang family? The horse carriage shook as it abruptly stopped. Madam. The carriage driver called with slightly shaky voice. Drawing up the carriage's curtain, Duan Lingtan instantly saw the person who was blocking their way, and his face instantly distorted. An old man was standing there. It was the Fang family's grand elder, Fang Jun. He was at the 7th level of the core formation stage, one of the 3 publicly acknowledged strongest people of Fresh Breeze Town. Fang Jun. Lyra got off the carriage. Her clear eyes were filled with an icy coldness and her voice was suppressed to a very low and grim tone. My son has already decided to leave Fresh Breeze Town. He won't threaten your Fang family anymore, so why are you still being so overbearing? The Fang family needs his blood to wash away our shame. Fang Jun's reply was simple, emitting his determination to kill Duan Lingtan. Ka, you stay in the carriage. Duan Lingtan said to the young girl before following his mother out of the carriage. He clenched his fists as his cold gaze was fixed on Fang Jun. Duan Lingtan, don't worry, today I will send both you and your mother to hell, so you two can be companions in the netherworld. Fang Jun looked towards Duan Lingtan with a gaze as if looking at a dead man. Li Ru took a deep breath and anxiously said, then, take her and leave right now. Even if she exerted all her strength, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long against Fang Jun. Mom, if we leave together. Duan Lingtan's tone was extremely firm. Enough arguing. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Fang Jun laughed coldly, then he stepped on the ground and flew out like lightning. His hands were thrusting forward like a rock unfolding its wings, enveloping both Duan Lingtan and his mother. 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes emerged above his head. Whoosh! Lyra gracefully stomped the ground as she flew out to intercept his attack. Above her head were 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 3-foot-long sword in her hand unsheathed. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! A sword shine flashed by at the exact moment Fang Jun raised his hand to block, tearing open his sleeves. What a marvelous sword skill! Fang Jun's gaze flickered, then he struck with a palm strike that was like a mountain. Bang! Liru's jade-like hands shook and her delicate body trembled. A sweetness could be tasted in her mouth as her fine steel sword's blade was broken into 2 by Fang Jun's palm strike. Mom! Duan Lingtan's face changed greatly. Whoosh! Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtan seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he went straight for Fang Jun. Sword drawing arts. A strand of violet that was locked onto Fang Jun's throat whistled through the air. You're overestimating yourself. Fang Jun was disdainful as he swung out his sleeve, sweeping Duan Lingtan and his sword aside. Die! Fang Jun's palms blasted through the air and came down towards Duan Lingtan's chest. If he was hit by this attack, he would undoubtedly die. Liru's face changed greatly. She wanted to save him, but there wasn't enough time. Young master. The young girl jumped down from the carriage, disregarding everything as she rushed towards Duan Lingtan. Her clear eyes were filled with tears and her heart felt like there was a dagger twisting within it. Bang! In the nick of time, a figure flew out from the lush trees on the side of the road, arriving in front of Duan Lingtan and countering Fang Jun's palm strike head-on with evenly matched strength. Above the head of the person were 10 similar ancient mammoth silhouettes. Grand Elder. After he stabilized himself, Duan Lingtan's gaze shone brightly as he recognized the person that arrived. It was indeed the Li family's Grand Elder Li Huo. He knew that since Grand Elder has arrived, the danger that fell upon him could be considered as resolved. Li Huo, I didn't think that the dignified Li family's Grand Elder would actually be the escort for a disciple with another surname. Looks like this disciple with another surname has an extraordinary status in your Li family. After Li Huo's arrived, Fang Jun knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Duan Lingtan today. Fang Jun, you're an old man, but you do not respect yourself and commit indecent actions. For actually trying to kill my Li family's disciple, today you will undoubtedly die. Li Huo's gaze seemed to be spitting fire from his extreme rage. Duan Lingtan's heart felt warm. This was the first time he could ever recall the Grand Elder being so enraged. Li Huo, our strengths are comparable. Even if you include Liru, I'm afraid you won't able to stop me, prevent me from escaping, Fang Jun said disdainfully. If the 2 of them isn't enough, how about if you include me? Just at this moment, 2 more figures revealed themselves and surrounded Fang Jun. Patriarch Chen. Out of the 2 people that appeared, Duan Lingtan recognized one of them. It was the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li. The other person was an old man who seemed to be full of spirit and energy. Chen Kun. This matter is between the Fang family and Li family. I hope you don't interfere in the matter. Seeing the old man, Fang Jun's face finally changed and he angrily shouted, Chen Kun, the Chen family's Grand Elder. Duan Lingtan's gaze shone brightly. Fresh Breeze Town's strongest 3 were gathered here. Fang Jun, you're wrong. This is a matter between my Chen family and the Li family with your Fang family. Chen Kun smiled indifferently. You all. Fang Kun's expression was grim. He couldn't believe that all of this was real. Chen Kun, what did the Li family give you that is valuable enough to persuade you to partner up with them and make a move against me? The Chen family's future. Li Kun only said 5 words, and at the moment he finished, his figure moved, abruptly attacking. Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth shook as it materialized 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Whoosh! Li Huo, and Chen Li followed behind, attacking. The 4 of them attacked in unison. Ancient mammoths were shaking in the air as they whistled out to suppress Fang Jun. In a moment, Fang Jun was in a disadvantageous position. After being hit by Li Huo's palm strike, his body started trembling. The hit made him shoot out like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, fiercely falling upon the ground. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he was unable to continue fighting. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fang Jun started laughing. His gaze was filled with coldness as he looked towards Chen Kun and Chen Li. With a voice as cold as ice, he said. You two are really muddle-headed. Based on the Lee family's disciples' performance during the coming-of-age ceremony, it won't be long before the Lee family rises above you. You two are digging your own graves. Fang Jun, you don't have to drive a wedge between us. The Lee family was already planning to share their secret with our Chen family, and the conditions were to kill you. Chen Kun sneered as he saw through Fang Jun's intentions. Then his figure moved as if transforming into a fierce tiger, and pounced downwards to kill the heavily injured Fang Jun. At the moment of his death, Fang Jun's eyes were filled with a startled expression. Hearing what Chen Kun said, Duan Lingtan seemed as if he had thought of something. Thank you Patriarch Chen, Elder Kun. Liru hurriedly thanked the two Chen family members before signaling with her eyes to Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan's thanks followed. Young master, are you alright? The young girl's tears had not dried yet, and her expression was full of concern. I'm fine. Duan Lingtan casually grabbed the young girl's hand, then lightly pinched her palm, comforting her. Duan Lingtan, if Elder Huo hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you have a grade 7 alchemist for a teacher. Chen Li glanced deeply at Duan Lingtan. If I'm not wrong, your teacher is also a weapons craftsman, right? Weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtan was dazed. He didn't know what Chen Li meant by this. Li Ru and Li Huo looked towards Duan Lingtan. Even they didn't know about this. A few months ago, you came to our Chen family weapon store to buy some materials. They were for weapon crafting, right? Chen Li smiled lightly, as if he could see through Duan Lingtan with a glance. Duan Lingtan finally saw the light. So it was this matter. However, the materials he bought weren't for weapon crafting but for inscriptions. Of course, he would not say this. Patriarch Chen, I'm afraid you've guessed wrong. The materials I bought were for my teacher to refine grade 7 medicinal pills, not for weapon crafting. Duan Lingtan shook his head. As far as he knew, no one present besides him was knowledgeable about a grade 7 alchemist's ability, so no matter what nonsense he spouted, no one would be able to discern truth from lies. As expected, Chen Li nodded in realization. So that's how it is. You're a genius, as expected. With you, the Li family has a good chance at prospering, and my Chen family will be able to benefit from being allies with the Li family. Chen Kun glanced at Duan Lingtan before lightly smiling. Elder Kun, you flatter me. Duan Lingtan smiled modestly. Since the matter is resolved, it's time for us to take our leave, Chen Kun said as he left with Chen Li. Their figures quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Kid, I decided by myself and promised the Chen family that after every fixed period of time, we will sell them some 6 treasures body tempering liquid. You won't blame me, right? Li Huo smiled towards Duan Lingtan. It was this promise that made the Chen family willing to join hands with him and kill the Fang family's grand elder. Duan Lingtan had already passed the 6 treasures body tempering liquid medicinal formula to Li Huo before leaving. Grand Elder, you must be joking. If you hadn't made your move today, I would have certainly died. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid formula can be used by Grand Elder however you please. Duan Lingtan shook his head. To him, there was nothing more important than his family and his own life. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, trading the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for the Fang family's grand elder's life was extremely worth it. As long as you don't blame me, it's fine. Now that Fang Jun is dead, your journey should be safe. Remember, once you reach the main clan, compete whenever possible, because only when you reveal your worth will the main clan put effort into fostering your growth. Li Huo warned Duan Lingtan before taking his leave. Duan Lingtan nodded, remembering Li Huo's words. The following journey went smoothly and unhindered. They met a few bandits on the way, but they were easily scared off by Li Ru. At dusk, they finally reached their destination. Aurora City. A city that was 10 times the size of Fresh Breeze Town. The city walls were ancient, emitting an aura that seemed to have experienced many events. Inside the city, horse carriages could be seen moving about. The stream of people and carriages was never-ending. This place was bustling with noise and excitement. So busy. When the young girl looked out of the carriage window, her clear eyes shined with a trace of brilliance and her mood was elated. On the other hand, Duan Lingtan had a composed expression. Although Aurora City was busy, he had visited nearly every large city on Earth, and those large cities were something that Aurora City could not compare to. Only after arriving at the main clan did Duan Lingtan understand how small Fresh Breeze Town's Crunch family really was. In the Branch family, when counting all disciples with the Lee surname and disciples with different surnames, the total amount of people was around 200. The resources they controlled was only 1/3 of Fresh Breeze Town's marketplace. Even the poor iron mine outside the town had to be shared with the other two families. However, the Lee family's main clan was a large clan that contained thousands of members. Besides that, the clan controlled many stores in the busy areas of Aurora City, large plots of lands, and various ore veins. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. With his and Kerr's 8th level body tempering cultivation, they were able to tower above the rest in Fresh Breeze Town's Lee branch family. But in the main clan, their accomplishments weren't really exceptional. In the Lee family's main clan, although stepping into the 8th level of the body tempering stage at 16 was not common, but there were still people capable of it. There were even some who were at the 9th level at age 17. They are worthy of being the main clan, they're wealthy and possess an extraordinary air. Duan Lingtan sighed. The main clan disciples did not lack body tempering pills and pills similar to the Thunderflame pill. In the Lee branch family, not many people could afford body tempering pills. But in the main clan, as long as the parents weren't lazy people, they would be able to afford to unceasingly provide their children with body tempering pills and Thunderflame pills. As the main clan, the Aurora City Lee family occupied a vast area, around half the size of Fresh Breeze Town. The Aurora City Lee family disciples were separated into inner court disciples and outer court disciples. Each group was provided different treatment. People like Duan Lingtan and Kerr, who had just arrived at the Lee family main clan, they would be outer court disciples, able to receive 30 silver coins a month each. You two are better off than me. In Fresh Breeze Town, I only receive no more than 20 silver coins as my monthly compensation. As Liu tidied up the courtyard the main clan provided to Duan Lingtan and Kerr, she sighed emotionally. Mom, these 30 silver coins isn't easily received. Branch family disciples must become inner court disciples by the age of 19, or else they will be sent back to the branch family. Duan Lingtan shook his head and smiled. Subsequently, he started sizing up the courtyard in and out, and was quite satisfied. The courtyard allocated to them was slightly larger than other small courtyards due to the fact that the two of them were living together, and thus there were 3 rooms. Normally, the small courtyards allocated to branch family disciples would only have 2 rooms. Young master, you will surely be able to become an inner court disciple, the young girl who was helping Liru said confidently to Duan Lingtan. Ka, you should say both of us. Duan Lingtan smiled, extremely confident. Then, at the main clan you have to be even more hardworking. On the way here, Mum noticed many main clan disciples staring at Kerr. If you don't work hard, she might get taken away. Liru teased Duan Lingtan. Before Duan Lingtan could say anything, the young girl got anxious first. Madam, I won't. Duan Lingtan glanced at his mother complacently. She shook her head and sighed. I really wonder what love potion you gave Kerr. With the 3 of them working together, the courtyard and rooms were quickly tidied up. Mom, you take a rest. I'll take Kerr to look around. After notifying Liru, Duan Lingtan brought the young girl and left the courtyard. Unknowingly, the 2 of them had arrived at the main clan's outer court martial arts practice field. On the martial arts practice field, many outer court disciples were diligently cultivating their martial arts. Some used fists, some used palms, and some even used swords. The appearance of the couple instantly drew the attention of many eyes. Even more gazes fell upon the young girl. The young girl's long, jet black hair was tied up into a bun and her elegant face was like a bloomed lotus flower that emitted an enticing, bright, red glow, delicate and charming. Willow-shaped eyebrows, apricot-shaped eyes, fine nose, red lips, everything combined equaled a flawless beauty. Her slightly inflated chest was like a budding flower, as if it would bud at any moment. Her slender and delicate waist that could be embraced with a single hand, raised and round buttocks, slender and long beautiful legs, made her look even more slim and graceful, incurring everyone's fondness. Since when did our outer court have such a beautiful little girl? At the other end of the martial arts practice field, in a group of youths who had gathered to brag to each other, saliva was flying out of a youth's mouth. His eyes suddenly shone as his gaze fell upon the young girl. unable to move an inch. Probably just arrived from the branch family. A youth guessed. She's too beautiful, not one bit inferior to Li Shishi. Another youth's eyes shone as saliva came out of the corner of his mouth. Half a year ago, Li Shishi was a branch family disciple that arrived at Aurora City's main branch. She was publicly acknowledged as the outer court's #1 beauty. Come on, let's go make friends with her. The green-clothed youth quickly walked over. Li Xiao, I think she's taken, the youth that followed behind him said. Li Xiao disdainfully replied, that's a new face as well. He's probably from the same branch family as her. You guys aren't such big pussies that you're even afraid of a branch family disciple, right? Of course we aren't afraid. Immediately, the group of people followed behind Li Xiao and walked over. Duan Lingtan and Ke were walking shoulder to shoulder as they passed the martial arts practice field. The group of youths walking over suddenly caused Duan Lingtan to frown, but he ignored them and continued walking forward. The green-clothed youth in the front walked in big strides and blocked in front of Duan Lingtan and Ke. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtan glanced coldly at the green-clothed youth, his voice cold and indifferent. However, the green-clothed youth disregarded Duan Lingtan. Li Xiao looked towards the young girl with a face full of smiles. You must be the branch family disciples that just arrived at the main clan, right? I'm Li Xiao, a main clan disciple. As he finished speaking, Li Xiao's expression was filled with a sense of pride. Under the astounded gazes of Li Xiao and the youths following behind him, the young girl ignored them and instead looked towards the youth beside her. Young master, let's leave. Okay. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled and nodded, preparing to go around the group of people. Stay right there. Li Xiao couldn't remain calm because he felt ashamed. Looking towards the young girl, he said, I'm a main clan disciple. Are you really not going to give me any face? Duan Lingtan's eyes emitted a cold light as he said, in a cold and indifferent tone, face isn't something you gain by relying on others to give to it you. It is fight for by yourself. If there's nothing else, FK off, FK off. Li Xiao was struck dumb. He thought that he heard wrong. He looked backwards towards one of the youths. I didn't hear wrong, right? He asked me to FK off. The youth nodded. You didn't hear wrong. He asked you to FK off. Li Xiao became extremely furious. Kid, I want to fight you. He shouted loudly. The shout immediately attracted the attention of most of the people in the martial arts practice field. Now even more people were surrounding them, looking at the scene in intrigue. Sorry, I'm not interested. After indifferently replying, Duan Lingtan grabbed the young girl's hand and was prepared to leave. Noticing Duan Lingtan's actions, Li Xiao's eyes looked like they were emitting fire. You don't even dare to accept my challenge? Looks like you're a coward and not a real man. The surrounding crowd couldn't hold back their laughter as they looked at Duan Lingtan in contempt. Weak people were always looked down upon. Duan Lingtan's sword-shaped eyebrows frowned, then he finally turned around and said, although I know you're just trying to prod me into action, since you want to challenge me, I'll accept. I'll be back in a second. After notifying the young girl, Duan Lingtan walked towards Li Xiao and stood face to face with him. Kid, I only need 3 moves to defeat branch family disciples like you. Li Xiao's looked like he was slightly older than Duan Lingtan. His slightly robust body inclined backwards, his arms bent backwards, and his fists clenched tightly, making his bones release a crackling sound as they rubbed each other. This sound was clear and melodious but ear-piercing at the same time. This is. Noticing Li Xiao's movement, Duan Lingtan was slightly shocked. It actually was nearly similar to the collapsing fist starting movement. After a moment, Li Xiao's legs spread apart in a bizarre posture. He looked like a fierce tiger that was prepared to howl and begun the hunt. It brought a familiar sensation to Duan Lingtan. This martial skill is far from something the middle-grade yellow rank martial skill, Fierce Tiger Fist, can compare to. Duan Lingtan's expression becomes slightly serious. Look at Li Xiao's starting movement. It looks like the middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist. A shocked cry sounded from the surrounding crowd. Yeah, it's indeed the Howling Tiger Fist. More and more people recognized the martial skill Li Xiao was about to use. How could this be possible? Outer court disciples are only allowed to choose low-grade profound rank skills in the martial repository pavilion. How could Li Xiao know a middle-grade profound rank martial skill? Your information is too outdated. Who doesn't know that Li Xiao's brother, Li Zong, is an inner court disciple? According to the clan rules, siblings are allowed to share their martial skills without breaking the rules. So that's how it is. Looks like Li Zong passed it down to him. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Duan Lingtan was finally enlightened. So it was a profound rank martial art. Hey! Li Xiao moved. His body, which seemed to have bent into a heavy bow, shot forward. His feet were moving swiftly like a flashing shadow with no fixed movement. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtan. His fist howled as it surged through the wind, going straight for Duan Lingtan's chest. So fast, Duan Lingtan noticed Li Xiao execute a movement technique. After observing Li Xiao's shocking fist power, he didn't dare to overestimate himself and be careless. Using the spirit serpent movement technique, he stepped 2 steps back. Instantly, Duan Lingtan drew his arms back, his backbone taking the shape of a bow. His fist moved out like a landslide. Collapsing fist. Against Li Xiao's violently approaching howling tiger fist, Duan Lingtan was not one bit scared. He swung out his right fist to meet the attack head-on. Bang! Their fists violently collided together. After an instant, a sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth as the force of his fist was absorbed by Li Xiao. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking sounded. Li Xiao's face distorted. He was instantly forced back by Duan Lingtan. The pain that spread out from his finger bones caused Li Xiao's cold sweat to flow out. Looking with an expression of disbelief at Duan Lingtan, his voice trembled as he said, Your Howling Tiger Fist is actually cultivated until mastery. Howling Tiger Fist. The crowd was in an uproar. Who was this person and how could he also know the Howling Tiger Fist? Moreover, Li Xiao said that his Howling Tiger Fist had been cultivated to mastery. How was this be possible? Regarding profound rank martial skills, cultivating them to the initial stage is easy, but to cultivate them to mastery is instead exceptionally difficult. After the youth finished up, he didn't even glance at Li Xiao. He grabbed the young girl's hand and he walked out of the crowd. Li Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness as he endured the pain and shouted, What's your name? What? Want to take revenge? The youth turned around and glanced at Li Xiao before indifferently saying, I'm Fresh Breeze Town's branch family disciple, Duan Lingtan. A brand family disciple and even a disciple with another surname. Most of the people were shocked. Duan Lingtan, I remember you. Once I master my Howling Tiger Fist, I will surely come and wash away this shame. Li Xiao's tone was metallic as the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. On the way home, Duan Lingtan started pondering. He was absolutely certain that the Howling Tiger Fist Li Xiao executed was around 70% similar to his collapsing fist. And the method of force exertion was nearly identical. Moreover, he could feel how the Howling Tiger Fist was even more agile than collapsing fist to a certain degree. Even though Li Xiao's cultivation level was similar to his, both being at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, Li Xiao obviously hadn't grasped the quintessence of the Howling Tiger Fist. Otherwise, even though he would still be unable to defeat Duan Lingtan, at least he wouldn't lose so horribly. Middle grade profound rank martial skill. Duan Lingtan vaguely realized that he might have mistakenly understood certain things. In his mind, Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories rapidly flashed by. Duan Lingtan quickly had a new perception of profound rank martial skills. So that's how it is. Profound rank compared to yellow rank is an all-new type of transformation. The might of a yellow rank martial skill is equal to the military boxing in my previous life. On the other hand, low-grade profound rank martial skills are comparable to form and will boxing. Duan Lingtan felt enlightened. In the past, when he saw the Li Branch family martial pavilion's low-grade and middle-grade yellow-rank skills which were difficult to take seriously, he had an attitude that felt as if using his form and will boxing would be enough and thus rejected all the martial skills of this world. But now he realized that even the form and will boxing of his previous life was only comparable to this world's low-grade profound rank martial skills. Looks like I need to start taking this world's martial skills seriously. Duan Lingtan's heart twitched. Martial skills. On top of offensive martial skills and movement techniques, there are also defense techniques. Through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Lingtan's horizons grew wider, and he gained knowledge of matters he wasn't aware of in the past. So the 9 Dragons War Sovereign techniques War Sovereign's 9 forms actually has 3 heaven rank martial skills merged within it. Offensive martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Movement technique, Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens, and defense martial skill, 9 Dragons Barrier. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath. His mood was elated. The Spirit Serpent movement technique in the War Sovereign's 9 forms Spirit Serpent form was actually the basic section of the Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens martial skill, a high-grade profound rank movement technique. If I step into the core formation stage, I'll be able to cultivate the basic section of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, which is a high-grade profound rank martial skill called Dragon's Finishing Touch. If I step into the Origin core stage, I'll be able to cultivate the basic section of the 9 Dragons Barrier, which is a high-grade profound rank martial skill called Earth Dragon's Shield. Noticing the smile on the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth, the young girl beside him couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Duan Lingtan laughed. "Nothing. We've been out for a while, let's go back so mom doesn't worry." That night, Duan Lingtan returned to his room early and lied down on his bed. He looked at the ceiling while he was in a daze. In his heart he was thinking and pondering about the martial skills. A mysterious door was slowly being opened in front of him. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtan brought the young girl out, leaving the Li Clan estate. He planned to buy some medicinal materials for the 7 treasures body tempering liquid as well as for other uses. As for Thunder Flame pills, Duan Lingtan had already requested Grand Elder Li Huo to refine a few hundred for him before he left Fresh Breeze Town, more than enough for him and Kerr to use until they advanced to the core formation stage. The two of them quickly arrived at the biggest trade market in the city. The young girl's extremely beautiful face attracted plenty of burning gazes from lascivious men. They followed the young girl with their eyes until she entered a luxurious medicine store. "Is there anything I can get you?" As soon as Duan Lingtan walked in with the young girl, the manager personally greeted them personally, his tone modest. He noticed the Li Clan crest on their clothes. The Li Clan was a colossus in Aurora City. Even his medicine store was rented from the Li Clan. After Duan Lingtan finished telling him of the medicinal materials he needed for the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he continued, "Besides that, prepare some spirit tempering grass, amber lead, and 50-year-old blood lingzi." "Customer, how much of these 3 spirit medicines do you need?" the manager asked respectfully. 20 pounds of spirit tempering grass and amber lead each. As for the 50-year-old blood lingzi, I'll take 5 pounds. Duan Lingtan pondered for a moment before slowly replying, 5 pounds of 50 years old blood lingzi. The manager was stupefied. He couldn't believe what he had heard. "Customer, you're not kidding, right? The other spirit grasses you asked for are just common spirit grasses and not worth much. But blood lingzi is, after all, 50 years old. Just 50 grams is already worth 1,000 silver, 5 pounds. 50,000 silver, right?" Duan Lingtan reached into his pockets and withdrew a stack of silver bills with 1,000 denomination and waved it around. "Don't worry, as long as you prepare the medicinal materials, your silver won't be any less." "Yes, yes." Seeing Duan Lingtan withdraw so many silver bills that the manager's eyes sparkled. Without any further doubt, he hurriedly went to prepare the medicinal materials. "Respected customer, please take a look if you need anything else." "Okay." Duan Lingtan nodded. "Young master, that blood lingzi is so expensive. Is there anything special about it?" The young girl playfully stuck out her tongue, looking at Duan Lingtan with a gaze filled with curiosity. "That's used as the medicinal catalyst for the medicinal liquid to cultivate defensive martial skills. 5 pounds of blood lingzi is only enough for us to use for 2 months. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled. 2 months. 50,000 silver? The young girl was stupefied. She wanted to say something but was slightly hesitant. "Young master, isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Duan Lingtan shook his head. "Ka, you must remember that if you want to improve your strength, you absolutely can't skimp on money. Money is a mere worldly possession. If you've used it all, you can still find a way to earn more." The young girl light nodded as if she had realized something and understood. "Brother Liuan, after you buy some blood lingzi, your golden bell coven martial skill should be able to step into the initial stage, right?" A sound transmitted in from outside the medicine store, getting close and closer. "Golden bell cover?" Duan Lingtan's heart twitched. This defense martial skill was included in the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor as it was considered one of the best defensive martial skills in the middle grade profound rank. Once it's successfully cultivated, one can stand in place like an immovable mountain, as if a golden bell. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through the defense. Yeah, once I buy 250 grams of bloodlingzi this time, I will be able to step into the initial stage before the clan's martial meet starts. Another voice sounded. This voice had a trace of arrogance and callousness. The former sighed as he said enviously, "Brother Liu An, I really envy you. That is worth 5,000 silver. If only my father would spend so much on me, then my iron arm technique wouldn't have taken so long and still not be able to enter the rudiments stage." The latter said, "You do a comparison in this way. I'm the only son in the family, but you have a big brother. I heard your brother, Li Zong's, iron arm technique was cultivated to the initial stage half a year ago." Yeah? The former's voice contained a trace of jealousy. "It's him." Duan Lingtan recognized the owner of the voice. It was actually the main clan disciple, Li Xiao, whom he defeated yesterday in the outer court martial arts practice field. He didn't expect Li Xiao, who had just had 2 or 3 of his finger bones broken by him, to actually be able to come out and walk around the market today with such vigor. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtan understood. Based on the injury Li Xiao received yesterday, if he used a grade 9 gold injury pill, he would be healed in 1 night. Using a gold injury pill on such a light injury. Main clan disciples were really extravagant. "Li Xiao, I heard that you lost to a newly arrived branch family disciple yesterday, and he even used the Howling Tiger Fist against you." "Brother Liu An, don't mention it, I was really unlucky yesterday." Who knew that a newly arrived branch family disciple would be at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and his Howling Tiger Fist would have even stepped into the mastery stage. But his Howling Tiger Fist seemed incomplete. "If I'm able to cultivate my Howling Tiger Fist to mastery soon, I can definitely defeat him." It is really odd that a branch family disciple used a middle grade profound rank martial skill. "Don't mention him." "Right." Brother Liu An, the little girl beside him was really vivacious and beautiful, not one bit inferior to Li Shishi. "Not inferior to Li Shishi, are you sure?" The 2 youths around the age of 17 talked as they walked into the medicine store. "It's you!" Li Xiao exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the couple who had their backs towards him. He recognized the view of their backs. Liu An also looked towards the couple and curiously asked, "Li Xiao, you know them?" "Brother Liu An, he is the branch family disciple I told you about earlier." Duan Lingtan. Li Xiao said in a low voice, "Looks like there's some fate between us. Aurora City is so large, yet we are able to meet here." Duan Lingtan brought the young girl along as he turned around and grinned. "Humphrey." Li Xiao's expression turned slightly grim. However, Liu An besides him had his gaze fixedly staring at the young girl beside Duan Lingtan, unable to move away anymore. The slim and graceful young girl with a drop-dead gorgeous face caused his heart to tremble. Liu An muttered to himself, "She's really not one bit inferior to Li Shishi, and at certain points even better than Li Shishi." Noticing Liu An's unrestrained gaze, the young girl frowned. "Hi. I heard you're a branch family disciple who just arrived at the main clan. How about we become friends?" Withdrawing his burning gaze, Liu An walked over in a polite manner, as if he was a completely different person from before. "I don't know you." The young girl's voice was cold and indifferent, seemingly unapproachable. "Then let's get to know each other from this moment. I'm Liu An, a main clan disciple. In the outer court, as long as you say my name, any person will give you some face and treat you well out of respect for me." Liu An's manner of speaking was filled with arrogance. "Oh, so that means that the outer court disciples don't dare to offend you?" Duan Lingtan glanced deeply at Liu An. "Humphrey." Duan Lingtan. Brother Liu An's strength can rank at the top 3 in the outer court. If you were sensible, you would FK off right now. Maybe Brother Liu An will take you under his wing since you're so sensible. Before Liu An could speak, Li Xiao had already grunted. "Oh, really?" Duan Lingtan smiled indifferently. Disregarding Liu An's eyes that seemed to be burning, he grabbed the young girl's hand and walked away, ignoring the 2 of them. Liu An took a deep breath and said, "As long as you're willing to be friends with me, I can give you a big gift, 50 grams of 50-year-old bloodlingzi. How about it?" This was obviously said to the young girl beside Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan lightly laughed as he said to the young girl, some people are really stingy, wanting to bribe you with only 50 grams of bloodlingzi. Bumpkin, what do you know? Brother Liu An is talking about 50-year-old bloodlingzi. Just 50 grams is worth 2,000 silver. A bumpkin like you probably can't even produce 100 silver coins, right? Li Xiao mocked. Duan Lingtan ignored Li Xiao's mocking. The medicine store manager put the bagged medicinal materials on the counter as he said to Duan Lingtan, "Respected customer, the medicinal materials you requested are all here. As for the other medicinal materials, that is a total of 487 silver." Before the manager could finish what he said, Li Xiao had already started mocking Duan Lingtan. Buying cheap medicinal materials, as expected of a bumpkin. So much medicinal materials but only costing 487 silver, not even half the cost of 50 grams of 50-year-old bloodlings. Although Li Yuan didn't join in, the corners of his mouth had a mocking smile. The medicine store manager glanced indifferently at Li Xiao, but when he looked at Duan Lingtan, he was extremely modest. "Respected customer, to thank you for trusting our store. Seeing as this 487 silver is an odd number extra from the round total, you can consider this as our store giving you a favor. You only have to pay for the 50-year-old bloodling. See," he said, under the stunned gazes of Li Xiao and Li Yuan. "Manager, here's 50,000 silver. You can count it." Duan Lingtan withdrew a stack of 1,000 denomination silver bills and counted 50 bills before passing them over. "All good. It's 50,000 silver, thank you. We will await your next visit." Under the manager's modest gaze, Duan Lingtan and the young girl took the pile of medicinal materials, walked past Li Xiao and Li Yuan, who had expressions of disbelief, and left the medicine store. Li Yuan and Li Xiao's gazes had already been frozen entirely and their hearts were violently trembling. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Li Xiao pinched his thigh. When he felt the pain from his thigh, only then did he realize that he wasn't dreaming. With an expression that showed that he didn't dare believe what just happened, Li Xiao took a deep breath and asked, "Manager, the 50,000 silver was money for buying bloodlings?" "Yes. That respected customer bought 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlings." The manager nodded. 5 pounds. Li Xiao looked like he had just been struck by lightning. Li Yuan's face was extremely ugly. No wonder Duan Lingtan dared to call him stingy. It was true that in front of 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlings, not to mention the promise of gifting the young girl 50 grams of 50-year-old bloodlings, the 250 grams of 50-year-old bloodlings that he was going to buy for himself was still be nothing. After spending 5,000 silver and buying 250 grams of 50-year-old bloodlings, the two of them left the medicine store. "Li Xiao, are you sure he is a branch family disciple?" Li Yuan's tone was low and heavy. 50,000 silver. It would be difficult for even his father to fork out that amount of silver. "Brother Li Yuan, I'm absolutely sure he's a branch family disciple. Even I can't understand how he has so much money. Why don't we go to the branch family disciple registration office and look him up?" Li Xiao felt it to be inconceivable as well. "Yeah, go and find out about his background. If he really is only a branch family disciple, then this time I want both his wealth and his woman." Li Yuan nodded. In the corner of his eyes, traces of greed could be seen. Even until now, he still couldn't forget about the young girl from before. This feeling was even stronger than the time he saw Li Shishi for the first time. Unfortunately, Li Shishi was too dominating, and her strength was not below his. She normally wouldn't even look him in the eye. After trying to pursue her for some time, he had no choice but to give up. As far as he was concerned, the young girl that he took a liking for now would only require him to get rid of Duan Lingtan. Anything besides that wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, he might even be able to obtain great wealth from Duan Lingtan. With the help of this wealth, his strength would be able to progress at an even faster pace, maybe even netting an outstanding placing in the next martial meet of the clan, and allow him to win the prizes that he dreamed of. Li Clan Estate. Duan Lingtan started getting busy as soon as he returned. Besides concocting the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he had to concoct another type of medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was called Bloodlingzi Body Refinement Liquid. The Bloodlingzi Body Refinement Liquid was a body refinement medicinal liquid researched by the Rebirth Martial Emperor. It was able to assist in the cultivation process for defensive martial skills, enabling one to achieve double the results. Even though the medicinal catalyst for the Bloodlingzi Body Refinement Liquid could be directly consumed, the increase in speed of defensive martial skill cultivation was far from what the Bloodlingzi Body Refinement Liquid was capable of. The Bloodlingzi body refinement liquid was concocted from 50 grams of 50-year-old Bloodlingzi combined with 2 other cheap medicinal materials. This made its medicinal effect comparable to consuming 250 grams of 50-year-old Bloodlingzi. Moreover, it was much easier to absorb. Give me 200 grams of spirit tempering grass, 190 grams of amber leaf, 50 grams of Bloodlingzi, and 100 grams of clear water. Duan Lingtan instructed the young girl. With the help of the young girl, he didn't have to do everything by himself. The first batch of Bloodlingzi body refinement liquid was quickly concocted successfully. The Frost God's sword technique is a sword cultivation method, so it only has offensive sword skills. Starting from today, I'll pass on to you 2 other martial skills, a movement technique and a defensive martial skill. The martial skills Duan Lingtan passed on to the young girl were 2 high-grade profound rank skills. These martial skills were the best skills the young girl could cultivate at the moment, and they wouldn't easily attract unwanted attention. Profound rippling steps, a high-grade profound rank movement technique. When cultivated to mastery, the legs turn into shadows with matchless grace. It is a movement technique extremely suited to women. Stealth substitution, a high-grade profound rank martial skill. Contrary to the typical head-on resistance of attacks that most defensive martial skills use, this defense martial skill stresses the use of a weaker force to counter a stronger force. It's based on cultivating the body until it is extremely delicate and flexible, allowing the user to divert the attacks that land on their body elsewhere. Most head-on resistance type defensive martial skills require the body to be cultivated until the muscles are firm as fine steel, thus causing it to be unsuitable for women. Duan Lingtan didn't wish for Kerr to become a muscle woman in the future, so this defense martial skill suited her well. From now on, besides improving your cultivation, you have to spend some time on your movement technique. As for the defensive martial skill, with the help of the Bloodlingzi body refinement liquid, you only need to set aside a little bit of time to cultivate it. Duan Lingtan looked towards the young girl as he patiently guided her. Only Duan Lingtan had such resolution. Even in the Li family main clan, there weren't many people who could unceasingly use Bloodlingzi to assist in the cultivation of defensive martial skills. Most people only used the assistance of Bloodlingzi when they were at the threshold to break through to the next stage. Just like Li Yuan. Yes, young master. The young girl obediently nodded. She was only able to memorize the 2 martial skills Duan Lingtan dictated after some time. After Kerr returned to her room to cultivate, Duan Lingtan pondered for a moment before going to see his mother. He passed on the 2 martial skills from earlier to Liru. Mom. Once I step into the core formation stage and refine a spirit containment pill, you should dissipate your current origin energy. At that time, I'll pass on to you a cultivation method that's similar to Kerr's Frost God's sword technique, and with the medicinal strength of the spirit containment pill, it will only take a short amount of time for your origin energy to recover to its current peak state, or even surpass it. Duan Lingtan told his mother. He had long since wanted to pass on a top-rank cultivation method to his mother. But unfortunately, his mother had long since developed her origin energy, so in order to change to a different cultivation method, the current origin energy in the body had to be dissipated first. Dissipating the origin energy was a very dangerous affair unless the assistance from a spirit containment pill was present. Okay, Mum will listen to you. Liru dotingly nodded. Her son had grown up and was now able to take care of the family. Feng, can you see it? Our son has become an upstanding and dauntless man. Liru's gaze drifted and her face had an expression of happiness. Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh. Every time he saw his mother like this, he knew she was thinking about his father, so he didn't disturb her and left. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtan started to search Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories for a suitable defensive martial skill to cultivate. As for offensive martial skills, he didn't require one at the moment, as the form and boxing and sword drawing arts he had mastered were more than enough to allow him to be one of the best among his peers. Once he reaches the Cal formation stage, he will cultivate the high-grade profound rank skill, finishing touch. As for movement techniques, he had the Spirit Serpent movement technique. Only his defensive martial skills were a blank slate. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon Shield, required one's cultivation to be at least at the origin core stage. To Duan Lingtan, this was too far, and he couldn't wait that long. Mountain mimicry technique. No, it's too passive, and it would be hard to use in unison with the spirit serpent movement technique. Drum form. It won't do either. Duan Lingtan earnestly searched through the high-grade profound rank defense martial skills in Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. He gradually started feeling slightly exhausted, exhaustion that stemmed from his spirit. Reading the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor required a large consumption of spirit energy, so it was difficult to do it for prolonged periods. This one. When Duan Lingtan was feeling drowsy, he finally found a martial skill, instantly becoming frenzied and jolting awake. Greater teleportation, a high-grade profound rank defense martial skill. A skill that stresses upon doing unto another what another does unto you. It was an alternative with similar effects to stealth substitution. The only difference being that greater teleportation had even harsher cultivation requirements. The cultivator was required to have a body that was soft as if without bones. Only then would the cultivator be able to skillfully reverse the opponent's attack and use the power of teleportation to return it to the opponent. Duan Lingtan, who had cultivated the spirit serpent form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, happened to fulfill these requirements. After choosing his martial skill, Duan Lingtan started his cultivation. First, he put the Bloodling Z body refinement liquid into the bath barrel and soaked his entire body inside. Feeling the bone-piercing coldness of the Bloodling Z body refinement liquid, Duan Lingtan's expression became serious as he started to circulate the greater teleportation mental cultivation method. Greater teleportation is a defensive martial skill that focuses mainly on the cultivation of the fleshly body, allowing the surface of the fleshly body to develop a defensive chi barrier. The attributes of the defensive chi barrier that are developed by the fleshly body change according to the defensive martial skill cultivated. Once the defensive chi barrier is cultivated, it will only appear on the body's surface when the defensive martial skill is circulated, revealing its formidable defensive capabilities. Under the assistance of the Bloodling Z body refinement liquid, Duan Lingtan's greater teleportation cultivation nearly reached the rudiments stage in but just a night's time. The mastery of martial skill was divided into 4 stages: rudiments stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. The gap in strength of each stage is extremely wide. For example, Duan Lingtan's form and Will Boxing's collapsing fist. It can be considered to be in the perfection stage. But because its essence is that of a low-grade profound rank martial skill and incomparable to the middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist, Li Xiao mistook it for Howling Tiger Fist cultivated to the mastery stage. In 1 month, this greater teleportation will certainly smoothly enter the rudiments stage. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth had a trace of confidence. Of course, while he was cultivating greater teleportation, Duan Lingtan did not forget to cultivate the spirit serpent's movement technique. At a corner of the martial arts practice field, Duan Lingtan's body was like a spirit serpent as his figure shifted ceaselessly. He seemed slow but was actually swift as the wind. I should be able to break through the initial stage in at least 10 days or at most half a month's time. Duan Lingtan's figure jerked and he once again stood still. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Lingtan knew that his spirit serpent movement technique was currently in the rudiments stage and would soon be able to step into the initial stage. When the spirit serpent movement technique steps into the initial stage, he will gain a qualitative change in speed. Spirit serpent movement technique is a high-grade profound rank martial skill. Even at the initial stage, it is comparable to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage and a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtan stopped cultivating in a timely manner as perseverance was key and results wouldn't be achieved overnight. He was prepared to return home and absorb the 7 treasures body tempering liquid to cultivate so that he can reach the 9th level of the body tempering stage as soon as possible. According to what he gathered, the yearly clan martial meet would be held 2 months from now. If he wanted to become an inner court disciple, he would need to show strength that greatly exceeded his peers during the clan martial meet. The corner of the martial arts practice field that Duan Lingtan chose was quite deserted. When he walked out and arrived at the central area of the martial arts practice field, he noticed a group of people standing scattered around and watching something. Influenced by his curiosity, He walked over. In the middle of the crowd, a beautiful and graceful figure stood there. In her hands was a 3-foot-long blade that had transformed into a sword luster, skillfully revealing an extraordinary sword skill. This was a beautiful young girl around the age of 17. Her face was as fair as flowers and as beautiful as the moon. Since he arrived in this world, she was the only woman he had seen besides Kerr and his mother with such an outstanding appearance. The young girl had soft and straight long hair which accompanied her figure's movements, lightly fluctuating. Under the blazing sun's illumination, the 3-foot-long blade in her hand flickered with a dazzling luster. Abruptly, an ancient mammoth silhouette developed above her. Whoosh! Her sword struck out, leaving a string of afterimages behind as it swept past. 3 leaves that dropped off a tree on the side were all cut in two, drifting down to the ground. When the girl finished, she was already drenched in sweat. Clap 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 clap. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with applause and cheers. As expected of one of our outer court's top 3, Big Sister Shishi. Her perfect stage shadow sword is too formidable. Yeah. Cutting 3 leaves which were not in a straight line with only one sword strike. In the entire outer court, I'm afraid only Big Sister Shishi is capable of it. 17 years old and at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. With the low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, cultivated to the perfection stage, Big Sister Shishi is first on the list in Ali clan's younger generation females. Duan Lingtan heard the surrounding cheers and applause. Top 3 in the outer court. Big Sister Shishi. Could it be that she is Li Shishi? Duan Lingtan recalled that when he went to the trade market medicine store a few days ago, Li Xiao and Li Yuan mentioned a girl called Li Shishi in their chat. Seeing her today, she really deserved her reputation. In terms of her appearance, she was just a fraction inferior to his curt Big Sister Shishi. Wipe your sweat. A young girl lightly smiled as she passed a handkerchief to Li Shishi. After Li Shishi wiped off the sweat on her forehead, her clear pupils constricted as she noticed that one of the gazes from the crowd was different from the rest. All of the people present were practically lost in amazement towards her sword skill. But this person seemed to be thinking that her sword skill was not worthy to be taken seriously. In her heart arose a slight sense of loss and competitiveness. You think my sword skill is ordinary? Under the gazes of the surrounding people, Li Shishi arrived in front of the youth, her tone containing a trace of questioning. At this moment, the people present noticed the youth. Isn't he Duan Lingtan? It's him. I was there on that day. He seems to be only 16. The young girl who's usually inseparable from him is actually not here. I heard that young girl's beauty is even slightly above Li Shishi's. Hearing the surrounding discussion, Li Shishi's clear eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She had heard of what happened a few days ago. Your sword skill is not bad. If you lessen the flare slightly, maybe it could become even stronger. Duan Lingtan, who was the focus of the crowd, indifferently nodded. Flare. The surrounding crowd roared in laughter. This Duan Lingtan can't be thinking that just because his howling tiger fist is formidable, he is capable of giving Big Sister Shishi guidance in her sword skills, right? Just a layman, but he dares to talk nonsense. Big Sister Shishi's Shadow Sword's cultivation stage is perhaps similar to his howling tiger fist, but Big Sister Shishi's cultivation is one level higher than his. Combined with the 3-foot-long blade in her hand, she would be able to easily defeat him. The crowd started to defend Li Shishi against Duan Lingtan. I only heard that your howling tiger fist is formidable. Could it be that you're also proficient in sword skills? Li Shishi glanced at Duan Lingtan with a profound gaze. Duan Lingtan didn't expect that speaking the truth would give rise to public wrath. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes it isn't easy to be a truthful person. Sword. Walking out in large strides, Duan Lingtan unfolded his hand in front of Li Shishi. Li Shishi reacted and passed her sword to Duan Lingtan. Her gaze emitted astonishment as she guessed what Duan Lingtan planned to do. This Duan Lingtan still wants to display his slight skill in front of an expert. He's simply too rash. Most people who noticed this scene had a disdainful expression. Duan Lingtan took no notice as the facts would be able to speak for themselves. In the next moment, Duan Lingtan replaced Li Shishi. His hand grasped the 3-foot-long blade as he stood in the middle of the crowd. The wind swept by and the leaves of the tree started drifting down. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone, Duan Lingtan's sword moved. But everyone present, including Li Shishi, only saw a flowing shine flicker by. From start to finish, They weren't even able to see how Juan Lingtan struck with his sword. He's completed his sword strike. Everyone had doubt in their hearts. Quickly, look. Someone seemed as if to have noticed something. What they saw was that from the string of leaves that had drifted down from the tree earlier, there were more than 10 that had been sliced into two, slowly dropping to the ground. Hiss. The people present couldn't help but exhale deep breaths of cold air. Only after Juan Lingtan had returned the sword and left did Li Shishi finally regain her senses. Looking at the proud and aloof view of his back from afar, Li Shishi's heart had a feeling of defeat for the first time. The honor of being the top 3 in the outer court seemed like a title made to mock to her. Since the day she started cultivating, she had always used a sword. Towards sword skills, she had an intuition that exceeded common people. She knew in her heart that if she had to fight Juan Lingtan one day, even if Juan Lingtan's cultivation was lower than hers by 1 level, Juan Lingtan could easily defeat her or even kill her with that sword strike from before. Juan Lingtan, I'll remember you, Li Shishi silently said in her heart. Juan Lingtan saw what happened earlier as something that was just casually done, not even worth mentioning. But using Li Shishi's low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, as a reference, combined with Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories to estimate, Juan Lingtan came to a conclusion. His sword-drawing arts at full strength had a might comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill at the perfection stage, or comparable to a high-grade profound rank sword skill at the mastery stage. If he took someone by surprise, it could even achieve the effect of a high-grade profound rank sword skill. Juan Lingtan abruptly stopped walking as he looked towards the path home. The 2 figures were standing there. They seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Li Yuan, Li Xiao. Juan Lingtan casually glanced at them before deciding to go around them. But who knew that they would be so overbearing, even blocking Juan Lingtan's path once more? Is something the matter? Juan Lingtan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't want to create trouble, but it didn't mean he was scared of it. Juan Lingtan, give us all the silver bills you have. Li Xiao grunted. Having Li Yuan, one of the top 3 in the outer court, to back him up, he was filled with confidence. If he knew of the marvelous sword skill that Juan Lingtan had executed in the martial arts practice field earlier that even caused one of the top 3 in the outer court, Li Shishi, to feel admiration and her own inferiority, he would probably not have such thoughts as the one now. The affairs of the world were marvelously so. You want all the silver bills I have? Juan Lingtan laughed and patted his thick chest. I did bring quite the amount of silver bills. But why should I give them to you? Why? Li Xiao sneered. If you don't want to suffer, then be good and hand over all your silver bills. Also, from now on, make the young girl that's always by your side, Ka, accompany brother Li Yuan. Shut up. Juan Lingtan's sword-shaped eyebrows twitched. His expression didn't seem angry, but it had an imposing manner, and an extremely terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped Li Xiao. Ke was like the reversed scale on a dragon's neck to him. Touch it and he would go into a rage and kill the person. Li Xiao's expression became fearful and his legs started to shiver. Killing intent like Azuras caused his mental barriers to collapse. HMMPH. Juan Lingtan walked away in large strides with a snort. If he was at any other place, he would have long ago crippled or killed Li Xiao. But this was the Aurora City Li clan. If he crippled or killed Li Xiao, even if the Li clan disregarded the matter, Li Xiao's family would not let it go. After all, Li Xiao was a main clan disciple with deep roots in the clan. He couldn't avoid having to think twice. Brother Li Yuan, why didn't you stop him? Li Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had a puzzled expression as he looked Li Yuan. Looks like we looked down upon this Juan Lingtan. He isn't ordinary. Li Yuan's expression was heavy. Although Juan Lingtan's killing intent was directed at Li Xiao earlier, he was likely touched by it and it caused his heart to shake. Surely it doesn't mean that we're just going to let it go like this. Li Xiao had an unwilling expression. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Yuan slowly said, we can go look for him again once my golden bell cover steps into the initial stage. For some reason, I don't have any confidence in winning right now. What? Li Xiao's expression was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that a mere branch family disciple, and a disciple with another surname at that, would actually be able to cause Li Yuan, who was considered one of the top 3 in the other court, to think twice. After hesitating for a while, Li Xiao asked, Brother Liu An, should we get my brother to make a move? Liu An's eyes flickered as he slowly said, what? Don't tell me you want to let your brother get a share. According to what I know, although you two are siblings, your relationship isn't that good. Your brother has both openly and secretly called you trash. If he takes part in the matter, I'm worried all the benefits of our efforts will be reaped by him. Li Xiao's expression turned grim. This was a real possibility. There was no one who was more clear of his brother's conducts than himself, dominating and fearless. Okay then. We'll wait for Brother Liu An's golden bell cover to step into the initial stage. Humphrey, we'll just let that Duan Ling Tan be complacent for a few more days. Li Xiao quickly made a decision. In the following days, Duan Ling Tan would often bring Kerr along to the martial arts practice field to cultivate her movement technique. They slowly blended into the Aurora City Li clan, winning over the respect of many main clan disciples. In this world, the strong were always respected no matter where they went. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Although Duan Ling Tan and Kerr's cultivation had not broken through, their strength had undergone a heaven-shattering transformation. First of all was the defense martial skills. Under the assistance of the Bloodling Z body refinement liquid, Duan Ling Tan's greater teleportation and Kerr's stealth substitution were both successfully cultivated to the initial stage. As for the offensive martial skills, Duan Ling Tan didn't dip into any of them. Ka, on the hand, continued her painstaking cultivation of the sword-drawing arts without stopping. If Duan Ling Tan's sword-drawing arts was considered to have stepped into the perfection stage, then Kerr's sword-drawing arts could be considered to have reached the mastery stage. Of course, the reason Kerr progressed so quickly was due to her painstaking cultivation. Since the day she started cultivating the sword-drawing arts until now, she spent at least 5 hours a day practicing it. People who put in painstaking effort were always rewarded. This was something even Duan Ling Tan did not find unexpected. Something worth mentioning was that during this past month's time, due to Duan Ling Tan and Kerr always cultivating their movement techniques in the martial arts practice field, they became familiar with Li Shishi. Especially Kerr, her and Li Shishi started calling each other sisters. Martial arts practice field. Duan Ling Tan's figure flashed as if he had no bones. He stopped for a moment and then moved at swift speeds like a spirit serpent that was flying out in a flash. He was indeed cultivating the spirit serpent movement technique. The beautiful young girl stood at the side, silently watching him with a slightly smiling expression of happiness. Little sister Kerr. Abruptly, a voice sounded from afar. Another beautiful young girl walked over with quick strides. Her hand grasped a sheathed fine steel sword, making her seem valiant and heroic. Big sister Shishi. Kerr lightly smiled as she greeted the person. Little sister Kerr, I'm going to the trade market to buy some things. Come with me. The person was indeed Li Shishi. Hearing what she said, Kerr unconsciously looked towards the youth whose figure was flashing about, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she silently waited. Duan Ling Tan, I'm borrowing Kerr for a while. You don't mind, right? Li Shishi looked at the youth. Whoosh. Duan Ling Tan's figure lightly jerked, taking advantage of force exerted to come to a stop. His forehead was emitting hot sweat. A fragrant smell entered his nose as Kerr walked forward to help him wipe his sweat. She was like a lovely little wife. I really can't stand the two of you. Li Shishi had a nauseated expression. At this moment, no one noticed that deep within her gaze, a feeling of loss flashed quickly before disappearing. Ka, go ahead. Take care of yourself. Duan Ling Tan smiled towards the young girl beside him. Besides himself, Kerr had finally gotten a similar-aged friend. Duan Ling Tan naturally would not restrict their contact. Don't worry, your Kerr won't even lose a hair. Li Shishi gave Duan Ling Tan a look before grabbing Kerr's hand and walking off. On the way, they attracted many gazes from lascivious men. After the two girls left, Duan Ling Tan continued his cultivation. Spirit serpent movement technique. If anyone with a keen gaze was present, they would notice a barely visible defensive Kai barrier on the surface of Duan Ling Tan's body. Defensive martial skill. Duan Ling Ting seemed to have forgotten the time as he cultivated. Every time his figure flashed about, he felt a comfortable feeling spreading through his entire body. Duan Ling Tan. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Duan Ling Tan's cultivation. Duan Ling Tan frowned as he saw the two familiar faces coming over shoulder to shoulder. It was indeed Liu An and Li Xiao. In fact, Duan Lingtan hadn't seen them for the past half-month. He originally thought that they were scared stiff from the killing intent he emitted the other day and would not dare to cause trouble for him anymore. But now it seemed that it was not the case. What? Duan Lingtan looked at them with a calm expression. Duan Lingtan, hand over what we want, or else today you will have to crawl home from here, Li Xiao said, in a cold voice. You want my things? Sure. Duan Lingtan smiled indifferently. Huh? Li Xiao and Li Yuan were dumbstruck. Since when was this Duan Lingtan so easy to deal with? Duan Lingtan stopped for a moment. Better, he added, defeat me. Okay, I'll make you sincerely hand everything over. Li Xiao walked out quickly, standing face to face with Duan Lingtan. At this moment, the people in the martial arts practice field noticed the commotion over here and came over to spectate. The deserted corner of the martial arts practice field was quickly surrounded by people. It's Li Yuan. Li Yuan and Big Sister Shishi are the same. They are the top 3 strongest disciples in our outer court. Is he going to battle Duan Lingtan? I think so. Although Duan Lingtan is only a branch family disciple, his sword skills have reached perfection. Even Big Sister Shishi felt like she was inferior. Even though his cultivation is weaker than Li Yuan's, he's not necessarily not a match for Li Yuan. You mentioned sword skills. Didn't you notice that Duan Lingtan doesn't have a sword with him? He can't be thinking of fighting Li Yuan empty-handed, right? Even though his Howling Tiger Fist has broken through to the mastery stage, everyone knows that Li Yuan's middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, has also been cultivated to the mastery stage. More importantly, Li Yuan is at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, whereas Duan Lingtan is only at the 8th level. The crowd's discussion didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtan, who didn't have a sword in hand. Some people who had swords wanted to lend them to Duan Lingtan but were afraid of offending Li Yuan. Li Yuan was not simply a main clan disciple, he was also a clan elder's nephew. This was also the reason why, even though he was only an outer court disciple, he cultivated the offensive martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, defensive martial skill, Golden Bell Cover, and movement technique, Unfettered Steps, which were all middle-grade profound rank martial skills. Others could only be envious of it. The two of you come at me together. Duan Lingtan shot a glance at Li Yuan before looking at Li Xiao. Don't overestimate yourself. Against you, I am more than enough. Li Yuan got angry from embarrassment as Duan Lingtan looked down upon him. His figure abruptly moved. Unfettered steps. Li Yuan's legs stepped in a peculiar manner, quickly moving forward, arriving in front of Duan Lingtan in a blink of an eye. Heart Destruction Palm. His palm struck out and shook the air as it brought along the force of heart destruction, flying straight towards Duan Lingtan. At the same time, a strand of white mist congealed into an ancient mammoth silhouette above Li Yuan. Initial stage Unfettered Steps and Mastery stage Heart Destruction Palm. Exclamations sounded from within the crowd of spectators. Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered as his upper body inclined backwards, his arms pulled back into the shape of a bow, and at the very moment he completed this action, he abruptly trembled. Collapsing Fist. Duan Lingtan swung out his collapsing fist to intercept Li Yuan's Heart Destruction Palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Immediately, Duan Lingtan felt that Li Yuan's palm strike strength was stronger than his collapsing fist. Furthermore, a strand of a strange force actually followed through his fist, trying to enter into his arm. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtan activated his defensive martial skill, directing the strand of strange force, teleporting the force around, and causing it to shoot out in reverse. Do unto another what they do unto you. Bang! Duan Lingtan stayed rooted as if he was a mountain, but Li Yuan, on the other hand, retreated 2 steps. And his expression was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Li Yuan was absolutely sure that his strength earlier was stronger than Duan Lingtan's, and his heart destruction force was just about to flow into Duan Lingtan's body. But just at this moment, Duan Lingtan's body emitted a defensive chi barrier that was actually capable of reflecting his heart destruction force back. It was like a mirror. What defensive martial skill is that? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had heard of such a bizarre defensive martial skill. Looks like your golden bell cover has already stepped into the initial stage. Duan Lingtan's eye narrowed slightly. Li Yuan's heart destruction palm's might was in no way inferior to his collapsing fist, combined with Li Yuan's cultivation being higher than his and possessing the strength of an ancient mammoth. In a head-on battle, he was inferior to Li Yuan. But with greater teleportation reversing Li Yuan's heart destruction force, which suppressed him, he was still able to gain the upper hand in a head-on battle. Of course, although reversing the heart destruction force did force Li Yuan back, Li Yuan was able to execute Golden Bell cover in time to block it. Based on the circumstances from before, it could be said that he and Li Yuan were equally matched. But he still had an even stronger trump card. Li Yuan's defensive martial arts has also stepped into the initial stage. He really is a monster. The crowd sounded with exclamations. If Li Yuan is a monster, then what would Duan Lingtan be? He's got the upper hand. After this last voice spoke, the crowd became deathly silent. It was true that Li Yuan took the initiative and attacked, and Duan Lingtan passively took him head-on, but he still had the upper hand. As far as they were concerned, the superior and inferior side was instantly determined. In terms of attack, Li Yuan was inferior to Duan Lingtan. Brother Li Yuan, I'll come help you. Li Xiao had the exact same thoughts as the others, so he wanted to join the battle. No need. Li Yuan took in a deep breath as he stopped Li Xiao. Only he who had experienced it for himself knew the true reason why he was at a disadvantage. If he had circulated his defensive martial skill in time, he wouldn't have been forced back by his own strength. I have to say, your defensive martial skill is really bizarre, but everything is over now. Li Yuan sneered. Unfettered steps. His legs' movement sped up and stepped in a peculiar manner, spinning around Duan Lingtan's body. He seemed like he was trying to distort Duan Lingtan's line of sight. Li Yuan's unfettered steps is a middle-grade profound rank martial skill. Although it's only at the initial stage, it's comparable to a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. If Duan Lingtan's speed is inferior to his, then he will certainly lose. A voice abruptly sounded from within the crowd. This voice received the acknowledgement of most of the people present. Of their martial skills under the heavens, only speed was unbeatable. Li Yuan being able to cultivate 3 types of martial skills to such high stages indeed placed him at the top of his peers, as there were hardly any peers of his capable of such a feat. In the outer court, there were only 2 people who were comparable to Li Yuan. Duan Lingtan's offensive martial skill was strong, and his defensive martial skill was not bad either. It was this reason that in most of the people present's view, Duan Lingtan's movement technique should be his weak point. Want to compare in speed with me? Duan Lingtan laughed. His pupils abruptly constricted and his legs shook. Spirit Serpent movement technique. This high-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, exceeded Li Yuan's movement technique by an entire stage. Whoosh! Duan Lingtan's figure moved like an agile spirit serpent, spinning around Li Yuan in reverse. No matter how Li Yuan's palm strikes whistled through the wind, they were unable to touch him in the slightest. The surrounding crowd was struck dumb. This Duan Lingtan, this speed, was simply monstrous. Li Xiao. Li Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Although unwilling, he still chose to request help from Li Xiao. The whole crowd drew in a breath of cold air. Li Xiao responded with a sound. Then his figure moved, flying into the battleground. Working together with Li Yuan, they attacked from both sides, causing Duan Lingtan to have nowhere to dodge. Howling Tiger Fist. Li Xiao seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger, pouncing towards Duan Lingtan as he opened his bloody mouth to bite him. Unexpectedly, Duan Lingtan didn't have any intention of dodging. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtan circulated his defensive martial skill, his body emitting a defensive chi barrier. Bang! Li Xiao's violently approaching fist strike struck onto Duan Lingtan's defensive chi barrier. The crowd was extremely silent. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtan would be blasted away, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. They saw the originally violently approaching and sneering Li Xiao's expression freeze on his face. The hand which struck out started to shake. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill cry, Li Xiao's body was blasted away like an arrow leaving the bowstring, fiercely plunging to the ground. Slumping on the ground, Li Xiao's face was pale white, and his gaze towards Duan Lingtan was filled with dread. He didn't expect the entire force of the fist he struck Duan Lingtan with to be reversed back upon him as if he had hit a mirror. Extremely depressing. If not for his timely circulation of his defensive martial skill, his entire arm might have been crippled. This scene shocked everyone present. Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist was a middle-grade profound rank martial skill that had been cultivated to the initial stage. Duan Lingtan could fully bear Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist just by using his defensive martial skill, showing that his defense martial was in no way inferior to Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist. At the very least it was similar to Li Yuan's initial stage Golden Bell cover. Only an initial stage and above middle-grade profound rank martial skill would be capable of blocking an attack from a middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill. In other words, Duan Lingtan's defensive martial skill was either a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. However, no one considered Duan Lingtan's defensive martial skill to be a high-grade profound rank martial skill. After all, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was extremely rare even in the Aurora City Li clan. Brother Li Yuan, I'm sorry. Li Xiao laughed bitterly as he looked towards Li Yuan. In the beginning he thought that only Duan Lingtan's offensive martial skills were more formidable than his. But only now did he realize that his attack was completely incapable of breaking Duan Lingtan's defense. HMPH. Li Yuan's expression turned grim. His icy gold gaze swept past Duan Lingtan just like a bloodthirsty poisonous snake's gaze. Only after Li Yuan and Li Xiao fled in shame did the crowd's gaze fall onto Duan Lingtan. Their gazes were filled with reverence. At the age of only 16, he had the middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist, at the mastery stage, as well as what was possibly a middle-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the initial stage, or maybe low-grade profound rank defense martial skill at the mastery stage. And also what might be a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, or maybe low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. In the outer court, such accomplishments could perhaps only be compared to the outer court's top-ranked disciple. Even Li Shishi was quite inferior to him. Based on Duan Lingtan's current strength, he's completely surpassed Big Sister Shishi and Li Yuan. In the outer court at present, his strength is probably only inferior to Li Qiang's. I feel like he can compete with Li Qiang. You all shouldn't forget that Duan Lingtan's strongest offensive martial skill isn't Howling Tiger Fist, but his sword skill which has attained perfection. Yeah, with his sword skill combined with the assistance of a good long sword, I estimate that his strength won't be inferior to Li Qiang's. The crowd's discussion was generous with admiration. Hearing these praises, Duan Lingtan smiled indifferently. This kind of scene was something he had experienced many times in previous life, so he had long ago become accustomed to it. As for the Li Qiang they spoke about, Duan Lingtan had heard about him, the top-ranked disciple in the outer court. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtan hasn't had the chance to meet him. He heard that Li Qiang went to the Misty Forest to gain experience, and that he would only return to the clan right before the martial meet begins. Just when Duan Lingtan was about to go home, an anxious voice that was getting closer to him called out, Duan Lingtan, Duan Lingtan, is something the matter? Duan Lingtan looked at the panting youth. Duan Lingtan, Big Sister Shishi taught two Lin clan outer court disciples a lesson. As a result, they called others over and now a group of people have surrounded them and blocked them in. Big Sister Shishi sent me back to deliver the news, the youth anxiously said. What? Duan Lingtan's face instantly became grim. What he was worried the most about was Ka's safety. Show me the way. Duan Lingtan's stern gaze stared fixedly on the youth. The youth felt a chill run down his spine. Not daring to look Duan Lingtan in the eye anymore, he hurriedly walked in front and led the way. The surrounding outer court disciples cast a gaze at each other before following them. The Lin clan members actually dare to bully Big Sister Shishi? They are virtually courting death. Let's go and teach them a lesson. Do they really think our Li clan outer court disciples are so easy to offend? The outer court disciples that followed behind Duan Lingtan were filled with righteous indignation. Hurry up. Duan Lingtan frowned, then he grabbed hold of the youth's arm and brought him along as he flew forward, creating some distance between them and the crowd. Point the way. The crowd of outer court disciples behind could only hear Juan Lingtan's loud shout from far away. Come on, we need to hurry up, don't lose them. The crowd of Li clan disciples each executed their movement techniques, flying out to follow up. But even then, they could only eat Juan Lingtan's dust. It was also because Juan Lingtan was bringing along another person, or else it would be impossible for them to even follow Juan Lingtan's figure with their speed. After leaving the Li clan estate, Juan Lingtan saw the two girls being blocked in a large street in the trade market. When he saw Ke safely standing there, Juan Lingtan heaved a sigh of relief. Li Shishe, as long as you and the little beauty beside you accompany us for some drinks, we'll forget about today's matter. How about it? A coquettish voice entered Juan Lingtan's ears from afar. Juan Lingtan's expression turned grim. Li Shishi's delicately shouted, Lin Wei, you're dreaming. Then I'm sorry, the few of us will be forced to ruthlessly destroy some flowers. The coquettish voice sounded again, this time with a trace of coldness. FK off. Juan Lingtan extended his hand, grabbed a Lin clan outer court disciple's shoulder, and pulled him backwards as he walked in large strides into the blockade. Kid, you're courting death. The Lin clan outer court disciple's face distorted as he walked forward and attacked with a fist strike. Bang! As a result, his first struck the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Juan Lingtan's body, so the ruthless fist strike's force reversed back to him. Ah! He went flying backwards while emitting a shrill cry, plunging to the ground in a sorry state. The commotion over here could not be considered small, so it had attracted the attention of everyone. Young master, Juan Lingtan. When Ke and Li Shishi noticed Juan Lingtan, their beautiful faces emitted expressions of delight, as if the lover they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ka, are you okay, right? Juan Lingtan walked to the side of the young girl, his expression filled with concern. Young master, I'm alright. The young girl lightly shook her head. Big sister Shishi was here to take care of me. Thank you. Juan Lingtan nodded and smiled to Li Shishi. What are you thanking me for? I brought Ke out, so I naturally have to take responsibility until the end. Li Shishi's clear eyes flickered as she lightly shook her head. She sighed in her heart. Could it be that in his eyes, I'm really not even slightly comparable to little sister Ke? Kid, you dare to injure our Lin clan members? Today, I, Lin Wei, will teach you a lesson. From behind the youth of was the Lin family's leader, a youth of around 17 years old flew out. His violently approaching palm was aimed at Juan Lingtan's chest. The expressions of the two girls beside Juan Lingtan distorted. They wanted to make a move to save him. Juan Lingtan walked out in large strides, using his chest to meet the attack head-on. Greater teleportation. Defensive martial skill circulating. Bang! The youth's palm struck Juan Lingtan's chest. Juan Lingtan didn't budge an inch. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted away. His body was in a sorry state. He swayed a bit before being finally able to stand firmly. The pain that he felt coming from his arm caused cold sweat to flow out of him. When he once again looked at Juan Lingtan, his gaze was filled with terror. Clap 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 clap. Just at this moment, the Lin family's green-clothed youth in the lead started clapping. If I'm not guessing wrong, your defensive martial skill is a high-grade profound rank martial skill, right? The green-clothed youth glanced deeply at Juan Lingtan. High-grade profound rank martial skill. No matter whether it was the Lin clan outer court disciples, or the Li clan outer court disciples that had just arrived, all of them were struck dumb. Although the Lin clan and the Li clan both had high-grade profound rank martial skills, a clan's high-grade profound rank martial skills were only allowed to be cultivated by the genius martial artists that the clan was focusing on. Everyone looked at Juan Lingtan with surprised gazes. Ka, let's go home. Juan Lingtan grabbed the girl's hand with a gentle expression and walked towards the outside of the enclosure. He walked through the enclosure as if he had entered a place where there was no one, or no one could resist him. Whoosh! The green-clothed youth's figure moved as if it had transformed into a gust of wind, blocking Juan Lingtan. Juan Lingtan's expression turned grim. You beat up my Lin clan members and plan to leave just like this? The green-clothed youth had a carefree expression. His gaze, however, emitted a hint of playfulness. Juan Lingtan's gaze turned cold and his voice sounded like thunder. FK off. If your Li clan members want to leave now, that is not a problem, but you have to fight with me. This is the precondition. In the past, I thought that the Li clan outer court disciples only had Li Qiang who was worthy of fighting me, but only today did I find out that there was someone like you." The green-clothed youth's face was filled with confidence. It was as if everything was under his control. So arrogant. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within them. Duan Lingtan, he's Lin Shi, the Lin clan outer court's top disciple and the son of the Lin clan's patriarch. Li Shi warned. Lin clan outer court's top disciple, Lin clan patriarch's son. No matter which title he used, it was enough to cause this green-clothed youth to seem dazzling. The Lin clan, similar to the Li clan, were both colossi of Aurora City. "Have you finished considering? After a battle between the two of us, no matter who wins or who loses, I'll allow your Li clan members to leave." Lin Shi lightly smiled as if he didn't feel the least bit angry about what Duan Lingtan did earlier. Just for the chance to battle Duan Lingtan. The injured Lin Y's expression turned grim as he unwillingly said, "Brother Qi, Li Shi and her injured are people, you." "Shut up." Lin Shi coldly glanced at Lin Y, interrupting Lin Y. "Are you questioning my decision?" Lin Qi's voice contained an undoubtable prestige. Although he was young, he had developed the bearing of someone in a high position. Lin Y took a deep breath, not daring to open his mouth again, but his icy cold eyes still stared fixedly on Duan Lingtan, waiting for a chance to swallow him up. Duan Lingtan noticed Lin Y's gaze but paid no attention to it. Lin Y's strength was only on par with Li Xiao's, and as such posed no threat to him. His gaze fell on Lin Qi. "If you want a fight, then I'll give you one." Duan Lingtan smiled to Kerr and asked her to go wait beside Li Shi before walking out in large strides to confront Lin Qi. The Lin clan outer court disciples all moved back a few steps, emptying out a large space. This was, after all, Aurora City's biggest trade market, so roadside spectators quickly gathered around. "I heard that the green-clothed youth is the Lin clan's patriarch's son, Lin Qi." "Lin Qi? I've heard of him. The top-ranked Lin clan disciple amongst the juniors. At the age of only 17, his cultivation is already at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage, and he has even cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills." 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. Damn. The Lin clan really expended a lot of resources on him. Who's the one confronting him? "I think it's a Li clan disciple with another surname. The surrounding crowd discussed in low voices. Duan Lingtan stared fixedly at Lin Qi with a serious expression. Facing Lin Qi caused him to feel a strand of pressure. Even when he faced the Fresh Breeze Town's Fang family manager, an existence at the first level of the core formation stage, he didn't feel even a trace of pressure. In other words, Lin Qi was more dangerous than Fang Qiang. Thinking though it would make it easily understandable. Families like the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town only had high-grade yellow rank martial skills as their best martial skills. As for movement techniques, before Duan Lingtan gifted the Li family a movement technique, not one of the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town had one. Defensive martial skills, on the hand, were something that were too far away for the 3 families to consider. Duan Lingtan found out through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories that although martial skills were divided into 4 ranks, namely Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow rank martial skills only encompassed offensive martial skills. No movement techniques or defensive martial skills were at the Yellow rank. On Cloud Continent, the lowest ranked movement technique and defensive martial skills were at least Profound rank. Whoosh. As if previously agreed upon, Duan Lingtan and Lin Qi moved at the same time. Spirit Serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtan's figure was graceful, every movement he made was filled with a sense of supple beauty. His speed was so fast that the most of the people in the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Lin Qi's legs were like after images. Even if they flew past a snowfield, there probably wouldn't be any traces left behind. Traceless snow steps. A high-grade profound rank martial skill. Where did this Duan Lingtan come from? Since when did the Li clan have such an incredible person? His movement technique's speed is actually not one bit inferior to Brother Qi's traceless snow steps. Brother Qi's traceless snow steps is a high-grade profound rank martial skill that has been cultivated to the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, or a low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. Unbelievable. Besides the Li clan's Li Qiang and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yun, there is actually someone of the same generation that could compete with Brother Qi in movement techniques. Humphrey. This Duan Ling Tan is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Didn't you all realize that Brother Chi hasn't even exerted his full strength, but instead suppressed his strength at the 8th level of the body tempering stage to play with him? If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed. Brother Chi's current attacks aren't drawing upon the energy of heavens and earth to develop into an ancient mammoth silhouette. The crowd of Lin Clan outer disciples had complacent expressions. It was as if the person who was flying crisscross with Duan Ling Tan and had similar speeds was not Lin Chi but themselves. Duan Ling Tan, receive my palm strike. Lin Chi abruptly shouted loudly. Whoosh! The sound of a gust of wind pierced out coldly. Lin Chi's right hand abruptly slapped out. All that could be seen with the naked eye was a string of palm afterimages, enveloping towards Duan Ling Tan. More than 10 palm afterimages descending at the same time made it extremely hard to identify the real strike. If judged wrongly, it would undoubtedly mean walking into danger. It's the high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill, overlapping afterimages, the famous martial skill of the Lin Clan. Supposedly, the overlapping afterimages allows the creation of 99 afterimages when cultivated to the perfection stage. As expected of the Lin Clan's young genius, Lin Chi, being able to cultivate overlapping afterimages to the initial stage at the mere age of 17. The surrounding crowd didn't lack people who had their own unique views. So this is a high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill. Duan Ling Tan's heart twitched. Through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, he had quite the understanding of high-grade profound rank offensive martial skills. A high-grade profound rank martial skill compared to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill was a qualitative change. Not only was the might of the skill increased by a level, it even stressed upon using a certain method to confuse the enemy before executing a swift and hard strike. Duan Ling Tan's pupils constricted. Relying on the experience he gained from the battlefields in his previous life, he seemed to be able to see through the more than 10 afterimages, pinpointing the palm strike which contained a trace of killing intent. Collapsing fist. Duan Ling Tan drew his arms back before swinging out his right fist. His fist was aimed at one of the afterimages. Bang! The palm and fist strikes collided. Instantly, Duan Ling Tan and Lin Chi's bodies trembled, and Duan Ling Tan stepped 3 steps back whereas Lin Chi took 5 steps back. The surrounding spectators were stupefied. Lin Chi, who had suppressed his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage, was actually forced into a disadvantageous position. Your strength is actually stronger than an ordinary level 8th body tempering martial artist's by so much. Lin Chi gazed at Duan Ling Tan with an astonished expression. Duan Ling Tan smiled indifferently, because he cultivated in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. On every occasion that his cultivation broke through, his strength would always be slightly stronger than someone of the same cultivation level. Just like now, an ordinary 8th level body tempering martial artist would have the strength of 5,000 pounds. But he, on the other hand, had a strength of 7,000 pounds. Haha, satisfying. My view of you was not wrong. Besides Li Qiang and Xiao Yun, you're the first in the same generation of disciples of Aurora City capable of seeing through my true palm strike. Lin Chi laughed loudly with a delighted expression. Once more, Lin Chi's body shook as he flew out once more. Traceless snow steps. This time, he and Duan Ling Tan didn't purposely attack each other head-on but instead flew out as they searched for their opponent's weak spots in order to defeat the opponent. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Collapsing Fist. Duan Ling Tan's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, flying forward as he found the best chance to blast a fist strike on Lin Chi's body. Even though the might of Collapsing Fist was unable to suppress Lin Chi's overlapping afterimages in a head-on collision, in terms of combat experience, it would be impossible for Lin Chi to be on the same level as Duan Ling Tan. As the strongest weapons specialist on Earth in his previous life, in terms of combat experience, Lin Chi was obviously not on the same level as him. Bang! His fist descended, blasting on the defensive chi barrier that rose to the surface of Lin Chi's body. Instantly, Duan Ling Tan felt his right fist shake as if he had pounded his fist on a turtle's shell, and he was exposed to the force of the shock that was deflected back. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tan circulated his defensive martial skill. Doing unto another what another does unto you. He reversed as much of the deflected force as possible back to Lin Chi. The deflected shock force was, after all, originally from Lin Chi's defensive chi barrier, so Lin Chi's defensive chi barrier didn't reject it. Lin Chi's body trembled when the deflected shock force reached him. As if being struck by lightning, he retreated to the side in a slightly sorry manner. "What defensive martial skills are you using?" Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtan as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was shocked by Duan Lingtan's combat experience, what astonished him the most was Duan Lingtan's defensive martial skill. It was actually able to return most of the force that his profound turtle form had deflected to Duan Lingtan. That deflected shock force originated from his defensive chi barrier, and as such his defensive chi barrier wouldn't react to reject it, so the force that was returned to him by Duan Lingtan caused him so suffer quite a loss. Duan Lingtan's defensive martial skill had thoroughly countered his defensive martial skill. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed and he slowly said, "Use your full strength. You don't have to continue suppressing your strength. If you continue as it is, you will undoubtedly lose." "Fine, as you wish." I really didn't expect that in the same generation of Aurora City's three great clans, there would be someone besides Li Qiang and Xiao Yun capable of forcing me to exert my full strength. Be careful, once I exert my full strength, I will have the strength of an ancient mammoth. Compared to your current strength, it will be stronger by 3,000 pounds. Lin Chi frankly laughed. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtan said was true. Considering Duan Lingtan's rich combat experience and the defensive martial skill that had countered his, it was more than enough to defeat him when his strength was suppressed to be on the same level as Duan Lingtan's. Instantly, the muscles on Lin Chi's body started to bulge up. Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth shook as an ancient mammoth silhouette became indistinctly visible. This Duan Lingtan is really abnormal. He is able to force Lin Chi to use his full strength even though he's only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. After today's battle, Duan Lingtan will still obtain honor even in loss. Yeah, just now brother Lin Chi was in a disadvantageous position when his strength was suppressed to the same level as Duan Lingtan's. It's easily imaginable how if one day he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Lin Chi probably won't be his match. The Lin clan outer court disciples looked at Duan Lingtan with dazed expressions. On the other hand, the Li clan outer court disciples had radiant expressions. Duan Lingtan really brought honor to their Li clan. From today onwards, besides Li Qiang, the Li clan outer court would have Duan Lingtan. As Li Shishi gazed at Duan Lingtan, her clear eyes had an extremely complicated expression. The young girl beside her, however, seemed to not be shocked in the slightest. As far as she was concerned, her young master would forever be the best, incomparable to anyone. Duan Lingtan, be careful. Once I exert my full strength, no matter whether it is strength or speed, it will all undergo a massive increase. After giving Duan Lingtan a reminder, Lin Chi made his move. Traceless snow steps. Lin Chi's speed was at least 30% faster than before. Overlapping after images. More than 10 palm after images abruptly descended, enveloping towards Duan Lingtan. Lin Chi at full strength had a speed that completely surpassed Duan Lingtan's, and the might of his overlapping images also surpassed Duan Lingtan's collapsing fist, causing Duan Lingtan's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, to have difficulties in blocking the attack. Even if Duan Lingtan had an even richer combat experience and greater teleportation was even more miraculous, he would still end up in a disadvantageous position after a few moves. If the martial skills were considered as the software, then the strength of the user was the hardware. If the hardware was inferior, then even better software would be burdened by it. The difference between strength is too great. Duan Lingtan is about to lose. Noticing Duan Lingtan passively defending and repeatedly being forced back, the Lin clan outer court disciples had smiles on their faces. Duan Lingtan will still obtain honor even if he loses. The Li clan outer court disciples, however, didn't get dejected. After all, Duan Lingtan's cultivation was laid out there, being lower than Lin Chi's by a level. If Duan Lingtan was also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, in their opinions, Lin Chi would definitely not be a match for Duan Lingtan. In terms of age, Duan Lingtan was also younger than Lin Chi by a year. He had limitless potential. Just when everyone other than Kerr thought that Duan Lingtan would be defeated by Lin Chi, they heard a voice. "Lin Chi, be careful." Duan Lingtan's voice abruptly sounded whoosh. Subsequently, A violet sword shine flashed by before disappearing instantaneously. It forced Lin Chi to swiftly stop. He looked at Duan Lingtan with an expression of dread. Did Duan Lingtan use a sword just now? I think so. But he doesn't have a sword one hand right now. Where did he hide it? Not one of the Li clan and Lin clan outer court disciples were able to see how Duan Lingtan had struck with his sword, or where he hid his sword. If they hadn't seen the sword shine, they might have even thought they were seeing things. Lin Chi, I'm going to counterattack. Duan Lingtan's gaze slightly focused and then he moved. Spirit serpent movement technique. His figure moved, flying straight towards Lin Chi. Whoosh! The violet sword shine appeared once again, flashing by before vanishing instantaneously as Lin Chi quickly retreated. I admit defeat. Lin Chi said, in a slightly panicked voice. Besides Li Shishi and Kerr, the other people present were all struck dumb. Lin Chi admitted defeat. What's going on? Brother Chi, why did you admit defeat? You obviously had the upper hand. Lin Wai looked at Lin Chi with a puzzled expression. If Duan Lingtan wasn't using a sword, I could have defeated him, but once he brings a sword out, I'm not a match for him, Lin Chi replied in a very straightforward and simple manner. Duan Lingtan, the speed at which you executed that sword skill is at a level that is difficult for me to reach. Unless I undergo an overall breakthrough, I can't even defend against a single sword strike from you. Lin Chi sighed as he glanced at Duan Lingtan with a complicated expression. Duan Lingtan's marvelous sword skill caused admiration within his heart. Acknowledged. Duan Lingtan nodded, slightly increasing his view of Lin Chi. This was a person who could accept defeat. A person like this would surely be extraordinary in the future. Lin Chi's eyes flickered brightly as he proclaimed confidently, but there will eventually be a day where I will defeat your sword skill. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled. I keep my promises. You can leave with your Li clan members now. Lin Chi's eyebrows twitched. Farewell. Duan Lingtan nodded towards Lin Chi before bringing along Kerr and the crowd of Li clan outer court disciples to leave the trade market together, walking towards the Li clan estate. The surrounding crowd slowly dispersed as well. In their hearts, they remembered a single name, Duan Lingtan. The Li clan had an outer court disciple whose strength was similar to or even surpassed Li Qiang's. Brother Chi, you haven't replied to me. Why did you admit defeat without reason? Lin Wai frowned as he asked with a manner showing he wouldn't give up until he got to the bottom of things. The other Lin clan outer court disciples also looked towards Lin Chi. They had the same question. See for yourselves. Lin Chi shook his head. He then raised his head to display his throat to everyone. The Lin clan outer court disciples were all dumbstruck. They could clearly see that there was a light white sword mark on Lin Chi's throat. If it wasn't for him showing mercy today, I would already be dead. Lin Chi sighed. Lin Wai's eyes flickered as he ruthlessly said, Brother Chi, how dare that Duan Lingtan, a mere Li clan disciple with another surname, use such a killing move against you? If it was up to me, we could get our Lin clan's inner court disciples to treat him a lesson. Lin Chi's expression turned grim as he said, in a stern voice, Lin Wai, I'm warning you. From today onwards, Duan Lingtan is my opponent, and I will take care of this matter myself. Don't try to be smart. Yes. This was the first time Lin Wai had seen Lin Chi get so angry, so he hurriedly nodded and replied his acknowledgement. But, when he lowered his head, his eyes still flickered with a trace of unwillingness and ruthlessness. Duan Lingtan and the crowd on their way home. Duan Lingtan, why did Lin Chi abruptly admit defeat? Yeah, I didn't notice him suffering any losses, so why would he abruptly admit defeat? Duan Lingtan, is there an inside story we don't know about? The Li clan outer court disciples all gazed at Duan Lingtan with puzzled expressions. What inside story could there possibly be? You all just didn't see it clearly. Stop talking nonsense. Li Shishi's willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. Big sister Shishay, could it be that you know the reason? Instantly, all of the Li clan outer court disciples shifted their gazes to Li Shishi. Only after looking at Duan Lingtan and noticing that he didn't have any dissatisfaction did Li Shishi explain, didn't all of you notice that there was a light white sword mark on Lin Chi's throat? Duan Lingtan showed mercy on that sword strike, only piercing through the skin of his throat. If it was slightly deeper, he would undoubtedly be dead. For a moment, all of the Li clan outer court disciples were stupefied. Never would they have thought that Duan Lingtan was so formidable, slicing the throat with a single sword strike. Although some of them had once seen Duan Lingtan execute his sword skill, that sword strike that sliced more than 10 falling leaves. They didn't think that Duan Lingtan's sword skill would be so terrifying when used in actual combat. Only Duan Lingtan knew that the only reason his attack went so smoothly was because he attacked unexpectedly. The sword-drawing arts that he executed had a might not inferior to a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage when attacking unexpectedly. The crowd dispersed after arriving back at the Li clan estate. Duan Lingtan and Ke greeted Li Shishi before returning home. I wonder if he would be willing to teach the sword-drawing arts to me. Li Shishi had always been focused on sword skills and had even cultivated her low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, to the perfection stage. As a branch family disciple, if she wanted to advance in her sword skills, she had to wait until she was an inner court disciple to choose a middle-grade profound rank skill from the second floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion. During their time together, she heard from Ke that the sword-drawing art's might was comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill. If attacking unexpectedly, its might was even comparable to a high-grade profound rank sword skill. When they got home, Duan Lingtan went to lie on his bed with his body spread open. Cultivating his movement technique and subsequently getting into an intense battle with Lin Chi today caused him to feel slightly exhausted. The young girl sat on the side of the bed, gently helping him massage his legs. Delightful. Duan Lingtan couldn't help to release a breath of foul air. Duan Lingtan noticed the young girl's hesitation to speak, so he asked, while smiling, "Ka, is something the matter?" "What? You can't be still thinking of yourself as an outsider, right?" "Young master, big sister Shishi hoped I would ask you if you were willing to teach her the sword-drawing arts," the young girl said with slight hesitation. "That's a nice idea of hers. Don't tell me the reason why she started calling you sister was so that I would teach her the sword-drawing arts." Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered. "Young master, big sister Shishi isn't that type of person." The young girl lightly shook her head. "Then, Ka, are you hoping I teach the sword-drawing arts to her?" Duan Lingtan asked while smiling. "Ke will listen to the young master's decision." The young girl lightly smiled, her delicate face blushing slightly. Duan Lingtan thought silently for a moment before slowly saying, "Her low-grade profound rank sword skill has already been cultivated to the perfection stage, so I can't blame her for wanting to cultivate a better sword skill. Since she's good to my Ke and took care of her, I'll pass down a different sword skill to her. As for the sword-drawing arts, I would never pass it out of the family." The young girl blinked her clear eyes as she curiously asked, "Young master, what sword skill are you going to pass down to big sister Shishi?" "Synchronous Shadow Sword." This sword skill was a high-grade profound rank sword skill. It was one of the complete sword skills that Duan Lingtan had found inside the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. It had a similar but slightly different effect from the overlapping after images that Lin Chi executed earlier, and its might was not a bit inferior to it. Originally, Duan Lingtan was prepared to teach a middle-grade profound rank sword skill to Li Shishi, but after a quick thought, he decided otherwise. Another 1.5 months from now would be the yearly clan martial meet. Based on Li Shishi's current strength, becoming an inner court disciple was a piece of cake. Becoming an inner court disciple would allow her access to the Martial Repository Pavilion's second level to choose a middle-grade profound rank martial skill. It would be unnecessary of him to give her a middle-grade profound rank sword skill. A few days later, Duan Lingtan wrote down the Synchronous Shadow Sword and asked Ke to go get Li Shishi. Synchronous Shadow Sword, a high-grade profound rank sword skill. After looking through the handwritten book Duan Lingtan had written for her, her clear pupils constricted and she had an excited expression. "Due to some reasons, I'm unable to teach you the sword-drawing arts. So I'll give you this sword skill instead. But, I have a condition." As he spoke up to her, Duan Lingtan stared fixedly at Li Shishi. "What? What condition?" At this moment, Li Shishi felt as if Duan Lingtan's burning gaze was tearing her clothes apart, so her voice started to slightly tremble. "You can't tell anyone that it was I who gave you this sword skill. Remember, that means anyone." Duan Lingtan told her his condition. "Of course." Li Shishi hurriedly nodded as she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. So it was just this condition. She even thought that. Duan Lingtan nodded to Li Shishi as he indifferently said, "You can go now." Li Shishi grit her teeth and thanked him again before leaving. After leaving, Li Shishi felt a sense of loss in her heart. She even doubted if her charm was turned to nothingness when in front of Duan Lingtan. Since becoming familiar with Duan Lingtan, he had not once looked at her properly. His gentleness was always only for the young girl beside him. Sometimes, even she didn't know if she was feeling admiration or envy. From an unknown time, or maybe since the time when he executed the sword drawing arts for the first time, this man's shadow had appeared in her heart. Lying on his bed and looking at the ceiling, Duan Lingtan laughed for no reason. Being the amorous weapons specialist who always went into a bush of flowers but came out without a single leaf on him, he naturally was able to notice the little feelings Li Shishi harbored towards him. Li Shishi was different from Kerr after all. In Kerr's entire world, there was only him. But Li Shishi had her own dreams to pursue. Even if she had feelings for him, it was just a pure, young maiden's romance. Just like a law of nature, an outstanding male would always be able to attract a female with ease. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan Lingtan had to stubbornly be faithful to only a single wife. If he met someone who truly loved him and was willing to give up everything for him, and he liked the girl as well, he wouldn't let it easily slip past him. Based on Duan Lingtan's past estimations, 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingzi concocted into bloodlingzi body refinement liquid would be able to supply himself and Kerr for 2 months. But now his mother was using it as well, and as the three of them didn't intentionally restrict their usage, the speed at which the bloodlingzi body refinement liquid was expended increased significantly. After a month's time, the 5 pounds of bloodlingzi was completely expended. Of course, the expenditure without reservation did provide great returns. Besides his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, being cultivated to the initial stage, Kerr and his mother both cultivated their defensive martial skill, stealth substitution, to the initial stage as well. When any one of the three of them circulated their defensive martial skill, people of the same cultivation level who executed high-grade profound rank martial skills at the initial stage, middle-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage, or even low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage would be unable to do any harm to them. Of course, the precondition to this was that the opponent didn't use any weapon to execute their martial skills. If the opponent used a weapon, then it would be an entirely different story. He once again made a trip to the trade market to buy another 8 pounds of bloodlingzi. Duan Lingtan's remaining silver was almost fully spent, leaving behind only a few thousand. He originally had 130,000 silver, which he obtained in the Fresh Breeze Townsley family. The money was considered payment for his Thunder Flame Pill medicinal formula and the middle-grade profound rank movement technique, Swift Wind Steps. After purchasing bloodlingzi twice, he almost finished spending all his silver. I haven't even broken through to the core formation stage yet, but I'm almost out of silver. It's time I find a way to earn some money. After returning home and concocting the 8 pounds of bloodlingzi into bloodlingzi body refinement liquid with the help of Kerr, Duan Lingtan started pondering. Any random medicinal formula inside Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories had extraordinary value. They would easily able to be sold for a high price. But he wasn't willing to do this. A relatively common medicinal formula wouldn't sell for much. Whereas a medicinal formula that was nearly extinct in Cloud Continent, even if it sold for a high price, the large amount of wealth would surely incur unwanted attention. His current strength wasn't enough to handle such attention. He was self-aware. I have to do this. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtan finally made a decision. In the Aurora City trade market, there were many medicine stores that sold medicinal liquids, but there were only a few stores that sold medicinal pills. After all, only graded alchemists were able to refine medicinal pills. Medicinal liquid, on the other hand, only required a medicinal formula, so anyone was capable of concocting some. Duan Lingtan brought Kerr along to the medicine store where he bought the bloodlingzi from. Respected customer, do you need anything? The manager enthusiastically greeted, his face glowing. As far as he was concerned, the youth before him was a huge customer, sweeping away 13 pounds of his 50-year-old bloodlingzi in a short month's time. After removing his capital for obtaining his wares, the silver he earned from this youth was at least 20,000 silver. Manager, this time I'm not here to buy medicinal materials, but I want to put some medicinal liquid for sale here. Duan Lingtan proclaimed his reason for coming. He planned to take out some of his completed 6 treasures body tempering liquid to sell. Although the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was inferior to the 7 treasures body tempering liquid Duan Lingtan used, and the medicinal effect of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was only 10% of a body tempering pill, the important thing was that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was much easier to absorb compared to the body tempering pill. An ordinary body tempering stage martial artist, even with the help of a thunderflame pill, would require 10 days to absorb one body tempering pill's medicinal strength. But one portion of 6 treasures body tempering liquid, if with the help of a thunderflame pill, would only require half a day to be fully absorbed. In other words, compared to consuming a body tempering pill, using the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to assist in cultivation would allow a body tempering stage martial artist's cultivation to increase by an entire 100%. Customer, you're not joking, right? After hearing the medicinal effects of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, the manager was stupefied. To him, this was truly unbelievable. If it was really as the customer before him said, then wouldn't the 6 treasures body tempering liquid be able to fully take over the market of the body tempering pill? Manager, if you aren't interested, I can look for another store. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled, with an expression that seemed like he was saying I won't force you. The manager hesitated for a moment, then he looked at the Li Clan crest on Duan Lingtan's clothes before finally gritting his teeth. Customer, I'll take 10 portions from you to sell first, and we'll see how it goes. How about it? Of course. Duan Lingtan nodded, passing over 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to the manager. Customer, how much should each portion be sold for? The manager inquired. A body tempering pill is 100 silver, correct? Manager, sell these 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid for 110 silver each. You'll get 10 silver for each sale. How about it? The manager's pupils constricted. After all, a portion of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid only had a medicinal effect of a tenth of what a body tempering pill had. Even Kerr was shocked. She knew that the cost of the medicinal materials needed to concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. A portion of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid required medicinal materials cost not even a silver coin. This was extremely profitable. Manager, when you sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for me, I only have one request. Don't let anyone know that it was I who entrusted them to you to be sold. After glancing deeply at the manager for a moment, Duan Lingtan and Kerr left. 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid's medicinal effect was only comparable to one body tempering pill, but it requires 1,100 silver. A similar medicinal effect as a body tempering pill, but the cost is a whole 11 times of a body tempering pill. Looking at the youth and young girl from afar, the manager had a complicated expression. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtan and Kerr didn't return to the Li Clan estate. They instead went to buy 2 horses, and ventured out of Aurora City. Their destination, Misty Forest. Exiting from the North City Gate, the youth's and the young girl's horses galloped forward. On the way, the young girl inquired curiously, "Young master, you set such a high price for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Will anyone actually buy it?" Kerr, let me ask you, if you had 10,000 silver, would you buy yourself a body tempering pill or some 6 treasures body tempering liquid? Duan Lingtan didn't directly answer the young girl, but instead replied with a question. 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The young girl replied instantly without a need to ponder. Although the price for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was 10 times that of a body tempering pill, the absorption of the medicinal effect had a speed that was double that of the body tempering pill. Using the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to assist in cultivation would provide double the increase in speed as compared to a body tempering pill. The young girl finally understood. But there was still a question in her heart. "Young master, you set such a high price for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. I'm afraid not many people could afford to use it, right?" The young girl inquired. "I know." Duan Lingtan nodded. "Huh?" The young girl was even more puzzled. "Kerr, think about it, if I set the price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid beneath the price of a body tempering pill, would there be anyone who would buy body tempering pills at that time? Not to mention it would affect the market of the body tempering pills. It would initiate a series of adverse effects. Even I don't have the time to concoct that much 6 treasures body tempering liquid. so I'm only entering the high-end market. As for the people who are unwilling to buy the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, they can continue to buy the body tempering pills, Duan Lingtan explained. Young master is so intelligent. The young girl felt enlightened. Once we entered the misty forest, no matter what happens, do not leave my line of sight, Duan Lingtan said, with a serious expression. Yes, the young girl hurriedly nodded. Their horses galloped forward. 3 hours later, Duan Lingtan was finally able to see the misty forest. The misty forest is a primeval forest north of Aurora City, situated in the middle of 3 cities which included Aurora City. There would normally be many martial artists from the 3 cities who would enter deep into this primeval forest, hunting wild animals and ferocious beasts. The outer area of the misty forest is occupied by some fierce wild animals. Once the inner area is reached, only then can fierce beasts be encountered. Fierce beasts are unlike wild animals. Because of certain reasons, they transform into demons and undergo variation, so their strength is extremely terrifying. The weaker fierce beasts are comparable to a cow formation martial artist, whereas the stronger fierce beasts are even comparable to an origin core martial artist. A body tempering stage martial artist is only able to go around the outer area and hunt some wild animals. Duan Lingtan had 2 objectives for coming to the misty forest. The first, earn money. The second, to temper curd. In the misty forest, some of the stronger wild animals have fur and some body parts that are worth quite a high price. For example, hunting an adult rhinoceros. The rhinoceros' thick skin and hide can be sold to weapon stores to be forged into a type of defensive armor. The rhinoceros penis, on the other hand, is a tonic for men, able to be sold to medicine stores. The 2 combined would be worth more than 300 silver. Moreover, an adult rhinoceros wasn't even the wild animal that was the fiercest or had the most value in the entire misty forest. The type of wild animals Duan Lingtan was aiming for were wild animals like tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. The wild animals that stood at the top of the food chain. Only by hunting these types of wild animals would he be able to earn large amounts of silver while allowing Kerr to get the tempering and training she needed. Although Kerr was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and had sparred with Duan Lingtan on many occasions, she has never experienced a battle where life and death were on the line. As far as Duan Lingtan was concerned, if a martial artist wanted to become formidable, he or she had to experience the test of fire and blood. Just like the weapons specialists of his previous life, he knew quite a few weapons specialists during his previous life, and each one of those weapons specialists had been through battlefields and mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Maybe their strength was inferior to the current Kerr's, but in a life and death battle with her, the one that dies would definitely not be them. To Duan Lingtan, on this world, besides his mother, Kerr was the closest person to him. He hoped that Kerr would have the strength to protect herself. He wouldn't be able to always be by her side. After helping the horses settle down outside of the misty forest, Duan Lingtan brought the young girl along as he entered the misty forest. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtan took the lead. Profound rippling steps. The young girl followed behind. After a month's cultivation, the young girl successfully cultivated her movement technique to the rudiments stage, and only a short distance away from the initial stage. Duan Lingtan and the young girl quickly encountered some prey. Adult wild wolves. A total of 10. An adult wild wolf's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. Of course, the most terrifying part of its body was its jagged teeth. If a 6th level body tempering martial artist were to be accidentally bitten in the neck, no matter how strong the defensive martial skill was, there would only be a slim chance of survival. I'll go in from the front and take care of the 7 wolves there. While I attract their attention, you attack from behind and take care of the 3 in the back. Smiling to the young girl, Duan Lingtan flew out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. He directly crossed over to arrive near the wild wolves, attracting the attention of the 10 wild wolves. The young girl, whose delicate figure was slightly trembling, took a deep breath and grit her teeth as she suppressed the fear in her heart, flying out as she made her way to the back of the 10 wolves. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtan started his attack. Whoosh! The violet sword shine flashed before instantly disappearing. Puchy. A wild wolf howled before dropping to the ground as a pillar of blood sprayed out from it. The smell of blood caused the remaining 9 wolves' eyes to become crimson red, growling as they rushed towards Juan Lingtan. The 6 wild wolves that were at the front bared their fangs as they pounced towards Juan Lingtan. Spirit serpent movement technique. Juan Lingtan's body was as flexible as a spirit serpent. His legs stepped swiftly as he skillfully dodged the wild wolves' pouncing strikes, seeming as if he was playing around with them. Each time his violet meteorite flexible sword swept out, it took with it a wild wolf's life. After a short moment, the wild wolves that pounced towards him had all died. On the other side, the young girl finally mustered up enough courage, holding back the 3 wolves in the back. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! A violet sword shine appeared. Instantly, one of the wolves that pounced towards her had its throat sliced open, and warm wolf blood sprayed all over her face. The nose-piercing smell of blood caused the young girl's stomach to churn. Be careful. Noticing the other 2 wild wolves pouncing towards the young girl while she was filled with terror and unable to move, Juan Lingtan moved. Whoosh! The 2 wild wolves were killed with merely a single sword strike. The young girl could not bear it any longer, vomiting out her breakfast as her face became pale. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Juan Lingtan's expression turned grim. Run! Without hesitation, Juan Lingtan pulled the young girl into his arms before flying up a nearby tree. Spirit serpent movement technique. He coiled up the tree like a spirit serpent until he arrived at the tree's top. Howl, howl, dot. At this moment, near the corpses of the 10 wild wolves were another few packs of wolves, and their amount was still increasing. The howls of the wolves were filled with rage. Looking at the surroundings filled with wolf packs, Juan Lingtan started feeling anxious. Holding the young girl tight in his arms, he jumped over to another tree. Using the trees as a road, he moved forward. Suddenly, an eagle's cry sounded and was approaching. Juan Lingtan abruptly raised his head, vaguely able to see a black figure swooping down from above. Its target was him and Kerr. Not good. Juan Lingtan's expression turned grim. Kerr, are you feeling better? Subsequently, he looked towards the young girl in his embrace. The young girl lightly nodded. Then stand here and don't move. Putting the young girl down, Juan Lingtan's gaze turned slightly cold. Spirit serpent movement technique. Using the tree's trunk as the ground, he used it to assist himself to fly upwards to meet the black figure that was swooping down. The eagle's cry was getting closer by the moment. The black eagle had wings like the clouds, its eyes emitting a swift and fierce gaze as it swooped down towards Juan Lingtan. Under the burning sun, its pair of claws seemed to flicker with a sharp sheen. Die. Juan Lingtan's heart was quiet like water with a cold gaze that stared fixedly at the eagle's claws. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! Violet meteorite flexible sword swept out without restraint. The ear-piercing eagle cry sounded, mixed with a trace of shrillness. Damn, its speed is so fast. Juan Lingtan had an astonished expression as the violet meteorite flexible sword that he swept towards the eagle only sliced off one of its claws. Whoosh! The eagle went berserk with rage, flapping its wings as it moved to attack once more. Even when Juan Lingtan sent the violet meteorite flexible sword piercing into its chest, before it died, it still spared no effort to slap its right wing towards Juan Lingtan's chest, creating an ear-piercing wind howl. Greater teleportation. Without hesitation, Juan Lingtan circulated his defensive martial skill. Bang! The huge wing slapped onto Juan Lingtan's chest. Juan Lingtan's body trembled and his throat tasted something sweet, then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although greater teleportation blocked most of the force and even used the power of teleportation to throw the eagle's body far away, Juan Lingtan's internal organs were still slightly injured from the shock. The strength of this eagle was in no way inferior to mine, nearly comparable to a martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Juan Lingtan felt shocked. Young master, you're okay, right? The young girl had finally recovered slightly. She stepped on the tree trunks and flew over, arriving at Juan Lingtan's side. Young master, you're injured. When she noticed the trace of blood on the corner of Juan Lingtan's mouth, the young girl's expression turned grim. It's all right, it's only a slight injury. Juan Lingtan shook his head. His heart slightly twitched as he thought this. A human martial artist required the increase of the stage of cultivation of a martial skill in order to be able to better utilize their strength. But animals like the eagle that were birds of prey at the top of the food chain, living in nature's survival of the fittest, they long since tempered themselves to gain methods to fully utilize their strength. Tearing a tiger or leopard alive, catching a python by force, it was all possible. The method in which the eagle attacked Yuan Lingtan earlier, in terms of might was comparable to a mastery stage high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill executed by a martial artist at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Luckily, Yuan Lingtan was able to kill it in time, causing it to not have enough strength to continue the attack. Or else Yuan Lingtan would have surely been heavily injured. Young master, it's all because Kerr is useless. The young girl's eyes dripped with tears. What are you talking about? My Kerr is very brave, killing a wolf on her first attack. Take it slow, you can't rush it. Yuan Lingtan comforted her. The young girl lightly nodded, her clear eyes emitting a firm expression. Consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, Yuan Lingtan brought Kerr along as they continued to move forward slowly on the ground. When he left the Fresh Breeze Town Li family, Grand Elder Li Hua gave Yuan Lingtan quite a few grade 9 gold injury pills. Subsequently, throughout their journey, Yuan Lingtan noticed that the young girl seemed to have completed a metamorphosis in a short while. Even when killing tigers or leopards, her expression would only slightly change, no more vomiting out of disgust like before. The young girl's staunchness caused Yuan Lingtan to feel gratified, but at the same time he felt his heart ache. Young master, there's a lot of fog over there. The young girl looked to the front. The forest a few hundred meters away was enveloped in a white fog, as if wearing a mysterious mask. This was exactly the reason how Misty Forest got its name. That should be the inner area of Misty Forest, the area where fierce beasts roam. We're more or less finished today, so let's go home and come back tomorrow. Yuan Lingtan and the young girl brought their spoils as they walked back on the same path as before. When they passed the place where the wolves were killed, they noticed that the wolf corpses had vanished, only leaving behind dried wolf blood, probably taken care of by the wolf packs. Riding their horses back, the setting sun was going down when the couple finally arrived back at Aurora City. After taking care of their spoils in Aurora City, trading them for 1,300 plus silver, the couple returned to the Li Clan estate. Just when the Li Clan main door was in front of their eyes, a stern shout sounded from behind them. Yuan Lingtan. Yuan Lingtan stopped his footsteps. He recognized the owner of the voice, Li Xiao. He didn't expect Li Xiao to still dare to come and make trouble for him. Slowly turning around, Yuan Lingtan saw Li Xiao standing not far away. Beside him was another youth around the age of 18. The youth's appearance seemed slightly similar to Li Xiao's brother. He is Yuan Lingtan. You must help me teach him a lesson, Li Xiao said to the youth beside him. After hearing what he said, Yuan Lingtan's gaze flickered as he guessed who the youth was. He had once heard Li Shishi talk about him. Li Xiao had a brother who became an inner court disciple in the clan martial meet 1 year ago. Li Zong, currently 18 years old, stepped into the core formation stage 3 months ago. Calling you trash was indeed not wrong. Now you can't even defeat a little kid. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Zong didn't give a shred of face to his own little brother. Li Xiao could only embarrassedly smile. So it was you who beat up my little brother? Li Zong looked coldly at Yuan Lingtan in a condescending manner. Whatever he said, Yuan Lingtan shrugged his shoulders. Although Li Xiao is trash, he is still my, Li Zong's, little brother. You beating him caused me to lose face as well. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Li Zong sneered. In his heart, however, he was slightly shocked. He heard from his little brother that even Li Yuan was not a match for this youth. This youth was only 16. A 16-year-old 8th level body tempering stage main clan disciple wasn't something the Li clan lacked. But there were none that could defeat Li Yuan. If I didn't guess wrong, as an 18-year-old inner court disciple, you will participate in the clan martial meet half a month from now. If you want to help your little brother and teach me a lesson, you don't have to be so anxious. Yuan Lingtan's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently. The Li clan's martial meet was the stage for the younger generation. Li clan disciples at the ages of 16 through 18, no matter whether they were inner or outer court disciples, would all be allowed to participate. Brother, don't listen to him, he's purposely delaying, Li Xiao hurriedly said. Yuan Lingtan was straightforward. staring at Li Zong as he slowly said, "You're right, I'm delaying. I admit I'm not a match for you now, but in half a month, who loses to who is still unknown." Interesting. Truly interesting. If you at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, in half a month you will be able to break through to the 9th level at most. I really want to see what you will rely upon to fight me half a month from now. Li Zong's eyes narrowed into a line, disdainfully laughing as he turned around and left. Brother. Li Xiao was anxious. Noticing Duan Lingtan's cold gaze sweeping over, Li Xiao's expression was slightly fearful. He hurriedly caught up to Li Zong and left. This Li Zong is exactly as Li Shi said, obsessed with martial arts. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled. Young master, how do you know? The young girl beside him asked. My Ker's appearance is like a flower's, but he actually didn't even take an extra glance. If he isn't obsessed with martial arts, then what is he? Duan Lingtan laughed loudly. Young master, you're teasing me again. The young girl instantly blushed. Okay, let's go home. We can't let mom wait too long. During the time that Duan Lingtan and Ke returned home. In the Aurora City trade market, the three great clans' clan martial meet is about to begin, and the body tempering pills have all been swept clean. So unlucky. Muttering to himself, a youth of around 16 and in embroidered clothing walked into the medicine store under the watch of his two middle-aged bodyguards. Young Master Xiao. Noticing the person who arrived, the manager's face was full of smiles. There were three colossi in Aurora City, respectively being the Li clan, the Lin clan, and the Xiao clan. He instantly recognized this person. It was indeed the Xiao clan's patriarch's youngest son. Manager, give me 3 sets of the medicinal materials to refine body tempering pills, the youth in embroidered clothing said to the manager. The manager lightly smiled as he asked, Young Master Xiao, I have a new batch of medicinal liquid here. Its effects are the same as body tempering pills, but its ability to increase the speed of cultivation is double compared to the body tempering pill. Are you interested? That night, after eating his fill, Duan Lingtan returned to his room. After pouring in 7 treasures body tempering liquid into the bath barrel, he took off his clothes, sat inside the barrel, and closed his eye as he started to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Spirit Serpent Form. Greedily absorbing the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Lingtan could clearly feel the lifeblood in his body slowly growing stronger as his body underwent a metamorphosis. When he finished absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Lingtan opened his eyes. What's going on? I still haven't broke through. Duan Lingtan frowned. His face had a puzzled expression. For the past half-month's time, on every occasion that he absorbed the 7 treasure body tempering technique, he was clearly able to feel the changes in his body as it underwent metamorphosis. But every time he felt he would soon break through, he would be unable to. Could it be that it has something to do with the Spirit Serpent Form's mental cultivation method? Duan Lingtan curiously searched through the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. He quickly found an answer. FK. Duan Lingtan couldn't help himself from spitting out a vulgarity. It turned out to be that the madman Rebirth Martial Emperor had added an extra something in his self-created 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Spirit Serpent Form. According to his theory, when the Spirit Serpent Form is cultivated to the 9th level of body tempering stage, a strength of 3 ancient mammoths would be achieved by just relying on the fleshly body. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths is 30,000 pounds. Duan Lingtan was currently at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and had a strength of 7,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds above the strength of an average martial artist at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. But at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he would be able to possess a strength of 30,000 pounds. An ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage only had the strength of 10,000 pounds. In other words, when he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he will be 3 times stronger than an average 9th level body tempering martial artist. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to possess this sort of strength by relying on the fleshly body and origin energy when they reach the 2nd level of the core formation stage. No wonder I was unable to break through. It was actually the exceptional ability in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Spirit Serpent Form. It was because of the Spirit Serpent Form that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid was constantly activating the potential in my body, creating a foundation for me to successfully possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Duan Lingtan laughed bitterly. How long will I have to endure until the tides turn? The next day at dawn, when he exited his room, Duan Lingtan noticed that his mother had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Mom, what's the happy occasion? Duan Lingtan was slightly shocked. Then, looks like you really are going to have to let Kerr protect you. Kerr broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage last night. Liru blinked her clear eyes as she teased him. Really? Duan Lingtan was startled. Young master. Kerr slowly walked out of her room. The slim and graceful young girl seemed to have added on some charm after a night's time. Kerr, looks like you'll have to protect me from now on. Duan Lingtan smiled tenderly. Kerr's breakthrough was something Duan Lingtan expected. With the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and the thunder flame pill, and Kerr's natural talent, it wasn't strange for her to break through. After all, the Frost God's sword technique was not as abnormal as the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. After having their breakfast, Duan Lingtan notified his mother before bringing Kerr along as he left the Li clan estate. This time, he planned to spend a few nights in the Misty Forest with Kerr to get proper tempering. If I had noticed the unusualness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's spirit serpent form earlier, I wouldn't have promised to battle Li Zong half a month from now in the clan martial meet. On the way to the Misty Forest, Duan Lingtan laughed bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that he would surely break through before the clan martial meet. At that time, he thought that after breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he would possess around 15,000 pounds of strength, comparable to the strength of 1.5 ancient mammoths. Compared to Li Zong, who was at the first level of the core formation stage, he would only be weaker by a few thousand pounds. If he attacked unexpectedly while relying on the sword drawing arts, he had a good chance of defeating Li Zong. But now, the 9th level of the body tempering stage was far away. If he wanted to let his fleshly body possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, even with the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, it would at least require half a year to be successfully accumulated. It's really like how they say don't act like you're great or you'll be struck by lightning. 1. Duan Lingtan muttered to himself. Young master, what's this about getting struck by lightning? The young girl looked over curiously. Nothing. Duan Lingtan smiled embarrassedly. Entering the Misty Forest this time wasn't the same as before. Everything seemed to progress easily from experience. After a journey of hunting wild animals, Kerr and Duan Lingtan finally arrived near the inner area of the Misty Forest when the sun was setting. The wild animals around this area were quite ferocious. If not for Kerr breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Duan Lingtan wouldn't be daring enough to bring Kerr this deep into the Misty Forest. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Sword Drawing Arts. Duan Lingtan was like a spirit serpent, and his violet meteorite flexible sword was like the tongue of a poisonous serpent. Every time it swept out, it would take the life of a wild animal with it. Profound rippling steps. Compared to the bizarreness of Duan Lingtan's movement technique, Kerr's figure seemed much more graceful. That night in the Misty Forest, Duan Lingtan and Kerr slept out in the open. As a former exceptional weapons specialist, sleeping out in the open was as normal as eating to Duan Lingtan. But it was different for Kerr. She was restless until late at night when she finally fell asleep while listening to Duan Lingtan's stories. Sitting on the tree trunk, looking at the young girl soundly sleeping, the corners of Duan Lingtan's curled up into a light smile. Maybe a life like this wasn't too bad. Dawn of the second day. Some noise entered Duan Lingtan's ears. 7 people, 5 men and 2 women, were approaching from afar. These people were young, only at the ages of 17 or 18. When they noticed Duan Lingtan and Kerr, they were slightly shocked as they didn't expect there to be people younger than them that dared to pass the night in the Misty Forest. Moreover, they were only 2 people. The 5 youths' gazes fell upon Kerr, emitting a slight burning gaze. When the 2 young girls looked at Kerr, their eyes emitted a sense of envy. When the 7 of them arrived near Duan Lingtan, a tall youth asked, "Should we get them to help us?" "Are you crazy? Wouldn't 2 more people mean we have to share 2 more portions?" "It's only a black python. It will be easy to kill it with the 7 of us working together," a short youth said as he frowned. "Yeah, if you're scared, you don't have to come. The 6 of us can share it," the young girl who was dressed in revealing clothing and had a face covered in makeup said. The tall youth went silent. The 7 of them passed by Duan Lingtan and Kerr, walking towards a different area. Black Python? Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted, searching through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Black Python, a fierce beast that evolved from a wild animal. Its strength is comparable to a cultivating martial artist. Allegedly, the nest of the black python has treasures that are formed from the spirit chi of heaven and earth. There would be rare medicinal materials, or air ores, or maybe even spirit fruits. Let's follow them and see what happens. On the spur of the moment, Duan Lingtan took Kerr and followed the 7 people from afar. The 7 people quickly entered the inner area of the misty forest. The inner area of the misty forest was covered in fog all year round, turning the entire forest into a maze of fog. As they entered the inner area of the misty forest, the figures of the 7 people slowly became indistinct. I lost them. After a moment, Duan Lingtan frowned. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud bang sounded nearby on the left. Duan Lingtan and Kerr silently went towards the sound. What they saw was a huge, multicolored tiger, fighting with the 7 people from before on an empty field. The multicolored tiger had an enormous body, greatly exceeding that of an ordinary wild tiger, and its strength was at the first level of the core formation stage, extremely ferocious. 4 of them are at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. No wonder they dared to hunt the black python. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes above 3 of the youth and 1 of the young girls, Duan Lingtan's hearts twitched. Finally, by paying the price of 1 of their 9th level of the body tempering members being injured, the 7 of them eventually killed the huge, multicolored tiger. After collecting the valuable fur and other parts of the multicolored tiger, the 7 of them continued forward. Duan Lingtan and Kerr followed from afar. Finally, in front of a remote cave, the 7 of them stopped. The black python is inside? Duan Lingtan brought Kerr and hid on a nearby tree, watching from afar. Duan Lingtan quickly saw 1 of the 7 throw a stone into the cave. Instantly, an enormous figure flew out from inside. It was exactly an enormous python with an entirely pitch-black body. The black python was over 10 meters long, with a pair of icy cold and piercing eyes, its tongue moving like lightning. Let's do it. Immediately, the figures of the 7 of them moved, flying straight towards the black python and attacking with full force. Whoosh! The black python moved as well, as if transforming into a flash of black lightning. Its tail swung out and blasted a youth away. The youth dropped to the ground and fainted. Abruptly, the tall youth shouted, "Not good." This black python isn't simply at the first level of the core formation stage. The young girl with heavy makeup looked towards the sword-wielding youth as she shouted in a delicate voice, "Wang Dong, pierce its weak spot. You guys, hold him for a moment." The sword-wielding youth shouted in a low voice as he started to look for an opportunity. But the speed of the black python was not something they could compare to. Another youth's head was quickly bit off by the black python's bloody mouth. The entire scene seemed incredibly bloody. Looking at this scene, Duan Lingtan's expression didn't change. But Kerr beside him had a dreadfully pale expression and her delicate figure trembled. "Young master, should we help them?" Kerr's eyes emitted a trace of pity. "If we go help them, they might not even be willing, or maybe they would even think we wanted a share of the spoils." Duan Lingtan shook his head. After a moment, with the help of the remaining 5 people who fought desperately, the sword-wielding youth eventually found an opportunity and pierced the weak point of the black python. But it seemed to be slightly off target. Bang! The black python went completely berserk. The remaining 5 were either bitten to death or sent flying by the python's tail. Until the last person lied the lifeless, only then did the black python's enormous body finally drop heavily on the ground, its eyes emitting a sense of sorrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtan and Kerr dropped to the ground, reaping the rewards at the earlier 7's expense too. At this moment, Duan Lingtan noticed the black python raise its head and gaze at him. Its piercing eyes were actually emitting a begging expression. Huh? Duan Lingtan was stupefied. The black python suddenly raised its head and turned to look at the cave behind it. It shook its head as if it were begging for something. Only when he entered the cave did Duan Lingtan understand what the black python was begging him to do. Inside the cave, besides 3 spirit fruits hanging on 2 bizarre plants, were 2 slightly cracked snake eggs that would hatch at any moment. Out of the 3 spirit fruits, 2 were the same, whereas the other larger spirit fruit was slightly different. This is A dark spirit fruit. The memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor flashed inside his mind. Looking at the slightly large crimson-red spirit fruit, Duan Lingtan's heart trembled and his face turned completely red. 1TL note: it's kind of like a Chinese rhyme saying, where the word act great rhymes slightly with the word struck by lightning in the original Chinese text. It's something like an informal saying that means you will get retribution when you portray yourself beyond your ability. If you're curious, it's and. 2TL note: the idiom, saying fisherman reaps the reward, actually means the obtaining of a profit at another's expense, which is how I translated it here. The reason for this note is just to clear up the meaning of the chapter title. Dark spirit fruit. Even in the 2 lifetimes of Rebirth Martial Emperor, he had heard of it but had never seen one. That just shows how exceedingly rare the dark spirit fruit is. If the dark spirit fruit is consumed by an ordinary person, it will allot the person to instantly complete his body tempering, allowing them to step into the 9th level of the body tempering stage within 3 months. It was indeed heaven-defying. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's spirit serpent form, I still haven't been able to break through. Maybe this will be a turning point for me. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Lingtan slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He didn't expect his luck would be so good. This pleasant surprise was really too huge. As for the other 2 dark violet spirit fruits, they were extremely rare spirit fruits as well. Violet thorned fruit, a type of extremely poisonous spirit fruit. If consumed by a human, it would cause instant death. But if consumed by a poisonous fierce beast, it would be a tonic to it. Young master, let's keep them. Unknowingly, the young girl had already taken the 2 fist-sized python eggs in her hand. She was looking at Duan Lingtan with anticipation. Since their mother is dead, let's take them both home. Duan Lingtan nodded. The violet thorned fruits were obviously ripe. The reason the black python still hadn't consumed it was probably because it was keeping it for its 2 offspring. After plucking the violet thorn fruits and the dark spirit fruit, Duan Lingtan and Kerr left the cave. Kerr's gaze never left the 2 python eggs in her hands. Her clear eyes were filled with motherly brilliance. Kerr, wait for me over there. Duan Lingtan walked to the front of a passed-out youth. His sensitive senses felt the suppressed killing intent emitted from the youth. A killing intent directed towards him. Stop acting, your breathing sold you out, Duan Lingtan said in a low voice, and in the instant that the youth's eyes emitted a terrified expression, his violet meteorite flexible sword had already silently pierced the youth's heart. At the beginning, Duan Lingtan didn't expect he would bump into such a matter. So he and Kerr didn't change their clothes, which had the Li clan's crest. Now, only with the death of this youth could he avoid any troubles in the future. As a former weapons specialist, Duan Lingtan deeply knew the maliciousness of a person's heart. There was also the fact that the youth showed killing intent towards him. After taking a circle around, Duan Lingtan noticed that 4 out of the 7 had been killed by the black python. Adding on the one he just killed, there were still 2 more alive. 2 extremely faint killing intents were indistinctly felt. They were obviously awake but pretended to be passed out. In the silence of the surroundings, Duan Lingtan's ears slightly moved as he clearly heard their rapid and nervous breathing. Another 2 sword strikes went directly into their hearts. After finishing off the other 2, Duan Lingtan collected the more valuable spoils they had. He then glanced at the black python's corpse before giving up on the thought of cutting it up. Then Duan Lingtan slowly walked towards Kerr. Half an hour later, the body of the short and stout youth who was supposed to have been pierced in the heart by Duan Lingtan trembled. He struggled to open his eyes. Then he removed a medicinal pill from his pocket with much difficulty and swallowed it. After a short amount of time, the blood flowing out of the short and stout youth's chest finally stopped. Li Clan, member of Aurora City's Li Clan, you probably never would have imagined that my heart was naturally inclined sideways. The short and stout youth struggled to sit up. His expression extremely grim. Because his heart was inclined sideways, he was able to keep his life. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, the short and stout youth's expression changed into an expression of terror as he hurriedly fled. After he fled, an enormous figure moved 1,000 meters in an instant and abruptly descended, all while emitting a bizarre roar filled with rage. Aurora City. Xiao clan estate. In a vast and luxurious courtyard, the youth in the embroidered clothing walked out. His expression seemed anxious. That 6 treasures body tempering liquid is virtually godly. Based on my current cultivation level, consuming body tempering pills would require at least around 5 days of consumption to achieve a breakthrough, but undergoing medicinal baths in that 6 treasures body tempering liquid will merely require 2 days of absorption before I can break through. The youth dressed in embroidered clothing brought along his 2 bodyguards as he left the Xiao clan and arrived at the trade market. Manager, give me another 100 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The youth dressed in embroidered clothing entered the medicine store and directly proclaimed his needs. When the medicine store manager noticed the youth in embroidered clothing rushing over, he thought that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was useless and the youth had come to sully the reputation of his store. But he never would have imagined that the youth would say this. 100 portions? The manager's heart trembled. Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid it would be impossible today. I still haven't replenished my stock. How about 2 days from now? The manager laughed bitterly. I really wonder what you were thinking. Such an excellent medicinal liquid and you didn't replenish extra stock. This is 5,000 silver as deposit. I'll come by to get it in 2 days. The youth in embroidered clothing frowned, then he put down 5,000 silver before leaving in large strides. 2 days. The manager had a distressed expression. He was only casually mentioning the time earlier, and he was completely unaware when the Li clan youth would return. Now he felt a bit of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten more 6 treasures body tempering liquid from the youth. Manager, what happened? Why the distressed face? Just at this moment, a voice sounded. The manager's gaze instantly shone brilliantly, as if he found his savior. He quickly went to greet the person. The person who arrived was indeed Duan Lingtan. After leaving the Black Python's nest, he and Kerr returned to Aurora City. They first went and took care of the spoils of their trip, exchanging it for 3,000 silver. Afterwards, out of a whim, he wanted to know how the sales of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was going, so he came to medicine store. Manager, you. Duan Lingtan looked at the slightly discomposed manager with a puzzled expression. Customer, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid you put for sale in my store has been sold. The manager took out 1,000 silver and passed it to Duan Lingtan in a slightly agitated manner. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled as he asked, then, manager, do you need more stock now? Yes, I want as much as you can give me. The manager hurriedly said, seemingly extremely afraid Duan Lingtan would cut off his supply. Do you have an unused room here? Duan Lingtan asked the manager. We do, customer. You need it? The manager was dazed. Yes, I plan to concoct the medicinal liquid here from now on. Duan Lingtan nodded. The manager's pupils constricted as he asked in amazement, customer, you concocted the 6 treasures body tempering liquid? It's only a medicinal liquid. Is there any reason to get so excited over it? Duan Lingtan smiled indifferently. The corners of the manager's mouth twitched. He wondered if the youth in front of him had said that on purpose. A medicinal liquid that could thoroughly triumph over the body tempering pill. Was that an ordinary medicinal liquid? Since I'm already here today, go prepare some medicinal materials for me. I'll concoct some for you now. According to Duan Lingtan's request, the manager quickly finished preparing everything. Looking at the pile of cheap medicinal materials in front of him, and then looking at the large crock in the room, the corners of the manager's mouth started to tremble. According to these proportions, the cost of manufacturing the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was almost negligible. If this large crock was filled to the brim, it would at least produce around 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid, right? When Duan Lingtan and Kerr were about to prepare the medicinal materials, the manager suppressed the agitation in his heart as he self-consciously left the enclosed room and closed the door behind him. With the assistance of Kerr, Duan Lingtan finally finished concocting the large crock full of 6 treasures body tempering liquid in an hour. He then walked out of the room and returning to the medicine store. Manager, I'll trouble you to divide the 6 treasures body tempering liquids into portions. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled at the manager. The manager entered the small room for a moment before exiting once more with a glowing face. Respected customer, that large crock of 6 treasures body tempering liquid would at least be 2,000 portions. How about I pay you the silver for 2,000 portions now, and we will sort out the difference later? The manager asked. Okay, as for the cost of the consumed medicinal materials, just deducted from the extra portions. Duan Lingtan nodded as he received the silver bills from the manager. 200,000 silver in bills felt heavy when held it. No need. Those medicinal materials don't even cost 1,000 silver combined. Just take it as a gift from me. The manager was very perceptive in the way he dealt with the situation. If it was in the past and someone had told the manager that medicinal materials that weren't even worth 1,000 silver could be concocted into medicinal liquid worth 220,000 silver, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Now that the facts were laid out right before his eyes, he had to believe it. Manager, since you're so frank, I'll take it. How about this? You can suitably increase the price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. My bottom line is 80% for me and 20 for you. Duan Lingtan glanced deeply at the manager. Thank you, customer. The manager took a deep breath. He knew that since the youth relented, he would naturally be able to change the price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Oh yeah, before the end of our Li clan martial meet, I won't come here again. So you better not sell off all the 6 treasures body tempering liquid in a few days. Precious items are more valuable. Manager, you're an intelligent person. After saying one last thing to the manager, and under the manager's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtan and Kerr returned to the Li clan estate. Young master, I didn't think silver was so easy to earn. Kerr's face was slightly red because she was mildly excited. Haha. Kerr, not everyone has this sort of ability to earn money like your young master. Duan Lingtan laughed loudly. In the entire Cloud continent, it would probably be only him and the Li family's grand elder who knew how to concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Whereas only he knew how to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. After returning home and greeting his mother, Duan Lingtan hastily returned to his room and consumed the dark spirit fruit. Instantly, Duan Lingtan felt a warm and boundless medicinal strength filling his entire body. His lifeblood was strengthening by leaps and bounds, and his fleshly body was undergoing a metamorphosis at full speed. In the courtyard, Ka, what type of egg is this? Looking at the 2 python eggs Kerr placed on the table, Li Ru curiously asked. Madam, these are black python eggs. Kerr smiled. Black python? Li Ru's pupils constricted. She of course knew of the bloodthirsty fierce beast, black python. Ka, what happened? Li Ru asked. Kerr obediently told her about what happened on her trip with Duan Lingtan. So it would seem that the 2 of you benefited greatly simply by waiting for it to fall into your laps. Li Ru laughed. Madam, the young master didn't make a move to save them. Isn't that not nice? Puckering her pink, small mouth, Kerr blinked her clear eyes as she looked at Li Ru. Although Kerr didn't say anything in front of Duan Lingtan, in her heart, she found it slightly difficult to feel at ease. In her pure and simple world, she felt that they should have helped those youths and young girls hunt and kill the black python. Ka, I don't think Tan did anything wrong in this matter. Not to mention that the black python might have injured you. Even if you really had helped them kill the black python, they might have joined hands to deal with you and Tan for the sake of obtaining the treasures that the black python guarded. Li Ru guided patiently and gently. She had experienced much more than Kerr and thus knew of the maliciousness of a person's heart. For the sake of treasures, relatives killing each other could be found everywhere, let alone strangers. Kerr didn't think so much about it at that time. Kerr will listen to the young master in the future. Kerr lightly nodded as she slowly felt at ease. From this moment on, Kerr would never doubt any of Duan Lingtan's decisions in the future. In her world, Duan Lingtan was the heavens. He was everything. At the crack of dawn, the sun rose in the eastern sky. Duan Lingtan was already sitting cross-legged on his bed early in the morning, continuing to cultivate and assimilate the medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit. Since consuming the dark spirit fruit 2 days ago, Duan Lingtan had only assimilated 20% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtan could still feel his lifeblood and fleshly body undergoing a metamorphosis. This feeling was extremely vivid. Duan Lingtan walked out of his room as he thought in his heart, I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet. Then, I heard that the clan martial meet's registration starts today and continues for 3 days. Take care and go register after you've finished eating, Li Ru said to Duan Lingtan as they had their breakfast. Okay. After finishing their breakfast, Duan Lingtan brought Kerr along as he left. The young girl blinked her clear eyes as she slowly said, Young master, I heard from Big Sister Shishi that disciples who advance to the top few ranks will get quite the prizes during the clan's yearly martial meet. Oh? Did she say what prizes? Duan Lingtan felt slightly curious. Big Sister Shishi said that last year's champion, an inner court disciple, obtained a 300-year-old bloodlingzi. Young master, a 300-year-old bloodlingzi should be much more precious than a 50-year-old bloodlingzi, right? She inquired. 300-year-old bloodlingzi? Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted. I'll put it this way. 50 grams of 50-year-old bloodlingzi is worth a 1,000 silver, 50 grams of a 300-year-old bloodlingzi would be worth at least 10,000 silver, and even at this price, there probably isn't any in the market. Through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Lingtan knew the value of a 300-year-old bloodlingzi. The bloodlingzi in the medicine stores were ordinarily around the 50-year-old mark, and a 100-year-old bloodlingzi was rare. A 300-year-old bloodlingzi would be worth at least 10,000 for just 50 grams, comparable to 10 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingzi. A 300-year-old bloodlingzi would at least weigh 100 grams, and be worth over 20,000 silver. If a 300-year-old bloodlingzi was directly crushed and consumed, a mere 50 grams would be comparable to 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingzi in terms of medicinal effects. However, the medicinal strength of 5 pound of 50-year-old bloodlingzi would require an ordinary person to spend an entire year to assimilate. Whereas a 300-year-old bloodlingzi was different. Its medicinal strength could be fully assimilated in at most 1 month's time. If the former is compared to a tractor, then the latter would be a rocket. So expensive? The young girl's cherry lips slightly opened, obviously out of shock. If the prize this time is a 300-year-old bloodlingzi as well, Duan Lingtan's heart twitched and his eyes emitted a burning gaze. If it was so, he was determined to obtain it. If he had a 300-year-old bloodlingzi, he would be able to concoct even better medicinal liquids and increase the speed at which his defensive martial skill progressed by a lot. Duan Lingtan and Kerr quickly arrived at the registration site. A stream of people was flowing in. After lining up for a moment, some inside information entered Duan Lingtan's ears. Let me tell you guys, the disciples who get into the top 10 in this year's clan martial meet will not only be able to enter the 3rd floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion and choose a high-grade profound rank martial skill, they will also obtain 3 100-year-old bloodlingzis and 10,000 silver, an outer court disciple said mysteriously. There hasn't been any news that leaked out so far. How do you know? Immediately, some people doubted him. Hey, you guys don't know this, but my cousin's neighbor's daughter-in-law's nephew is an inner court disciple. It was he who unintentionally overheard the discussion of a few elders. The outer court disciple from before complacently laughed. What's the prize for the top 3? Another person asked. The prizes for the top 3 are nearly similar to last year. Besides entering the 3rd floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion and choosing 2 high-grade profound rank martial skills, they will also obtain a 200-year-old bloodlingzi and 30,000 silver. How about the champion? The champion, on top of choosing 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, will obtain a 350-year-old bloodlingzi and 100,000 silver. Oh my god, 350-year-old bloodlingzi. The prize for last year's champion was a 300-year-old bloodlingzi, and it was already shocking. I didn't expect that this year's prize for the champion would be even better. I heard last year's champion, Li Feng, used the 300-year-old bloodlingzi and cultivated his high-grade profound rank martial skill to the mastery stage in one go. Among the youths below the age of 20 in the clan currently, without using weapons, no one is able to break through his defense. Yeah, Li Feng is a rare genius of our Li clan, and he's only 19 this year. Hearing the discussion in his surrounding, Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed. 350-year-old bloodlingzi. If he could obtain it and concoct it into medicinal liquid, it would be more than enough to assist him, Ka, and his mother's defensive martial skills to all break through to the mastery stage. If I can break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet, becoming the champion won't be impossible. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Lingtan made a decision in his heart to go all out. Spare no efforts to break through. The clan martial meet was restricted to Li clan disciples between the ages of 16 and 18. Once one turned 19, it would be considered leaving the scope of the term youth and they would be called young man. This restricted from participating in the clan martial meet. According to what Duan Lingtan knew, in the inner court, disciples at the age of 18 were mostly at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and a few had already stepped into the core formation stage. Unless he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, it will be extremely difficult to compete against them. Eventually, it was Duan Lingtan and Kerr's turn. At the registration site, the two of them registered and each got a number card. Duan Lingtan was number 77. Kerr was number 78. The Aurora City Li family main clan had a population of almost 10,000. Youth disciples between the ages of 16 to 18 amounted to nearly 300 people. Besides a portion of inner court disciples, outer court disciples that met the criteria for registration amounted to over 200 people as well. For the first round of the clan martial meet, the inner court disciples obtained a bye to the second round, whereas the outer court disciples would compete for 30 placements to directly become inner court disciples. The start of the second round would be the true fierce struggle, deciding the top 10, top 3, and even the champion. Winning matchless honor and generous prizes. The first round of the clan martial meet competition would begin after 10 days. For the next 10 days, besides eating and sleeping, Duan Lingtan was practically always cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Absorbing 7 treasures body tempering liquid in extremity, desperately assimilating the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. For the sake of the 350-year-old bloodling Duan Lingtan was really going all out this time. Tomorrow is the clan martial meet, but I still haven't broken through until now. Luckily, after the first round, the second round will only begin after 3 days. With my current strength, entering the top 30 of the outer court disciples in the first round isn't really a challenge. Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh of relief. In these past 10 days, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtan did hear some rumors from Kerr. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid had thoroughly become famous. Aurora City was going crazy over it. What the Li clan outer court disciples discussed the most nowadays was the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If anyone's parents bought them some 6 treasures body tempering liquid, it would attract the jealousy and envy of many outer court disciples. Along with the arrival of Aurora City's 3 great clans' clan martial meets, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid supply could not meet the demand. People who had no accumulated wealth in their homes would even go so far as to borrow money in order to be able to buy some 6 treasures body tempering liquid for their children. The clan martial meets affected the lives of many. If one was unable to become an inner court disciple by the age of 19, their life would be doomed to end without any accomplishments. As a parent, no one would hope for their children to face this. Of course, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid did allow many 18-year-old outer court disciples to achieve a further breakthrough before the clan martial meet, increasing their chances of advancing to become an inner court disciple. These examples that were plain for everybody to see caused the black market price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to experience a price hike to 3,000 silver a portion. A bunch of madmen. After hearing about all this, Duan Lingtan couldn't help but be amazed. It was lucky that he had long ago told the medicine store manager to keep his identity a secret. Or else, if anyone knew that he was the one who concocted the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, he would never get a shred of peace. In a wide courtyard of the Li clan, whoosh! An extremely swift figure stepped in at a peculiar pace. The figure flew past as if it had transformed into a gust of wind. The figure stopped and revealed itself. It was a youth at around the age of 17. It was precisely Li Yuan. Ha. Good. Yuan, your unfettered steps has finally stepped into the mastery stage. With this, besides Li Qiang, there will be no one in the outer court who can be your match. Even entering the top 10 of the clan martial meet wouldn't be impossible. A middle-aged man who stood at the side laughed. I will surely enter the top 10 of the clan martial meet, if I can obtain 3 100-year-old bloodlings. My golden bell cover will be able to step into the mastery stage earlier. Li Yuan's eyes flickered, showing incomparable confidence. Quickly, a towering youth's figure flashed inside his mind. Duan Lingtan. Last time, my movement technique was inferior to yours, allowing you to gain the upper hand. But this time, my unfettered steps has been cultivated to the mastery stage. I will surely defeat you and mercilessly humiliate you. Unfettered steps, a middle-grade profound rank movement technique, when cultivated to the mastery stage, its speed will in no way be inferior to Juan Lingtan's spirit serpent movement technique. In a slightly cramped courtyard, whoosh, an icy cold sword shine flew out accompanied by more than 10 sought-after images. It was as if a sword net had been condensed in the air, without an opening and extremely powerful. Glang! The 3-foot-long blade entered its sheath. I have finally stepped into the initial stage before the clan martial meet. The green-clothed young girl stood still. Her face had a light smile. A married woman with a slightly pale complexion was standing in front of the door, coughing twice before she slowly said, "Shishay, you need to properly thank the person that passed this sword skill to you. Mom, why are you out here? Your body isn't well, so stay inside your room more often, and don't come out often." Li Shishi's face emitted a trace of reproach, supporting the married woman into the room. In another courtyard, "You really are trash. I passed the Howling Tiger Fist to you so long ago, but until now you still haven't broken through to the mastery stage." Li Zong looked at Li Xiao with a gloomy expression. "Brother, I'm sorry." Li Xiao lowered his head, not daring to retort. "Zong, stop scolding your brother. He has already worked hard, it's just he's limited by his natural talent, which is far from yours." The middle-aged man who was standing nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he interrupted. "Dad, it's because you've spoiled him." Li Zong frowned as he left Li Xiao behind and angrily returned to his room.